Headache startling. Everyone's shouting. My man's confused and lost when suddenly a cutie angel girl pops from thin air. To the side, the orc are breathing heavy as if they're about to commit a jail-induced action. Random wiggas are confused and our bro remembers that 5 seconds ago he was just eating and chilling. When a message popped offering to join a game, bro thought was GTA 6. I mean, this one does have death and hoes, so maybe it is. Some bang on the, others try to keep calm. Our bro is just there, stoned. That snow bunny flying was a man's dream come true, until Babe dropped the news. Yo, what's up, gang? Thanks for joining GTA 6 to save my world. But unfortunately, the game's too hyped up so only some of you all can join. Here you can find basic equipment and survival items. No more bloods and crips. Here is knights and wizards for you to choose. With that, our bro chooses a long, thick, sturdy, pointy rod and the walls began to break. Those orcs that were heavy breathing are banging hard and holy. I would also be scared considering the possibilities are worse than death. Snow Bunny then finishes, saying that this place is going to allow that sweet leveling with the famous system window. Random Assess starts shouting for it and then boom. Lee Kyung is our boy and wholly untalented loser. Bro would lose to Sung Jinwoo before solo leveling. My man's asking himself, is good or bad 10 strength? That 19 intelligence status is wrong, cause this dumb dude can't even comprehend his spider chart, but hold up cause, we got a trait. Click on that and boom, mind's eye. You can see everyone's talents and status, basically snitch maxing. And with that it begins, the snitcher on everyone else starts to happen. He then see that some people has an overall rating even saying that it's average but better than the trash. Lee Kyung. Bro goes to check his and damn. Big wall of text saying he's so trash he should just give up. Like for real dude. Don't even try to swing a sword, and don't ever reproduce since you're a stain in the human DNA data. Straight up the worst alive, and maybe there are even some dead people who are more useful. Bro's confused. What the hell? Did I just get roasted for real? No answer, cause Snow Bunny just announced the grapers are free. Everyone's running for their asses, and in this case, literally. But our dude just waiting, not because he wants to connect with the orc race, but because he's scanning around him, and yeah, he found it. A dude well composed and focused telling everyone to stay calm and grab their weapons. But more importantly, a nice meat shield Wigga with 30 endurance. Thanks bro, you're going to take one for the team. Orcs rush and the first kiss to the neck is given. Then the 19 intelligence shines with our bro running towards meat shield Kun and saying, take the lead and I will help you from the side, dude. Dude starts glazing him, saying he looks shaken but is back on his feet fast. When a big drooly green mouth comes flying at them but gets slapped across the face. Our boy took the distraction meat shield made to hit it clean and run, and he's confident that he found a way to survive this. More big-eared goblins come flying like Dumbo, but they're all getting served with clean strikes on their faces. And when Bra's at risk, meat shield jumps in to intervene, and the bromance starts flourishing. They jolted across the battlefield and saw the portal on the other side. That's it. Easy escape, right? No, cause there's screaming of help coming from behind. He looks back and sees the dude becoming a Feastables in the 8-year-old goblin's hands. But he's cold stone and is not going to risky his life for this lunch bag, right? Wrong, because there goes the idiot. Wait, my man just stole the dude's bag. Holy, I joked about GTA 6, but this Wigga is straight up a white CJ. Bro couldn't believe he was about to die to goblins and still got robbed at the last breath by a human. If the bag's secured, we're having sliding feet across the dungeon, my man. Bromance couldn't believe the robbery, but no options, we gotta keep the motion. Look at this guy just stone cold incredulous, not even feeling the pain of having his head turned into popsicle. Lee Kyung just looks back and sends a thank you for the supplies, my G. Sometime later, hiding like rats, they're cooking a new plan. Our bro can't believe Meat Shield is actually so pathetic and them explains the obvious. This shit here, like a game, my man. Kill big boss, gain big level. We gotta become stronger to survive, and I think robbery is the way. I'm lying, he didn't say exactly that, but suddenly a big eye appeared, staring at them like me, looking at thick thighs. The duo was shocked but noted that the monster wasn't attacking. The talent clutch shows the creature has very bad eyesight and intelligence. With that, he signals for 5 IQ to stay quiet and grabs the thick stick. Bro's scared, saying they can't kill that. But our MC just darts like an arrow and stabs it clean in the Cyclops' eye. Meat Shield is terrified. This skinny boy goes on a crazy rampage with hundreds of stabs until the monster dies. And with that, strength goes to 11 and he smiles. Drenched in sweat and exhausted, Bromance Dude is staring like he just saw his first crush. But hold up, it gets much worse. He puts his hand on the dude's shoulders and thinks, I'll be sucking you dry down to your bones. Bro, I don't know what to say. If a hot girl said that, I'd have to change boxers. And our MC is just out here throwing this at us. I'm just gonna pretend it didn't happen. Bromance then says his name is Park Daegu, but RG now tells him to do whatever he wants. Then all of a sudden pulls a knife and starts cutting and measuring some stuff. What? He built a scarf that adds +1 endurance out of nowhere, and Bromance is all emotional, while our bro thinks his shield gotta be sturdy. After this warm exchange of words and maybe more, it's time to get back on the streets. As soon as they leave the jail, they see the scariest thing for any MC. A dumb-looking girl running in distress, of course being pursued by some drooling unfeeling creatures. At this point, I think the artist is just a goon and not the one from the gangs. At least he dips instantly since he knows nothing can be done, but that's when he notices something. Dumb Babe has 10 magic power but a legendary status under it. He instantly stops. Now I want him to say he's going to dry her too, or are you too cool for that? Now that he knew this, he told Deku to save the girl, but the monsters were far too many, and there was a chance they wouldn't manage it. The girl was getting closer and closer. Hiding behind a stone, our protagonist called for her to come over. She decided to obey. She moved toward our protagonist, heading to what could be a safe spot. They all managed to hide from the creatures, but one of them spotted Deku. Within seconds, it tried to kill him with a strike, but Deku used his shield. Our protagonist was right behind him and used the opening to attack with his spear. Lee jumped toward the battle and managed to hit the enemy. Deku was exhausted from that brief fight, but what was happening beside him was even more impressive. Our protagonist kept striking the monster fiercely without noticing another creature sneaking up behind him. But in a very confusing moment, a slash landed. Someone had just saved him. Lee watched as the creature's lifeless body dropped to the ground. He had no idea what just happened. The mysterious person responsible for saving him started walking toward them. He looked like a completely ordinary guy. Now he stared directly at our protagonist, seemingly confused by this encounter. Not knowing who he was, Lee used the mind's eye to see his abilities, and what truly shocked him was discovering that this man was the regressor of Altanis. That information was baffling, and our protagonist had no idea how such a title worked. Still, he and his friend thanked him for the help. Several of the stranger's attributes were at legendary or heroic level. The system stated that speaking to him was an honor for someone considered trash like our protagonist. After seeing all those attributes, Lee was completely stunned. It was as if this wasn't Kim's first time going through something like this. That was the mysterious man's name. Now that they were talking, Kim acknowledged that these two seemed capable of fighting. Deku quickly introduced his friend and was honest about what he had just witnessed. Kim had ended the fight with a single strike, while they had to struggle intensely. Lee was still shaken by the man's presence and tried to see what traits he possessed. He learned that Kim was a master of swordsmanship, which massively increased his attack power. It was so overwhelmingly good that our protagonist began to feel jealous. Kim, on the other hand, remained completely calm. Lee noticed Kim's expression and even wondered if he had sensed his status being read. While they continued getting to know one another, the girl remained hidden. Introducing himself formally, our protagonist thanked Kim for the help, trying to appear very polite to make a good impression. Kim said he was currently gathering survivors and already had a camp set up for that. This information sparked Lee's curiosity, and he wanted to know how many people were there. Answering the question, Kim said there were 30 people in total, but not all of them could fight. It would be good to count on these newcomers. For our protagonist, this was the perfect invitation. He also realized that Kim probably had a protagonist-type personality, ignoring the risks of gathering so many unfamiliar people. But since he had the title of regressor, he must certainly know how to overcome this place. Maintaining a good relationship with him was essential, and Lee decided he would cooperate. Interested in their savior, Deku asked if he already had a class, discovering that Kim was a swordsman. Our protagonist noticed the girl was still hiding, so he went over to her and offered his hand. Using every bit of charm he had, he tried to establish a good first impression, telling her he had come to help her. The girl was visibly calmer than before. Kim noticed what was happening, and it immediately caught his attention. He went straight to where the girl was. Confused and very shy, she said her name was Han. But good grief, what a boring name. From now on she would be called Stacy. And surprisingly, Kim was completely captivated by her and introduced himself with great enthusiasm. Our protagonist found that level of excitement strange. While Kim asked Stacy if she was okay, she said yes while clinging to our protagonist's arm. Kim remained very welcoming toward her, offering help with whatever she needed, but she didn't seem to respond very well to that. While thanking him, she kept hugging our protagonist even more tightly. Lee observed everything carefully. It was possible that this regressor had been specifically looking for the girl. He was certainly a powerful person who had witnessed the end of that world. With access to privileged information, he might want to gather everything that could be useful for the final outcome. People, of course, were valuable raw material for that. Since Lee was staring at the girl so intently, she became embarrassed. Even though it took her a while, she formally thanked him for saving her. With a big smile, Lee said it was no trouble at all, which only made her even more embarrassed. But our protagonist was trying to piece all this information together. He knew Stacy had tremendous potential for magic, and on the other side was a veteran on his second regression. Lee was certain he was standing beside great treasures, and he intended to stay close until the end. They finally arrived at the camp, and Deku was very surprised by what he saw. It seemed like a safe place. The infrastructure wasn't great, but there were many people. He wanted to know how Kim had found such a place. Kim said it happened by chance, but our protagonist disagreed. He knew Kim was a regressor. As soon as they arrived, a girl ran toward Kim. She wanted to know if the trip went well, quickly noticing the presence of new players. Her name was Joanna, and our protagonist wondered why she was being so affectionate. She said she had been worried because Kim took too long to return. Kim said these people would be living in the camp as well, and our protagonist decided to use the mind's eye on her. Examining Joanna's attributes carefully, the only remarkable thing was her selfish ambition, nothing else. Lee also found it strange that she was 7 years older than Kim. yet she was using that Korean honorific reserved for addressing older people. Besides that, her attributes were extremely ordinary. She was basically worthless. The system said our protagonist had just found his soulmate because he was trash just like her. While he was still thinking about that, Joanna asked for the names of Kim's new companions. Answering her question, Daku introduced himself and our protagonist. Stacy also introduced herself, and the whole time she still hadn't let go of our protagonist, which was genuinely interesting. Joanna seemed to shift her demeanor right away, as if she could feel the female competition rising in the camp. Our protagonist didn't like that one bit, finding her attitude extremely presumptuous as though they were being judged. Daku, being naturally big, gave a strong first impression. Stacy, on the other hand, was limping because of her injured leg, while our protagonist was a skinny guy. Joanna was indeed very opportunistic. She immediately approached Deku, believing that with all that muscle, he must have defeated many monsters. Something that was technically true, but Deku hadn't done it alone. If not for our protagonist, he wouldn't have managed it. Even though he was naive, the guy was very sincere. Hearing those words, Joanna began examining our protagonist even more, but since she heard good things about him, she gave a warm welcome to all of them. She said she would take them somewhere they could rest. The places were divided by gender, so Stacy should follow her. Joanna continued behaving suggestively, telling our protagonist to take care of her as well. But a snake recognizes another snake, and Lee realized she acted the same way he did. Only then did he notice the other people in that place who seemed a bit happier with the arrival of new warriors. People clearly not suited for combat looked more relieved. As he explored the camp, Lee agreed that the place seemed safe, but that safety wasn't meant for him. It was meant for the others. Watching Daku being praised by everyone, Lee realized that soon he would be used as a shield for those weak people. He finally managed to sleep well, but a conversation began to bother him. Kim was asking Daku if he had rested properly, and the mountain of muscle seemed renewed. Thanks to their conversation, our protagonist woke up. Getting out of his bed, Lee told Kim he had immediately noticed something in that place. Very few people were capable of fighting. That worried him. He wanted to know how the place was being maintained. Kim was honest and said the situation wasn't good. Food and water were running out quickly, and with so few warriors, it was difficult to take care of everyone. That number might grow even more. The supplies they had brought back from the last trip would soon be gone. Fighting monsters wasn't easy. Our protagonist bluntly said that the people who couldn't fight were just baggage. Kim didn't like hearing that and insisted they weren't just baggage. But our protagonist refused to back down, saying he wasn't a volunteer there. Only then did Deku realize the conversation was heading into sensitive territory. Worried, he asked if our protagonist was suggesting abandoning those people, but that wasn't what he meant. In reality, no matter how much they tried to maintain that place, there was nothing there for them. Confronted with those words, Kim fell silent. Even though the situation was difficult, Lee told Kim they were willing to help him. That seemed to give Kim a bit more hope. Our protagonist assumed Kim wanted to save everyone so they could escape together, and he sympathized with that idea. However, they were very different. Self-sacrifice wasn't natural for our boy, and he had no interest in doing everything as one big group. Those words might sound a little selfish. However, Kim said he understood him because there were certainly things he wanted for himself. Our boy was genuinely surprised by that level of understanding. He expected some kind of speech about self-sacrifice, but Kim was far more reasonable than he anticipated. Because of that, our protagonist decided to be a little more direct. He understood that Kim must have plans for the future, and he wanted to be part of them as well. After all, Lee knew he was dealing with a regressor. Hearing those words, Kim seemed very surprised at first, but he quickly relaxed, realizing that our protagonist had figured it out too. That mysterious woman at the beginning had given them two choices: attack and survive. Our protagonist said that the option of surviving seemed impossible to achieve. But with a small group, things could be different, and if Kim's plan was survival, then gathering more people made sense. Lee believed that those who weren't killed by monsters would eventually be defeated by their own metabolism, since food was essential. In any case, that was what he had taken from the mysterious woman's guidance. Kim said he understood those words perfectly, which made our protagonist even more confident. Then the regressor extended his hand to our boy, confirming that he also wanted to work with him. This was the ideal situation for our protagonist, exactly what he had been hoping for. But the way Kim looked at him changed. He knew Lee wasn't particularly strong, but because of their conversation, he now saw him as someone talented, someone analytical, someone capable of managing. Later that same day, they resumed exploring that dangerous world. Daku used his shield to attack a large creature, but he couldn't do that for long and called for help. Ready to assist, Kin was the first to step forward to end the situation. The good thing was that he didn't need to swing his sword many times. Every strike from the regressor was incredibly lethal. He delivered agony and destruction to the creatures with unmatched efficiency, leaving behind nothing but dread and panic. As if he were a true hero, every threat was completely wiped out. This only made our protagonist even happier. The mind's eye truly hadn't lied. Kim said there were more creatures ahead and he would take care of them while the others gathered supplies. Daku had already started doing that, noticing the number of monsters decreasing. For our protagonist, this clearly had to do with Kim's actions. He must have cleared the area multiple times already. Daku was growing more curious about the origins of their new companions, someone so skilled with a sword. Responding to him, Lee said that Kim might have had some kind of martial experience, or maybe it was an effect of his class. Hearing that, Deku seemed discouraged, something our protagonist noticed immediately. He approached his ally, saying they shouldn't feel anxious about it, because soon they would have their own classes. He also insisted that Deku was extremely helpful, but the Mountain of Muscle had low self-esteem, saying most of the work was done by the others. At that moment, Lee used all his charisma to reassure him that life would be much harder without Deku. Those words worked perfectly, boosting the big guy's self-worth a little. Their conversation was interrupted by a familiar glow. The same light appeared in our boy's field of vision. He had just received his classes. Among them was a rare category commander. That made our protagonist extremely happy, because the class had appeared sooner than he expected, and its rare status caught his attention immediately. This made Lee start thinking about how each option could be used. The warrior class was common. He would fight on the front lines, adapt easily, and had potential for evolution. The archer class was also common, could evolve, and focused on agility. The mage class would increase his mana a little. Considering those possibilities, our boy liked the idea of not needing to stay so close to direct combat. But what really caught his attention was the commander class. It didn't have any battle skills. It would increase his intelligence by 1 point, and the system said the classes unlocked through it were unknown. He wondered how advantageous it could be to have a broader view of the battlefield. Kim, who had just returned, noticed his companions were choosing their classes. Our protagonist told him which options had appeared for him, including the commander class. Kim seemed surprised at that news, and his reaction left our protagonist confused. He had thought the class might be good, but now he wasn't sure if it was some kind of trap. Deku, however, loved the idea, saying the class suited his friend perfectly. He hadn't said it aloud before, but he believed that class was tailor-made for him, someone who had a natural inclination to lead. Kim was considering the attribute gains for that class. It wasn't as advantageous as the others, which provided 3 points. It seemed Kim wanted our boy to choose something else, while Deku strongly disagreed. For the regressor, our boy should choose the archer class. Deku, on the other hand, couldn't wait to be led by his commander. Now the two were arguing about it. Kim wanted an archer for the team, while Deku wanted our protagonist in command. Their argument kept escalating while Lee simply watched as his friends became more and more intense. The truth was that he still didn't know what to choose, and their reactions only confused him further. But after reading the descriptions of all those classes, it seemed he had reached his own conclusion. After all, he needed to choose the most efficient path, and he finally selected the class that best contributed to that. His body went through an instant change. The decision had been made, and his companions noticed right away. They wanted to know immediately what he had chosen. They seemed more excited about it than he was. His companions waited anxiously for his answer, knowing this decision was crucial for the team. Lee was ready to reveal the truth. Surprising everyone, including me, he'd chosen the mage profession. This completely crushed Deoku's excitement, since he had imagined being led by his commander friend. Upon hearing the news, Kim wanted to know the reasoning behind our protagonist's choice. Lee's answer was simple. He followed his intuition. He also noticed Kim's disappointment that he wasn't an archer. Being an archer didn't suit him. He wasn't good with motor coordination. He also wouldn't choose commander since its attribute growth was too small. That left only the mage option, which would increase his intelligence stat, which was already high. Not to mention that his mana would rise as well, a stat that was still completely unknown to him. Since he chose the mage class, he would now absorb basic magical knowledge. All of this appeared in his mind, the feeling of knowledge forming and the presence of mana. When he looked at his status window, he saw basic magic knowledge and his new mana points. To the system, he was still terrible, but now he was trash that could at least feel mana, making it clear that he shouldn't expect much from that choice, since his potential was still non-existent. But for our protagonist, that was better than nothing, and his new abilities would soon become useful. Seeing Deku's disappointment, our boy asked if he had already chosen his own class. The system had offered him the squire class and the priest class, but he had no idea which one to choose, which was surprising. For Kim and our protagonist, there was no doubt he should become a squire. Apparently, Deku had actually considered the other option, but his companions insisted he should choose squire. He finally made his decision. Our protagonist was eager to know the result. Deku proudly lifted his shield. Following our protagonist's advice, he had chosen the most useful class. Lee became extremely excited about this, praising his friend's decision, while thinking to himself that now he had a real meat shield. After the class selection, Kim congratulated both of them, reminding them they could return to the camp now. However, he wanted to know how they should divide the food. Taking one of the supply bags, Lee said that 2 bags were more than enough for the 3 of them. It was now Kim's job to take the remaining supplies and feed the rest of the people. Apparently, this noble gesture ended up touching the regressor, who thanked him sincerely. Meanwhile, at the camp, people were still waiting for their return. A girl was worried because she was hungry, and the men were taking too long. But Joanna asked her to be patient. Even so, the woman continued complaining about the delay. Joanna offered her some of her own food. Nearby, there was a man who was clearly hungry. Joanna decided to observe him more closely, noticing that he also wanted some of that bread. So she broke the bread she was holding, giving a piece to the complaining woman and throwing crumbs on the ground for the man who ate but never helped anyone. Truly, Joanna was a despicable woman, and she seemed to enjoy feeding that man with crumbs. As soon as she finished doing that, she noticed the main team returning with more food. It was Kim and the main cast. When Joanna saw them arrive, she and the other women gave them a warm reception, showing great enthusiasm at the sight of all that food. But as soon as he returned, Kim said he needed to go back to the forest immediately. A man wearing glasses approached our protagonist asking for some food. Lee examined him carefully and completely ignored the poor background character's request. Deoku immediately came closer, asking whether our boy had no intention of sharing his supplies. And once again, Lee said he wasn't a volunteer worker, but that worried his friend because it could damage their reputation. To Lee, the solution was simple. Anyone who was hungry should pick up a sword and look for food. People needed motivation. The one sharing bread with everyone kindly was Joanna, gaining her companion's approval. Our protagonist realized she had taken over camp management in Kim's absence. Her behavior was very typical. In front of someone strong, she pretended to be weak. In front of the weak, she acted strong, becoming the leader whenever the regressor wasn't around. Analyzing that, our boy noticed a group of people approaching. Many of them seemed cheerful, while others were working hard. He immediately decided to look into that better. Those carrying stones were working, building defenses for the camp. There were even people who dared complain to these workers, making it clear that if they didn't finish that day's task, they would go hungry. And that made our protagonist very thoughtful. Now he understood the kind of treatment Stacy had been receiving in that place. Knowing this, he decided to talk with Deoku for a moment. He asked if he still remembered the girl they had met the day before, and the squire said yes. Then our protagonist picked up a supply bag and told Deoku to give it to her, and to look after the girl as well. That order filled Deoku with hope. He said he would obey immediately, believing he might gain some kind of advantage from it. Meanwhile, Stacy continued working hard. Our protagonist noticed she looked exhausted and very lonely, since he and the squire were the only ones who would look after her there. But what Lee truly wanted was the long-term advantage of helping someone with such incredible potential during her moment of vulnerability. It would create a massive debt of gratitude. Following our boy's instructions, Deku headed towards Stacy. But before he reached her, he saw something happening. A man with glasses arrived first, offering her a piece of bread. This was something our protagonist absolutely did not expect, and now he was deeply concerned. He had no idea who that nearsighted background character was. Watching the situation, our boy began burning with anger because he refused to lose someone so valuable for the future. And he understood that it was far too obvious why someone would suddenly act kind in a situation of scarcity like that. If food was running out, there was only one reason the nearsighted man was doing that. Deku noticed what was going on with our protagonist, who simply asked the squire to continue his task, so he approached Stacy again. At that moment, she was chatting with the nearsighted man about trivial things in the camp. Once more, he offered her bread, which left her even more embarrassed. He kept insisting, saying the days there had been hard for everyone. Hearing that, she finally accepted the bread and thanked him for his kindness. As she ate, she started believing that this man was being overly generous. Then she remembered what had happened the previous day when she was saved by our protagonist. That memory made her see him in a romantic way. Every time she thought about him, Stacy became emotional. While eating the bread she got from another man, she found herself wondering what our protagonist was doing at that moment. That was when she realized the nearsighted man wanted to get even closer to her. The poor naive girl thought it was a request for friendship and agreed, until she noticed something more direct. The man had placed his hand on hers, looking at her intently. Completely ignoring her discomfort, he grabbed her arm. Her fear increased immediately because she didn't know what he was trying to do. That was when he revealed his true intentions. He said she was terrible at noticing what was really happening. He hadn't done that charity for nothing and expected something in return. She should know how to repay a favor. Stacy began to panic. The nearsighted man grabbed her even harder and started threatening her, saying that she needed to cooperate or things would become complicated. Finally, someone arrived to rescue her. And this man warned the nearsighted fool to let go of Stacy immediately, or the structural integrity of his face might be compromised. Even with that warning, the nearsighted man chose to ignore the real man standing before him. So it was time for discipline. Like a bolt of lightning, a strike came down on his forearm. Deku was in no mood for patience, and he made it very clear he could have broken the man's arm if he wanted to. Even injured, the jerk still had time to insult Deku, who was now grabbing him by the collar. Stacy watched everything closely. Then the jerk was thrown far away, as if he were nothing more than a sack of potatoes. That drew everyone's attention, including Joanna's. The background characters wanted to know what had happened. Our protagonist watched everything with interest while eating one of his breads. In the process, the jerk with glasses hurt his nose and was now whining like a child. Even Deku felt embarrassed. He hadn't even used that much force. But now that the man was being annoying and trying to get everyone's attention, Deku decided to give him real reasons to cry, though Stacy stalked him. She said she was fine, nothing serious had happened, and that violence wasn't the answer. Then Joanna decided to get involved too. Showing just how foolish she was, she went to help the jerk with glasses. Trying to intimidate Deku, she said violence was forbidden there and demanded to know what happened. Telling the truth, Deku said Stacy had been harassed and he stopped something worse from happening. That was a serious accusation. Joanna asked if it was true, and the jerk with glasses lied immediately, of course. He claimed it was all a misunderstanding, that he had only touched her hand by accident. That version only made Deku even angrier, ready to correct the jerk on the spot. The man with glasses said he just wanted to get closer to Stacy, claiming she had responded positively, but he misinterpreted her words. Joanna then demanded Stacy's version of the story to confirm if it was true. Being watched by everyone, she immediately became embarrassed. Hearing the comments about her, that two men had fought because of her, only made her feel worse. She didn't understand why she was being treated as if she were at fault for something she never caused. Only she knew she had been the victim. She realized that place was just like Earth. No one stood by her side. With tears in her eyes, the girl ended up confirming the jerk's story. But then she explained that afterward he held her hand tightly and said things that scared her. Because she was emotional, Joanna didn't understand most of those words, but she grasped one important part. The man with glasses tried to get close to her, and Stacy agreed to it, which scared her. She revealed she didn't understand what that jerk's intentions were, and that's why she was apologizing now. But those words weren't enough for Joanna. She said crying wouldn't solve anything. She thanked Deku for stepping in, believing Stacy had been in danger, but told him he should have understood the situation better. That only deepened Stacy's shame. Joanna said apologies wouldn't solve the problem, at least not for her, and suggested Stacy apologize to the man with glasses, forcing the victim to apologize to her aggressor. Dear God, what a vile woman. After hearing that, Stacy was completely shocked. Joanna told her to hurry, kneel down, and beg for forgiveness. The girl was truly uncomfortable with that demand. Even so, she tried her hardest to apologize. Finally, thank God, our protagonist decided to act. With firm steps, he walked toward the conflict. Filled with determination, he asked what was going on, because the alpha male wanted answers. Our protagonist did not expect so many people to gather over this problem. And to be completely honest, he didn't care what happened between those two, because something far more important was happening now. Stacy had been completely cornered by the situation. When our protagonist arrived, Joanna said she was relieved, but our boy told her she was losing her mind. She was instantly confused. He asked if she thought she was the manager of that place. They were making so much noise that monsters could show up, and that made the background characters nervous. They quickly realized they wouldn't be able to do much if danger reached them. Even so, Joanna tried to justify herself, but our boy had seen what happened, and even from a distance, he had an opinion about it. They couldn't be so sure of the real victim was. When a group ganged up on a single person, it was natural for that person to feel afraid, cornered. Joanna insisted with full conviction that the fault was Stacy's, so our boy asked if she was truly certain that the jerk with glasses was innocent. That left Joanna completely speechless. She couldn't guarantee that, and if she did, she would be implicating herself. Even so, they had all joined together to pressure Stacy. It would be a shame if Kim were here to witness all this, our boy added. Slowly, the background characters grew concerned. If Kim expelled them from the camp, they would be completely doomed. And our protagonist wasn't done speaking. In his eyes, Stacy would never make a false accusation. He said that only to move closer to her, without realizing how effective his words were. Joanna, still desperate to embarrass herself, insisted that our protagonist didn't know Stacy. Using a flawless counterargument, he asked whether offering friendship was the same thing as inviting someone to share a bed. Getting close to someone didn't automatically mean there would be physical contact. He suggested that Joanna think very carefully about that. That was enough to sway the background characters. Joanna became worried as people began siding with our protagonist, leaving her completely discredited. Her authority collapsed. She asked if he really intended to handle things this way. That was when she realized exactly what had happened. Our protagonist had done all of it intentionally. He had risen above her. And now it was Joanna who had to bow before the new ruler of the camp. Everything that happened had pushed him into that position. Joanna was completely stripped of credibility. Because of that, Stacy felt much more at ease. Our boy then asked why everyone was gathered there. Seizing the opportunity, he started giving orders to the background characters. 2 of them would handle the man with glasses. He also recommended cleaning the place thoroughly, since it would make daily tasks easier. It was possible the noise had attracted monsters, so they would establish patrols. Deku would be in charge of that, and he was thrilled about it. Now that everything was resolved, our boy told Stacy to come with him. She agreed immediately. Rumors began spreading that she had seduced our protagonist, but he hoped she would ignore them. The important thing was for everyone to see that she had the favor of someone with authority. Joanna, however, was burning with envy. Nag had fallen and our boy sat at the improvised table. He asked Stacy to sit as well. Now alone with him, the girl apologized. She had never imagined things would escalate like that. Our protagonist told her not to worry, but asked her to explain what really happened, encouraging her to speak comfortably. She was surprised by the invitation. Even though she was emotional, she began to talk. She wasn't good at choosing words, but she said that the man with glasses grabbed her while yelling. Our protagonist listened to everything with great concern, but the girl was so emotional that even for him it was difficult to understand exactly what had happened. The truth was that it didn't matter. He only wanted to show a bit of empathy. After letting everything out, Stacy said she felt a little better now and thanked our boy. Because of the circumstances, Lee told her there was nothing to thank him for. However, there was something very important for her in all of that. Someone had believed her words. Since they met, she had only been helped and she hadn't been able to repay any of it yet. So she asked if there was any reason why Lee had been so helpful. Our boy answered that he had only done what was right. And if there had to be a reason, he said he had a younger sister around her age and missed her. Every time he looked at Stacy, he remembered good moments. But the truth was that his sister was extremely mediocre, and he didn't miss her at all. The two weren't alike in the slightest, he had only used that strategy of increased empathy, nothing more. Stacy apologized for making him say something so personal. She said she also had two sisters, but barely spoke to them. She shared that her parents were no longer in that world. Our protagonist said they had many similarities. Hearing that made the girl feel a little happier, realizing there was someone else as unhappy as she was in that strange place, not knowing that our protagonist was planning every move. Now raising her affection would be very easy. He told her she could feel comfortable talking to him anytime. That offer made Stacy flustered because she was already starting to grow feelings for him. After calming down, she said she understood. That made our protagonist extremely pleased. He then used the mind's eye to examine her status. Until now, Stacy hadn't selected her class. The system said that if she became a mage, she would be far more talented than the trash that was our protagonist. Hearing that, Lee gained a new objective. He needed to make her a mage immediately. While they were talking, someone announced her arrival, asking if she could join the conversation as well. The voice was familiar to both of them. Our protagonist knew this woman would eventually approach him, but it happened sooner than expected. He excused himself from Stacy, saying he needed to speak with this other person. As he left, the two women exchanged a brief glance, and Stacy chose to completely ignore Joanna's presence. Now alone, our protagonist wanted to know what brought Joanna there. She said she wanted to apologize for causing such a commotion. He accepted it easily, saying he also should apologize because he reacted too intensely. To our boy, this woman would slow things down a bit, but he was willing to hear her out. She said she had thought about the situation, recognized the size of her mistake, and wanted to resolve it. Our protagonist told her to do what her conscience told her to do. After all, she seemed to have been responsible for managing that place from the beginning. He was the one who had overridden her authority. Joanna tried saying it wasn't exactly like that, but our boy insisted. He also said it would be best if no situation required his intervention. People like them, who had no talent, needed to lean on politics to have some degree of control and power. Finally, Joanna stood up and sat right beside our protagonist. Being extremely friendly, she began using her physical charm to persuade him, and she intended to use it to the fullest. Because she had noticed something about him. She liked ambitious people. The more she got to know him, the more she realized he was exactly her type, suggesting they could become much closer from now on. Joanna was absolutely sure that our boy only tried to control her earlier to make a good impression in front of Stacy, and she wanted to take Stacy's place. Our protagonist admitted that the two of them were very similar, which filled Joanna with hope. And good grief, I was not expecting this. The two of them started kissing, because our protagonist genuinely believed they could work well together. A few days later, a stage had been built in the middle of the camp. Standing on it was the man with glasses, apologizing to everyone for what he had done. Everyone in the camp was talking about Joanna's change of opinion, which was why the man with glasses was apologizing now. And the people in this camp loved to gossip. I can't even blame them. It was the only thing those useless folks had to do. They kept inventing rumors about the whole situation. Now they wanted to know what was so special about Stacy for all that trouble to happen. Our protagonist watched all those rumors carefully. He remembered the conversation he had with Joanna that night, giving her permission to handle the man with glasses. But she needed to inform him immediately if anything strange occurred. Joanna understood that he wanted things resolved quietly, with no unnecessary noise, and she would handle it in a way that left Stacy with no choice but to depend even more on him. Joanna also wanted to know what was so interesting about that girl, because our protagonist seemed obsessed with her. That made him uncomfortable since he did not consider himself obsessed. He also said he wouldn't share his intentions with Joanna, and he said that somewhat sharply, making their age difference clearer. Now, our protagonist understood that Joanna had great political intuition. The atmosphere of the camp had changed, and it had been a good move to ally with her. Because of that decision, he had to listen to Stacy crying for several days. Even so, she felt much more at ease thanks to his presence, and he was teaching her some basic magic as well. Keeping up his persona, Lee said he should be the one feeling relieved to have her around. He also realized that learning together was an excellent way to get closer to her. Showing interest, he asked if Stacy still couldn't use basic magic, and she said no. So our protagonist raised one finger. With a simple chant, he produced a small flame. That left Stacy completely astonished. For the past few days, he had also been training with Deku so they could become more familiar with their classes. Returning to Stacy's lesson, he explained that the image of the flame was important. It was essential for producing fire. But since the girl hadn't progressed at all, it was possible she could only use magic after obtaining her class. He told her she would soon go hunting with them, so she could get more practical experience. That invitation made Stacy very happy, and she promised to do her best. Our protagonist then stood up, ending the theoretical lesson for the day. That was when Stacy said there was something she still couldn't understand. Recently, her mana had increased. Our protagonist pretended to be surprised, but he was genuinely impressed by his growing treasure. Soon, she would obtain a class, and he was eager to see how strong she could become. Using his ability, our protagonist suddenly saw something interesting, something that left him completely speechless. Stacy had already become a mage. This might have happened because she understood the basics of magic, and her growth potential had increased dramatically. Even so, our boy felt confused, unsure of exactly what had happened. Stacy noticed the confusion on his face and said she still didn't know how to use mana. To our protagonist, this could only be a lie, and he now tried to understand when exactly it happened. Now our protagonist was genuinely worried, imagining that Stacy wasn't being honest. Since his discomfort was clear on his face, he told her he had simply gotten lost in thought. Getting closer again, he asked whether she understood how mana worked. Stacy said she was doing exactly what she had been taught, but it wasn't easy. But our boy knew her status. Things shouldn't be that difficult for her. So he decided to teach her a bit more, trying to figure out what she was hiding. He suggested she try visualizing fire at her fingertips, and this time she actually managed to produce a small flame. Her eyes changed briefly. The flame vanished soon after, leaving our boy even more confused. The girl tried to apologize, saying it was very hard, but to our protagonist it was obvious she had failed on purpose. She then asked to be taught again. Lee promised he would do so the next day. At that moment, another woman approached. I don't know if this citizen will matter in the long run, so I'll just call her the Ditz, because she has a very ditzy face. She asked whether our protagonist had a moment. This poor girl helped Joanna with camp matters, and since Joanna was an ally, Lee had to talk with the Ditz often. With something to handle now, our boy said goodbye to Stacy, telling her they would meet the next day. That promise filled Stacy with joy, but the Ditz clearly didn't like that kind of interaction. Now alone, our boy asked if something had happened. The Ditz said it was nothing serious, but she had heard he would soon announce who would join the next hunting team, and with great enthusiasm she wanted to be part of it. Our protagonist immediately used his ability on her and saw she still didn't have a class. She did have some interesting attributes, so he considered taking her. He told her he intended to bring Stacy first. The Ditz reminded him he needed people capable of fighting, insisting she would be a much better addition than that child. She clearly had no idea how to evaluate people's potential. Our protagonist said he would think about it, but suggested she shouldn't get her hopes up. Joanna finally gathered all camp members because an announcement about the hunts would be made. Passing the word to Kim, he thanked everyone for coming. Surviving in that place was becoming very difficult, so they would begin taking people who wanted to learn how to fight. Stacy stood toward the back of the group, listening to the rumors about her that she was receiving favoritism. She didn't like that kind of talk, and remembering the moments she spent close to our protagonist made her heart race. He was the only person she could trust in that place. Lying to him felt awful, but she was doing it only to get more of his attention, hoping it would happen when they were alone. Her presence startled the Ditz as she passed by, though she hadn't seen Stacy. She said Stacy was very weird and she didn't like the way she approached our protagonist. Stacy tried to explain herself, but the Ditz said she had a stupid-looking face and seemed like an idiot. And just from looking at Stacy, she could tell she liked Lee. That statement made Stacy extremely uncomfortable, but for heaven's sake, it was obvious even to the rocks on the ground, let alone the people around. Trying to get into Stacy's head, the clueless girl asked if she really believed our protagonist cared about her. She said Stacy would be on the hunting team by pure luck and must be delusional if she imagined any kind of relationship with Lee. She was definitely nothing more than a stupid brat. The Ditz began bribing, saying she knew how to read people. Someone with our protagonist's profile didn't trust others and would easily discard useless individuals. Weak people like Stacy would soon be thrown away because Lee would eventually get tired of her. Stacy tried not to believe those words, but the Ditz's psychological attack was extremely effective. She insisted that Stacy would be discarded like a useless tool, and she was certain this had already happened to Stacy before. Someone as ineffective as Stacy must have been thrown aside many times. Stacy immediately remembered her past life when she depended on her older sisters who hated being responsible for her. The Ditz assured her that soon she would no longer receive any attention from our protagonist, saying she would be a much better addition because she wasn't as stupid as Stacy. While they were talking, both of their names were announced as members of the hunting team, which made the Ditz very happy. Her request had been granted. She told Stacy not to get in her way because she only dragged others down. Finally walking off, she left behind a Stacy whose mind had been completely shattered. For heaven's sake, this poor girl's mind is like an open door for anyone with bad intentions. She makes it way too easy. All she could do now was cling to the hope that our protagonist wasn't that kind of person. Poor thing. He had also promised they would hunt together and keep training together. Stacy loved receiving that kind of attention and was already beginning to see our protagonist as part of her family. She even acknowledged that she might be stupid and slow to learn, but she was certain of one thing. Someone as wonderful as our protagonist who genuinely cared for her. And yet the Ditz had gone to her just to say horrible lies. She desperately hoped our boy wouldn't be swayed by such poison. She didn't want to be discarded by him. But giving into her intrusive thoughts, Stacy was being consumed by fear. She truly believed that right at that moment, the Ditz was poisoning our protagonist's mind. It left her completely frantic. She genuinely believed a conspiracy was taking shape. She was hearing voices, everything was getting far too intense, until her hallucination reached its peak, where our protagonist no longer saw her as she really was, but only as a burden. A few minutes earlier, Kim had apologized for gathering everyone so suddenly, but they all knew how hard it was becoming to find water and food, so they needed to start training the camp residents. For that, he asked our protagonist to show everyone something. He revealed to the others that he could produce fire. Some background characters were very impressed. Our boy explained that the place they were in wasn't the Earth they knew. It was as if they were inside a game, and his class here was mage. He was still a beginner and still an ordinary person like everyone else. In the beginning, he was afraid of the creatures. But everything had changed. Those who fought could become stronger, but they had to choose to act that way because the entire group needed to grow. Only then would they survive. After his speech, the camp residents felt much more motivated. They wanted to grow stronger as well. Kim liked everyone's positive reaction. Even Deku was excited. 2 people were chosen to put this experiment into practice. The first was Stacy, and the second chosen was the Ditz. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, she walked directly to our protagonist. They held hands in a friendly manner, and our protagonist leaned in to whisper something to her. He knew she had tried to humiliate Stacy just minutes earlier, and that immediately left the Ditz terrified. Our boy said he would give just one warning and that it should stay between them. She had better not mess with Stacy again or she would have problems. Very firm, Lee asked if she understood what he had said. Terrified, the girl answered that he had been extremely clear. That response made our boy happy. He believed he had solved a major issue. He needed to take advantage of how easy it currently was to get closer to Stacy, but it seemed Kim had noticed something going on. Our boy wondered why Stacy hadn't gone up on the stage yet. He noticed she was very isolated, distant from everyone. Her gaze was dark and deep. The moment he saw that, our protagonist began to worry. He didn't know when it just happened. It had been so intense that he wondered if it was an illusion. Sweating and with a headache, Deku asked if he was okay, noticing something was wrong. But our protagonist said he just needed some rest. His friend encouraged him to do that, reminding him that the next day would be the hunting expedition and he needed to be prepared. At that moment, Stacy found a small opportunity. She managed to meet his eyes and immediately she felt much better. Seeing that, Lee waved back, although he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Beside him on the stage was the Ditz, who didn't like what had happened. She hated being intimidated by our protagonist. Because of what she had done earlier, she was now on our boy's blacklist, and she knew her situation had become much worse. She had spent a long time flattering Joanna to reach the position she had now, and it might have backfired. While she thought about that, Joanna approached her, saying she hoped she would perform well in the next day's expedition and suggesting she take care of our protagonist. But the Ditz felt like an animal being instructed and didn't want to follow that kind of command. Joanna reminded her that she was that kind of person, someone who flattered others for protection. There was nothing wrong with getting close to those who were skilled, especially for safety, but the problem was that the Ditz had ruined everything before it even started. Now she stared at our protagonist, thinking of ways to approach him. In a short time, he had surpassed Joanna's influence in the camp. He shouldn't be ignored under any circumstances. She now believed her future was at risk and that soon she would be stepped on by the idiot Stacy. All of her efforts would have been meaningless. Worried about her future, the Ditz realized she needed to act. She had to get close to our protagonist if she wanted to survive. The next day, everyone was ready to depart. Kim and Deku would be at the front of the group, while the others would provide support from behind. Looking at the newcomers, Kim told them to be cautious, since it was their first time joining the hunting team. He gave combat instructions while our protagonist watched Stacy closely, trying to understand what exactly had happened the previous day. He wasn't sure if it had only been his imagination or if he was missing something important. The girl soon noticed she was being watched and gave him a deeply unsettling smile. Terrified, our boy decided he would observe her very carefully, all while being watched by the Ditz, who was trying to figure out how to keep herself safe. When the explanations ended, Kim called everyone to begin the journey. Our protagonist had no idea how frightening this expedition would be. Several creatures were approaching the group. Unfortunately for them, Kim was extremely skilled with a sword and executed brutal movements. They were all holding up well against the attacks. The 2 newcomers were terrified, not knowing what to do. Our protagonist kept ending lives with his own hands. This scene made the Ditz more and more distressed, while Stacy's admiration for our boy only grew. Finally, the area was decorated with lifeless bodies. Deku said they had only run into weak creatures today. Even so, Kim said he had a bad feeling and told everyone to stay alert. Then someone warned Deku to be careful. On his left side, a large creature was approaching, and it did not look happy. Deku had to raise his shield to defend, but his defense was also his attack. His entire body was overflowing with a brutal energy. With his renewed strength, he managed to shove the large creature away. The beast roared in fury. Its liver was probably no longer in the state it had come into the world. Straining himself, Deku told one of his friends to finish it off. He couldn't hold it for long. Our protagonist told the Ditz to take the opportunity and use the spear immediately, but the experience was overwhelming for her, and she didn't know if she could do it. The more she looked at the creature, the stronger the fear growing in her heart became. After hearing its roar, she froze completely. Our boy realized she talked more than she acted, so it was time to give her a small shock of reality. He immediately placed his hand over her trembling hand. He warned her that if she acted like that again, she would very likely lose her life right there. He told her to understand that quickly. Standing behind her, our protagonist tried to guide her movements so she could use the spear properly. She finally managed to attack, stabbing the creature in the chest. The monster was still alive. She couldn't lose control. Blood was running down the spear and covering her hands. Our boy told her to see it as cutting meat, but the Ditz was now convinced he was just insane. While they forced the life out of the creature, it let out another furious roar until finally its body collapsed, completely lifeless. After that intense moment, the Dits collapsed to the ground. She couldn't believe how overwhelming it all had been. Her companions only watched. There were no words for a moment like that. Our protagonist used the opportunity to tell her that this had been the first and last time he would help her. When they were out hunting, she couldn't expect anyone to save her, and she was lucky this had only been training. Next time, she needed to learn to survive on her own. Now, the Dits' own belief that our protagonist discarded useless people began tormenting her. If she didn't fix her situation soon, she might never return to camp. But then she was caught off guard by a compliment from our boy. He told her she had done an excellent job. The mixture of contradictory emotions made her forget fear for a moment and simply feel irritated with him. Stacy watched their closeness closely, showing worrying signs of potential madness as she grew anxious. As it was getting dark, they decided to build a campfire. They needed rotating shifts to keep watch. Deku would be next. So Kim stood up to wake him. The poor guy took a while to get up. For him, waking up felt like re-entering a traumatic experience. When Deku approached the fire, our protagonist remained awake. He was far too tense that day. Even exhausted, he couldn't sleep, too many thoughts racing through his mind. When this hunt ended, he had no idea what path he should take next to keep surviving. Everything was extremely confusing at the moment. He had no idea what continent this was, nor what that announcement at the very beginning truly meant. Thinking about how he ended up in this place was just as absurd. He didn't know what had happened to everything he left behind. Since he was close to a regressor, he wondered if Kim might have more answers. Now our protagonist wanted to know who Kim really was and what had happened in the past that caused him to return to this life. Eventually, our protagonist managed to close his eyes. But in the middle of the night, he woke again, completely disoriented. He didn't know what time it was. His eyes were still very tired. And then he noticed Stacy had approached the Dits. Our boy began paying closer attention. Once again, he saw that dark, unsettling expression on Stacy's face. Seeing it for the second time terrified him. He had no idea what she might be planning. Since he was exhausted, he preferred to believe he was just imagining things. It would be better to forget he had witnessed that because he was sure Stacy was a good girl and would never do anything wrong. But to his surprise, she approached him. While he tried to fall asleep again, Stacy watched him. As if she were completely depraved, she gently ran her fingers through his hair, noticing that he looked even more adorable while sleeping. Possessive and twisted thoughts filled her mind. She thought about him intensely, insisting that she would never allow anyone to take him from her hands. The next day, our protagonist woke up visibly tired. Seeing this, Kim noticed his companion didn't seem well rested, but our protagonist insisted he was fine. There was something else catching his attention within the team. On the surface, Stacy seemed fine, but that feeling from the previous day still haunted him. The Dits was deep in thought as well. Only then did our protagonist realize he might have made Stacy jealous by getting too close to another girl. With everyone gathered, Kim announced they would explore deeper, reaching the limit of what everyone could handle before returning to the resting area. That plan pleased the group, but our protagonist was extremely cautious. It seemed he was the only one aware of the potential ticking time bomb. While walking, he kept a close eye on the Dits. At one point, he nudged a rock toward her foot, making her trip. Before she could stumble further, Lee quickly caught her, suggesting she should be more careful. The girl agreed, but found his behavior extremely strange. The truth was that Lee had just conducted an experiment. Looking back, he felt the monstrous aura radiating from Stacy's jealous heart. For heaven's sake, our boy was getting complicated too. Sometimes all a guy needs is a jealous, clingy girl to whip him into shape, apparently. Feeling that ominous aura, Lee was truly frightened. He had just confirmed his hypothesis. Stacy was burning with jealousy over him. The problem was that this was not the outcome he wanted. He only intended to build a sibling-like relationship with her, nothing more. Now he was trying to figure out where his plan had gone wrong, all while being observed by the Dits. Showing far more perception than most men, the Dits realized she had been used, and she decided she would not allow herself to be belittled within the group. They soon reached a much darker area, likely far more dangerous. Our protagonist began hearing sounds approaching. There might be danger around the next corner. Kim, claiming he was experiencing auditory hallucinations, informed the group they must be getting close. He ended up becoming a bit worried. He felt a presence approaching them, and Deoku asked whether it was monsters. Kim said he sensed a weakened magical power, possibly a sign of an incoming attack, but the information was too vague. With his shield in hand, Deku moved forward to investigate what lay ahead. It didn't take long for everyone to be surprised by something. They found a large staircase. It led downward into an underground floor, something none of them expected. Observing it carefully, Kim suggested that something important might be hidden below. Our boy liked how Kim handled himself and planned to keep paying close attention to everything, he said. They were almost at the tutorial dungeon. They needed to plan a strategy. Teoku said they just needed to find the enemies, and Kim liked that idea. However, it would be better to return there in the next expedition. That would be their limit for now. Then Kim realized they needed to make decisions quickly. Some monsters were approaching from the other end of the corridor. The newcomers grew terrified. Meanwhile, the Dits prepared to take advantage of the situation as much as she could. Since there were only 3 creatures, Kim would take one, our protagonist another, and Deoku the third. the girls would simply observe. With everything planned, they advanced to attack. Deku hurled his shield violently, hitting one monster square in the chest. The other two didn't appreciate that and rushed forward to counterattack. Being incredibly strong, Deku managed to hold back two monsters at once. Meanwhile, our protagonist began casting a spell, forming a large mass of flames. He then unleashed a deadly attack on his designated target, and Kim, as always, overwhelmed his opponent from behind with precise, lethal strikes. Only one creature remained alive, and Deku was already pushing it back with his shield. Since it was the last enemy, Kim immediately called the girls forward. Hearing her name, Stacy felt confused. Our protagonist looked back. The ditz was no longer there. Stacy said her companion had been right behind her seconds ago, but now she had vanished. Concerned, Kim suggested searching for her, but our protagonist said they needed to focus on the mission, believing the ditz would show up soon. At that moment, someone attacked the creature's head. It wasn't anyone assigned to finish it off, and the attack wasn't strong enough to kill the monster, only to enrage it further. Deku was the first to suffer because of that, getting kicked away by the creature. While our protagonist worried about his friend, he nearly got devoured. From the corner of his eye, he could see what was about to happen. At the last moment, Kim appeared to save the day and remove the monster's head. Finally, the danger was over. But immediately after, an intense scream echoed. It was the ditz apologizing to everyone. She claimed she had fallen while trying to follow them and was shocked by what had happened. For some reason, everyone staring at her was speechless. She insisted she had only been trying to help but didn't know how to throw her spear properly. Terror filled our protagonist's eyes. Because of this woman's idiocy, her scream was going to attract more monsters to the area. Realizing how dangerous the situation had become, they needed to retreat immediately. In the middle of the confusion, Stacy sensed danger approaching. She simply watched as her companions panicked. The truth was that the ditz had done everything on purpose. She wanted to sabotage the group. She hated the way our protagonist behaved, as if he were the king of the camp. Now he risked falling behind and not making it out alive. As they began to flee, Lee told Stacy to hurry as well. But the girl seemed lost in her own thoughts. As the situation grew more complicated, our protagonist tried to hurry his companions. Several creatures were coming straight toward them. Sensing the danger, Kim decided who would act as bait while the others attempted to return to shelter. At that same moment, our protagonist noticed Stacy looked strangely apathetic. In fact, he saw that both turtles were standing still, doing absolutely nothing. So he told them to start running. Even then, Stacy didn't seem to grasp the urgency of the situation, and right away she saw the ditz smirking at her on purpose. Finally, everyone began to flee while the great swordsman stayed behind to ensure their safety. Our protagonist was already regretting having brought the ditz. She really was useless. But thanks to Deku and Stacy, they still had a chance at surviving. Falling slightly behind, our boy decided to use some of his flames to calm the situation. He needed intense concentration, but Deku was completely impressed by every little gesture our protagonist made. The fireball was finally ready. He launched it toward the creatures closing in. The blast consumed one of them entirely. A precise hit, Deku praised him loudly. Only then did they realize they were completely alone. The girls were nowhere to be found. Our protagonist immediately grew worried again. Where the girls should have been, there was no one. Feeling responsible for them, he tried to imagine where those fools might have gone. At least the threat had passed for now. They needed to think of a way to solve this. What truly worried Lee was Stacy's situation. She was the last person who should have gotten lost there. He suggested retracing their steps. Maybe they would find the girls that way. They weren't sure exactly where they had separated, but Deku believed they had all been together right before the attack. Things grew stranger and stranger. Deku might be a bit slow, but it was bizarre for two people to vanish simultaneously. Something had definitely happened. Remembering the sinister image of Stacy from the previous night, our boy became genuinely anxious. In that corridor, he saw a dark energy manifest. It terrified him. Calling out to Deku, he told him to keep moving forward. He would go into that corridor. It seemed only he had seen that energy. Following the trail, he silently prayed it wasn't what he feared. Isolated in that place was the ditz. She believed she had gotten far enough to shake everyone off. Memorizing the path had been useful. But Stacy was there with her. Stacy believed the ditz had pretended to fall behind to place our protagonist's life in danger. Hearing Stacy's voice, the ditz panicked. She didn't understand how she had been followed. She also realized she was inside some kind of energy cell. It had to be magic. She began apologizing desperately. But Stacy said she had no other choice now. Terrified, the ditz asked what was happening. Ignoring her, Stacy used a blade of wind. At first, the ditz was overwhelmed with disbelief. Only then did she understand what had happened. Her body no longer had as many legs as before. The pain was truly excruciating. The ditz was dragging herself across the ground. She begged desperately for help, but Stacy told her it was completely useless. The sound in that area had been blocked. Not even monsters could hear her. In despair, the ditz asked Stacy why she had done this. My intuition had been right. I didn't need to learn this extra's name at all. Now that she was about to become fertilizer, she began apologizing for everything she had done. But that only irritated Stacy even more. Since the ditz was too noisy, Stacy said she would have to silence her first. While the girl screamed, something formed in front of her lips, preventing her from speaking. Stacy was truly a strong candidate for becoming utterly unhinged. Now she was letting her sadism pour out, asking the dits if she was in pain. It was time to make her feel true suffering. Stacy said she didn't want anyone trying to take the protagonist from her hands. And if that was the case, it would be terrible if the dits continued living. So Stacy had to act this way. She apologized to the dits for what was about to happen. As Stacy prepared to use her wind magic again, the dits begged for someone to save her. But no one came. Her body was shredded. Moments later, our protagonist arrived, relieved to see Stacy was safe, though he hadn't yet noticed the flying body parts. Even though Stacy liked our boy, she hadn't expected him to find her at that moment. And then Lee finally understood what had happened. He found Stacy covered in blood, surrounded by scattered human limbs. Now everyone was gathered in that extremely chaotic situation. For heaven's sake, the dits had only lost an arm. She was still alive, poor thing. Our boy had suspected something like this might happen and wanted to prevent the worst outcome, but apparently he failed. It was horrifying. He was terrified and didn't know whether to run or pretend he saw nothing. But he decided to do something else. He dropped his spear on the ground and slowly walked towards Stacy, who still looked confused. He asked if she was okay. He also asked what had happened to the dits. She was missing an arm and a leg. Something must have occurred. Everything depended on Stacy's answer now. She could easily claim she hadn't done anything. Stacy said she couldn't remember everything. When she opened her eyes, she was already separated from the main group. She'd also realized she was with the dits, or at least what was left of her. Our protagonist felt relieved that Stacy hadn't been harmed. That relaxed her a bit. She hugged him in a manipulative, calculated way while glancing at the dits' mangled body. Our protagonist smiled widely, believing Stacy had made the right choice. Because of her injuries, the dits was close to losing consciousness, furious at the scene before her. In what seemed to be her final moments, she cursed both our protagonist and her executioner. Finally giving into exhaustion, she faded. Our protagonist assumed the dits must have activated some dungeon trap. This place was dangerous after all, and he told them they needed to be careful. That explanation neatly solved the problem. What made it harder to defend the story was how perfect the cuts on her body were. Kim might notice the truth. Even so, it was the best explanation available now that the dits had departed the world of the living. To erase the remaining evidence, our protagonist summoned his flames again, completely destroying what was left of her. Lee told Stacy it would have been good to bring the body back to camp, but that could be dangerous. They couldn't leave their former companion in that state inside the dungeon. It was the least they could do in her memory. It was also simply the right thing to do. For heaven's sake, Stacy was completely moved by our protagonist's gesture. What an absolutely deranged story. This entire cast is made of degenerates. While the girl smiled discreetly, our protagonist thought that she wasn't the only one turning into a monster. The same thing was happening to him. After all that, they finally made it back to where Deku was. He was visibly worried about his companions and immediately noticed the dits wasn't with them. Our protagonist shook his head, giving a silent negative answer. Deku could be foolish sometimes, but he understood what that meant. Our protagonist then asked about the monsters that had been nearby. Deku said nothing had appeared, probably thanks to Kim, who must have drawn them all away. This news relieved our protagonist. Since Kim was still far away, he told his companions to return to the camp. Right after that, he felt his blood pressure drop sharply. Before he could collapse, Deku caught him worried. Our boy believed he had used too much mana. Thinking of everyone's safety, Deku suggested they camp there for the night. Stacy agreed immediately. She was very worried about our protagonist, imagining how stressful the situation must have been for him. Knowing they needed rest, Deku prepared to build a campfire. He did it quickly, telling his friends the whole situation had been unfortunate. It seemed the dits had been trying to work hard, but our boy disagreed. She had put them all in danger. Deku agreed. Our boy said they were alive purely by luck, and if anything had happened to Deku or Stacy, it would have been even worse. He said it would be very difficult to overcome a feeling like that. Those words were extremely effective. His companions were deeply moved. Deku admitted it would also be very hard for him to lose our protagonist. Even though she was moved, Stacy kept silent. Standing up, Deku said he would take perimeter watch since his companion had used too much mana. But our protagonist didn't like this at all. He didn't want to be left alone with Stacy. Before leaving, Deku asked Stacy to take good care of our boy, and she loved receiving that task. Finally, the shield bearer left to patrol, leaving the two completely alone. At first, they stayed silent. Our boy opened his status window. Something caught his attention: his luck points. The system continued to treat him harshly, acknowledging his use of strength and intelligence while still calling him trash. But he noticed his luck had increased by 2 points. Maybe the situation involving Stacy hadn't been entirely negative, and Stacy noticed his attributes had gone up. He asked if the same had happened to her. Stacy said nothing special. Her magic had increased a bit, but her strength was still low. Our protagonist used the mind's eye to observe her. A phrase caught his attention: "I am your biggest fan." He had absolutely no idea what that meant. Then Stacy began talking as well, wanting to address what had happened earlier. She wanted to know if our protagonist was saddened. Truthfully, he would be lying if he said he felt no guilt at all. Just remembering that expression sent chills down his entire body. However, things were different now. Our protagonist brought his face close to the crazy girl's face, only to hug her, telling her he was relieved nothing had happened to her. Our boy had already decided he would do whatever it took to keep surviving. Those words were more effective than a fire attack against a grass-type Pokemon. Stacy was completely overwhelmed with emotion. But the truth was this. Our protagonist planned to cling to her until the end, even if they both lost whatever humanity they still had. Now our protagonist is truly diving headfirst into this situation. Since things ended up like this, he's going to take advantage of this platonic bond. It'll be easier to keep Stacy within reach. The poor girl is completely hypnotized by his charm. Right at that moment, Deku showed up and apologized for interrupting such an intimate moment. That only made Stacy even more embarrassed, trying to explain that it's not exactly what it looks like. Our protagonist tried to shift the topic too, saying the squire was making ridiculous assumptions. However, it's already obvious to Deku that the two of them care a lot about each other. Our protagonist was caught off guard by that, and when Deku used a term normally meant for older women, he pointed out that Deku is actually older than Stacy. But Deku only said that because he's already treating her as if she were his sister-in-law, which made Stacy build even greater expectations. The whole situation is leaving our protagonist absolutely mortified. If he keeps being the favorite of this unhinged girl like this, it might not be surprising to anyone. Only then did he realize that Deku might have been encouraging Stacy all this time. And indeed, Deku admitted he'd been doing that for the past few days and was feeling like a literal god of love, boasting to our protagonist that he knows a lot about romance, even claiming it was his profession back on Earth. Now he's determined to support this budding relationship. He added that our protagonist doesn't even need to thank him, while in reality, our protagonist wants nothing more than to beat the life out of him. They've officially become the main leads of the wild romance Deku built in his own mind, and that only irritates our protagonist even more. After several hours, the campfire finally died out. Our protagonist is still awake, irritated by the squire's snoring, so he immediately woke him up so they could return to the camp. He also had to wake the unhinged girl. She wanted to sleep a little longer, but he needed her awake. That's when something bizarre happened. That malicious energy appeared again as Stacy insisted she wanted to keep sleeping. This is truly a dangerous combination of factors, and our protagonist can't let fear overwhelm him. Everything he's doing is for the sake of his own survival, so he needs to keep getting closer to her. With a gentler tone, he tried to convince her to get up. She finally stood, but even her appearance was now unsettling him. He deeply wished nothing would happen in that moment. Back at the camp, someone was massaging Joanna's back. She was worried about the delay of the hunting team, until someone finally reported something. Joanna rushed to see what happened. Full of enthusiasm, she greeted the returning group, until she realized the clueless girl and Kim weren't with them. Our protagonist said the girl had basically turned into fertilizer, and that Kim would be back soon. The news shocked Joanna, who immediately demanded to know what had happened. Our protagonist said he'd explain everything, but first wanted to know why the camp entrance had been blocked. Clearly agitated, Joanna said she wanted to speak with him alone. For a brief moment, he and his companions fell silent, and when he looked back, he felt Stacy's malicious energy rising even further. He asked the girl to go inside and wait for him, telling her it would help her feel a little calmer because he needed to handle something important first. Only after that was he finally able to be alone with Joanna. She did not like the way the news had been delivered. It sounded way too simple, and she wanted to know what had truly happened. He said there was nothing he could do. The clueless girl had screamed in the middle of the monsters. That put everyone in danger, and they barely survived. Only Stacy knows this is a lie. Still, this version seemed enough for Joanna, who said she did not want to hear details. Now she needed to explain why the entrance had been blocked. The day before, some people had abandoned the place, including the guy with glasses. That immediately worried him. He had already suspected something like that might happen. Their excuse was that they were going to rescue the clueless girl, but he was certain they were planning something else. At that exact moment, some people were approaching the camp entrance. That was why Joanna had decided to block access. Those brutes could attract monsters to the area. The guy with glasses finally returned with the others, and among them was someone our protagonist had never seen before. Joanna acted casually, saying that the person who was supposed to die had come back alive, while the one who was supposed to return didn't. But our protagonist stayed focused on the stranger since he had no idea who that person was. A mysterious man with a scar on his face, someone who was giving him chills. Honestly, even I have to agree. This newcomer is huge and looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. Our protagonist told Joanna he didn't know those people and asked how many had left with the guy with glasses. There were 7 in total, but 6 didn't return. As expected, they lost their lives by acting recklessly outside. Only the guy with glasses survived. Our protagonist decided to use the mind's eye on this strange newcomer. He immediately noticed the man was a potential threat, someone whose tendency leaned toward taking lives. That alone was terrifying enough. And worse, he did it with premeditation, which meant extreme caution was necessary. He told Joanna to call Deku and Stacy immediately. At first, these newcomers didn't seem hostile, but caution was everything. He was ready to use his flames at any moment. But then the suspicious stranger greeted him politely, saying it was a pleasure to meet him and introducing himself as Jinho. Our protagonist returned the polite gesture, though he was confused. The man seemed friendly. Jinho said he had heard good things about him from the guy with glasses, especially that he could use fire magic. He even said he'd love to see it in person. That comment only intensified our protagonist's resentment toward the guy with glasses. He wanted to know what exactly the guy with glasses had said behind his back. Since everything was unfolding normally, they were invited into the camp. Some people felt relieved when they saw he had returned safely. He thanked them for their kindness. While looking around, Jinho commented on how big the camp was and how full of survivors it seemed. But to our protagonist, this was yet another suspicious sign. Maybe it was his luck attribute, but he kept feeling he should stay far away from that man. Finally, Deku and Stacy reached him, both clearly frightened. He told them those people were newcomers, but the whole situation left his companions uneasy. Jinho keeps acting in that sly way of his, saying he's surprised by such a reception. Our protagonist tells him that the last few days have been a bit tense, so everyone is on edge. Even so, Jinho says he understands how they feel, claiming they're very similar. He mentions that he heard about people hunting survivors in that region. Apparently, there's an archer among them, as well as someone who fights with a sword. Looking straight at our protagonist, Jinho asks if he encountered these people. But it becomes obvious to our boy that they are the ones he's talking about, and Jinho is doing all of this on purpose. The tension between the groups keeps rising. Our protagonist notices that Jinho is hoping for a fight, and the people behind him are clearly ready to throw down. The same can be said about our boy's companions. Jinho feels completely unpredictable. But before something worse could happen, Kim finally arrived at the camp, asking what was going on. That ruined Jinho's little setup, leaving him annoyed. Kim walks up to our protagonist, asking who those people are, but all our boy can say for now is how relieved he is that Kim is safe. He explains that the group was brought in by the guy with glasses. Surprising Kim, Jinho says he's heard a lot about him and introduces himself politely. Watching all this, our protagonist notices something odd in Kim's reaction. Kim looks like he's holding back anger as if he already knows exactly who this person is. But from Jinho's demeanor, it seems like this is the first time he's meeting Kim. That can only mean one thing: the regressor has already encountered this man in the past, and Jinho may be one of his enemies. There's so much pressure in the air now that our protagonist is getting worried. He moves closer to Kim, pulling him out of that dazed state, making Kim finally greet the stranger. Our boy is sure he's facing someone dangerous. Because of his skill, he can draw two possible conclusions. First, Jinho might simply be the type who harms others. Trying to make conversation, Jinho asks Kim about his attributes, but Kim refuses. Those are sensitive details. So Jinho keeps complimenting the camp, which leads our protagonist to the second conclusion. Judging by Kim's reaction, the two have met before, and this villain must have defeated Kim or someone important to him. For now, though, Jinho continues acting casual, asking if he can stay at the camp as well. He even offers to contribute food, but before he can finish, Kim answers, shocking our protagonist, saying they always welcome survivors. Now our boy is more confused than ever, unable to figure out Kim's true intention. A bald guy then steps forward to introduce himself to our protagonist, and hearing his name, our boy realizes it's familiar. Staying cautious, he asks Deku to keep watch. But the Escudero notices his friend's tension, and our protagonist tells him that if anything happens, he must be called immediately. Understanding the situation, Deku offers to show the newcomers around. Jinho seems thrilled with the warm hospitality. Watching Kim, our protagonist thinks he's trying to keep his enemies close. Even so, it's surprising. The moment Jinho saw Kim approach, he hesitated. Our protagonist is convinced this man is a complete degenerate, which ironically means the two of them might have more in common than expected, and it's perfect timing for someone like that to appear. He decided to take advantage of his unusually good luck and approach Kim because there were things he needed to ask. But he noticed right away that Kim was completely distracted. Once he finally had Kim's attention, he asked if he knew any of those people. Kim said he actually did know them. They had met very briefly, but it was possible they didn't remember him. Our protagonist figured everyone must have some complicated personal history, but Kim made it clear this wasn't that kind of situation. Even so, our protagonist promised to keep things confidential. That brought Kim a bit of relief. Lee added that it was pretty incredible Kim had returned alone and without a single injury. Kim just said he got lucky, then asked if any problems had occurred in Lee's team. At last, Lee explained what had happened, something that immediately made Stacy anxious. Looking toward Kim, he revealed that the clueless girl was no longer alive. That information truly shocked Kim. Trying to explain further, Lee said the girl had been hit by some kind of magic. The more they talked about it, the more nervous Stacy became. Kim grew thoughtful while Lee continued describing what happened after they got separated. Both girls had split off from them. He found the clueless girl, but parts of her body were gone. It might have been some kind of trap inside the dungeon, a suggestion that visibly unsettled Stacy. Kim, however, acknowledged that a trap wasn't far-fetched. For our protagonist, that explanation was extremely delicate. He was speaking to a regressor, someone who likely knew many of the dungeon's traps. Lee said he had wanted to recover the girl's body, but thought it was too dangerous, so he burned it to avoid attracting more monsters. The story seemed convincing enough. Kim was now more concerned about what the team had endured. Keeping the narrative as close as possible to the truth was the smartest approach for Lee since their circumstances had drastically changed. Even if Stacy was growing uneasy, a new suspect had conveniently appeared. Lee nearly wanted to thank Jinho for showing up at the perfect moment, because shifting suspicion onto him would be far easier. Jinho was already questionable by nature. Eventually, everyone would judge him. It had been some time since Lee told Kim what happened to the clueless girl. Since then, he hadn't commented directly about Jinho, only mentioning that the newcomer seemed suspicious. Kim needed to reach his own conclusions. For now, Lee simply acted unaware of everything. As expected, Kim was watching him closely and observing the newcomers just as carefully. Now Lee stayed cautious, waiting for things to unfold naturally. Jinho clearly had lost Kim's favor already, which led to the next big issue: how to get rid of him. Sitting at the table, Lee mentioned that their previous return had yielded nothing. While talking with Kim, he suggested they should go back into the dungeon, but this time with the newcomers. The idea caught Kim off guard. Lee added that Stacy could already use magic, and with these new fighters, clearing the dungeon might be easier. He said it was time to make that decision. After all, the newcomers were stronger than most people in the camp, and forming a team with them would be ideal. And this time, they couldn't afford to lose anyone, not like what happened to the clueless girl. Surely Kim was forming his own suspicions regarding the entire situation. But this was also the perfect opportunity for Kim to pursue revenge, eliminating dangerous criminals without raising concerns. It was definitely a tempting idea. Lee waited patiently for Kim's reaction. Everything was arranged so that Kim would make the correct choice. As Lee opened his mouth to say something else, Kim finally spoke, saying the idea was excellent. That caught our protagonist by surprise. Kim wants to return to the dungeon with the others, but using two separate teams. Since he has never worked with a newcomer, our protagonist agrees with this completely. He also wouldn't want to stay near someone that dangerous. Now that everything has been decided, Kim said he would share the information with the newcomer because they need to prepare for this task. He also said he wants to talk to Dooku and Stacy, asking our protagonist to call both of them. Things are happening exactly according to plan, and Lee is ready to cooperate fully. But after walking away from Kim, he heard some people cheering for the newcomer. They were girls from the camp, very impressed by him. Everyone is grateful for the help he has been giving. They say that if anyone needs him, they just have to ask. The guy with glasses is also sharing food. The newcomer defends the idea that this is the best way to act, working together. With his strong charisma, he's already getting close to everyone. Our protagonist is shocked by this behavior because it almost looks like the newcomer is genuinely a good person. But he's sure the guy is already planning to take everyone's lives. That man's behavior is truly confusing. And nearby, some background characters are watching everything. They say our protagonist should cooperate more like the newcomer does. They have no idea he's the one trying to save everyone. After seeing that, he walked toward his companions. Stacy immediately lights up, happy like a dog seeing its owner. Our protagonist asked if she has been training magic. She said yes, and that she managed to develop a new spell. She makes it very clear that all of this is only possible because of him. That made our protagonist realize she's getting bolder and bolder since she hugs him without hesitation. And of course, the idiot friend keeps doing everything he can to push this couple into actually becoming one. Now that they're together, Deku wants to know how his talk with Kim went since our boy returned so early. The protagonist said Kim wants to speak to them. Worried, Stacy asked why that meeting is happening. Our protagonist said they're going back to the dungeon, but this time the newcomers will go too. That made Deku nervous since he still doesn't trust those people, and our protagonist said he feels the exact same way, but they need to keep hunting. Knowing the situation, they promised they would be cautious during the mission. Stacy said she would even avoid talking to them, but our protagonist said that wasn't necessary. All she needed to do was ignore the guy with glasses. She said she would because she doesn't care about people like that. Their team then walked past the newcomers, who seemed to be eating at the moment. They simply passed near the other group. Our protagonist's eyes are pretty intimidating, and the newcomer, in return, also looked back at them. Finally, they reached Kim. He was surprised by their arrival. While everyone was gathering, our protagonist noticed something. Deku was the happiest among them, asking Kim if he was hiding delicious food from everyone. With a package in his hands, Kim replied that it was nothing special, but he had something to give his companions, an item our protagonist had been expecting. Finally, he opened the backpack in front of them. A bright glow was revealed. That made our protagonist truly happy, realizing it was worth trusting the regressor. What he had brought back were items. Kim said that when they split up inside the dungeon, he ended up finding a treasure stash, and those items were inside it. None of them could hide their excitement, especially our protagonist, who knows he's in the company of a regressor. What he had handed to his companions were items. Those bracelets increase strength, endurance, and stamina. The ring has healing magic that can be used once a day, while the gold ring can cast a protective shield twice a day. After analyzing those items, Deku thinks it would be best for him to use the bracelets. He thanked Kim for the help and said he would like to repay that kindness, even if he cannot do that right now. Our protagonist noticed that the bracelet fits Deku perfectly, and the rest of the items are also excellent, especially that gold shield ring, which has an exceptional function. And the healing ring would fit Stacy well, since she would definitely heal our protagonist if he ever got hurt. Before he could say anything, Stacy suggested keeping the healing ring. That left the defense ring for Lee to use. Now that each of them has an item, Lee asked if it was really okay to keep all of that, and Kim said that he himself is also using an item, and it would be better to share those treasures with his companions. They'd all thank him. But Kim said that this is not necessary because they are companions. He said that with a very warm expression on his face. that actually carries a very deep meaning, but our boy is not going to be fooled by those words. Kim is certainly doing this so they will feel indebted to him. Either way, it will be easier to survive by staying close to Kim. Compared to the highly talented mage and the living shield, our boy falls behind, since he is not exceptional. There must be many people like him on this continent, people who are cunning. But since he already got close to those two, Kim has no choice but to take him along as well. Our protagonist believes that in the future, he will end up becoming the administrator of this great kingdom, and he will keep proving his ability to manage things. While he confirmed that they really are companions, he felt relieved because their relationship is becoming more and more solid. That filled Deku with excitement, and the shield bearer wants to know when they are heading to the dungeon. The truth is that it would be great if they could do it right now, Kim said, but he is still worried about the newcomers, telling them not to see those people as companions, but as potential enemies. Now everyone shares the same feeling. They all felt suspicious from the beginning, which is why they need to be cautious. Kim said that once they are inside the dungeon, there are no guarantees of what might happen. Even so, Deku is genuinely full of enthusiasm, and he already wants to create a battle cry for their team. He asked everyone to join hands, and after a countdown, they celebrated together, shouting that they managed to do it. While our protagonist laughs with his friends, he is certain that the hammer of justice will soon fall upon Jinho. Everything is being carefully prepared for that to happen. In Jinho's group, someone asked him if it was really okay to go to the dungeon with the others, and he believes this is the perfect situation. They plan to use this opportunity to get rid of everyone, overthrowing the king of this camp. Right after they finished talking, Kim showed up, apologizing for making them wait. And now that he had their attention, he thanked them for accepting his proposal. Jinho said that there is no problem with that since it will be advantageous for everyone to clear the dungeon, and they are grateful for being invited to take part in something like this. While he smiled, our protagonist remained very suspicious, knowing this is a dangerous man. Now that they're inside the dungeon, Jinho praised that group's ability to navigate the place. They seem to know the underground very well, but our boy said they only found that place by luck. They still don't understand how the area works, and he believes this must be the tutorial dungeon. Everyone should reach the continent eventually, but someone has to make that happen. Just waiting around won't solve anything. After hearing that, Jinho admitted he hadn't thought about it that way, and our protagonist asked what he used to do back on Earth. Jinho said he was a kind of butcher, and when he asked the same question back, Lee preferred not to reveal the truth. As they kept walking, Stacy decided to get closer to our boy. That instantly caught Jinho's attention, realizing those two are extremely close. He came to the most obvious conclusion possible. It must be a couple. That comment warmed Stacy's heart and terrified our protagonist. Knowing how delicate the situation was, Lee looked at her right away. All of this only irritated him even more because just like Deku, Jinho also seems to enjoy playing matchmaker. But since everything is already complicated, our protagonist decided to say exactly what Jinho was thinking, which surprised Stacy. He hopes this will settle things, while Jinho comments that the two really look good together. That single remark only made the idiot with glasses even more jealous. Stacy, on the other hand, completely melted, thrilled that she matches with our protagonist. After walking for quite some time, they finally reached an interesting area in the dungeon. It was time to descend those stairs. Carefully, both groups did just that. They eventually arrived at a metal gate, which Deku opened. Right then, our protagonist was shocked to see a system notification. A rare mission was issued to him. Survive. Simply by reaching the underground dungeon, an automatic quest had been activated. The same message appeared for everyone. Moments later, several dangerous creatures emerged as well. Their eyes were hungry and their mouths enormous. Our boy was terrified by their presence, absolutely certain that his entire team was doomed. The monsters charged forward, determined to devour the humans. Our protagonist shouted that they needed to get out immediately. Even Jinho's group looked terrified. Since the gate behind them had mysteriously closed, they were all trapped in the chamber. Trying to encourage everyone, Jinho said they had to stay calm, because that was essential if they wanted to overcome the situation. Using Mind's Eye, our protagonist analyzed the monsters. They were evolved demons with exceptional durability. Their vision wasn't great and their intelligence was modest, but that didn't change the fact that they were enormous and numerous. They might not be able to win. But the regressor was confident, overly confident. He assured everyone that none of this would be a problem. That alone gave our protagonist some courage, and he immediately called for Deku. The front line was formed as shield bearer. The regressor and the idiot Jinho were ready to fight. It was a very strange combination of warriors. It didn't take long before tension formed between them. Kim clearly hated having Jinho at his side. Jinho said he would attack first. Then he charged alone toward the creatures, while our protagonist and the regressor watched him closely. Our boy kept his magic ready, cautious about being caught off guard by an unexpected emergency. And while he was still thinking through all the possibilities, Kim simply vanished. He had thrown himself straight into the fight, moving with such shocking speed that it left Jinho speechless. Kim completely ignored the creatures and went straight for that idiot, attacking him first. Jinho was just as stunned, hearing Kim say he wanted to know exactly who he was. The man acknowledged that Kim was extremely cautious as he used his shield and sword to defeat the first creature. Kim kept watching that fool very closely. After testing his strength, he turned the edge of his blade back toward the monsters. His strikes were brutal, frightening everyone. It was something our protagonist expected, but seeing it up close made it feel like he was standing among monsters. This should break the spirit of the weak, though it absolutely did not break Deku. He was ready to fight, slamming a creature away with his shield. That sight made our protagonist genuinely happy, seeing the growth of one of his allies who was now becoming an even better living shield. Deku was turning into a real warrior. And the surprises didn't stop there. At that exact moment, Stacy used her magic to strike down the creatures too. She sent a wind bomb toward them, invisible blades slicing into one of the monsters with devastating force. Everyone was stunned. Our protagonist was deeply impressed, realizing how powerful she truly was, and she had planned the attack coldly. She aimed at the monsters closest to her own team, contributing absolutely nothing to Jinho's side. Feeling thrilled, our protagonist hurried to thank her, because thanks to her they gained a bit of time. Getting very close to her, he told Stacy not to help those guys even if they begged for it. With her mind completely devoted to him, she agreed instantly without hesitation. He wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of his enemies. Now that the fools were getting exhausted, they began begging for support from the mages. The idiot with glasses was already crying, terrified, begging for someone to save him. Stacy claimed she needed more time to recover. Everything was unfolding exactly according to our protagonist's plan. One of the monsters managed to slash the back of the idiot with glasses, and his companions were being pushed harder and harder. It was time for the monsters to fulfill their role. They were spreading suffering to everyone. To our protagonist, this was a spectacle. Even the demons were unknowingly helping him execute his plan. To avoid looking completely heartless, he tried offering a few words of encouragement to the other team. But those men were desperately waiting for Stacy to recover so she could eliminate the remaining creatures. Our protagonist told them they needed even more time, insisting they were strong enough to win. He reminded them to think of the people they left behind on Earth. But those men were already beyond panic. They couldn't hold on any longer and were begging for help. Everything was going exactly the way our protagonist wanted. He believed that 1 out of every 5 people is always trash, and right now he was the biggest trash of all. Lee prepared his fire spells, launching a destructive blast toward a few monsters. The flames consumed them violently. The fight seemed over and everyone thought they could finally relax. But when they looked closer at the fire, they realized the demons were still alive, and now even more determined to finish the battle. Our protagonist's flames had strengthened them. Their name was Incandescent Demons, and they were ready to wipe out a few more background characters because justice always finds a way. The appearance of that creature is extremely frightening, but because of the flames, its stamina is dropping quickly. What our protagonist did is a risky gamble, more than enough to throw Jinho's team into chaos. They're terrified now, saying our protagonist made everything worse. With everyone complaining, Lee tries to apologize, and they start begging him to put out the fire. It's time for Jinho to reveal the hidden trump card he's been keeping to himself. He's actually a magic swordsman, though almost no one knows that except our protagonist. Even with danger closing in, Jinho stays calm, asking his men to do the same. He becomes furious when he realizes the guy with glasses was the first to run away. It seems this man will continue hiding who he truly is, almost as if he's choosing to pretend to be someone just a little more righteous, something that makes our protagonist even more suspicious. Then it happens. One of Jinho's comrades is captured, the lone bald man among them. The situation immediately becomes desperate because he's begging for help. With no other option, Jinho asks our protagonist and his girlfriend for assistance. Our protagonist says his magic still needs more time, right when Deku decides to intervene, insisting they have to save the man. But our protagonist says it's too dangerous. He tells the shield bearer not to act, claiming he'll use magic soon, a necessary lie. Fire begins spreading across the bald man's body while he pleads desperately for someone to rescue him, until finally his head is swallowed by the monster. His companions are horrified. Even Jinho seems shaken by what happened. Our protagonist knows that this magic swordsman could have completely changed the outcome, but chose not to lift a finger. Little by little, the situation keeps turning in our protagonist's favor. Those monsters are doing the exact job he wants, eliminating his enemies, while he stays at a safe distance. That's when he looks at his girlfriend. She seems to understand instantly and prepares a water spell. She hurls a large amount of water straight at the creatures. Our protagonist immediately thanks her for helping. The first fight in the dungeon is finally over, but one of the men is visibly distressed. He marches toward our protagonist, furious over what happened, claiming it's entirely his fault. Everyone's shocked by this reaction, even our protagonist's own teammates. And of course the crazy girl isn't pleased either, being intensely possessive of him. Pressed by the angry man, our protagonist says he had no other choice and couldn't have done more. He used his flames because that was the best option, and thanks to that, they lost only one person. Otherwise, it could have ended much worse. And that's exactly the truth. Despite everything, they're still alive. But those words only make the man more upset, until he's suddenly cut off by someone's furious punch. Even more surprising for everyone, our protagonist is the one who gets hit, and according to him, that punch hurt a lot. Even so, he tries to calm the group down. Appearing vulnerable is, after all, part of his long-term strategy. This protagonist is practically the ambassador of the land of underdogs. The furious man still trembles with anger, but then Jinho steps in. He says he understands the grief his comrade is feeling, but arguments like this will only make things worse. Leaning closer to him, he whispers that they need to change their plans now that they've lost someone. They'll continue trying to clear the dungeon, but they have to stay cautious. He had calmed his colleague down, and then Jinho walked over to our protagonist to apologize. He said his friend no longer had any intentions, he had just lost his temper because of what happened. The extra still looked furious, accusing our protagonist of having done that on purpose to sabotage all of them. Fully slipping into the role, our boy apologized on his knees, saying he was ashamed of his own actions. That ended up being even more effective with his own companions, who did not expect behavior like that. Our boy said that if he were stronger, none of that would have happened. Good grief, bring this man an Oscar. He really is the king of pitiful characters. The guy is performing his own martyrdom, and it worked extremely well. Stacy instantly went into despair, while the other two were deeply moved. This whole scene made our protagonist extremely pleased, realizing he is important to all his allies. But the extra was still full of hatred, promising to himself that he would get rid of our boy. Jinho reminded him again that he must not do anything. The guy with glasses agreed because he knows our protagonist is cunning, since he was able to steal his fiancée, the girl named Stacy. Good grief, this glasses guy is completely insane. The man lives in the wonderful world of delusion. After that private dispute, our protagonist approached the extra and said that there were truly no words to express how he felt. But he apologized sincerely, surrounded by his allies who were ready to deliver plenty of violence if that apology wasn't accepted. The extra was now forced to make a decision. Everything happened so quickly that he ended up being treated like the wrongdoer in the situation, and he could already see the malicious expression of our protagonist, who seemed to be controlling everything. Without saying anything, the extra simply turned his back. Our boy pretended to be saddened, when in reality he was smiling inside. That was when he noticed Jinho watching him. Jinho had been planning to get rid of our protagonist, but after seeing him act with such cunning, he began considering the possibility of recruiting him, seeing in him a great talent for darkness. Someone else noticed that too, and Kim didn't like what had happened one bit. The guy with glasses went to our protagonist saying he should stay calm, because if anything dangerous happened, he was surrounded by meat shields. Our boy was offended by that comment, coming from someone so despicable. Completely terrified, the guy with glasses backed away, heading toward his new companions. Watching that, our protagonist felt annoyed. He finally spit out some blood, then it pooled in his mouth. That hit really hurt and cost him a backline player. Kim walked up to our protagonist to see if he was okay, and despite the pain in his mouth, Lee said he was fine. Without saying anything, Kim extended a hand to him, and for our protagonist, it was a relief to have such a generous companion. As soon as he stood up, someone picked up the tooth our protagonist had spit out. He felt an intense, sinister energy. He looked toward that malevolence, overtaken by fear. After picking up that tooth, Stacy was filled with dark emotions, and our protagonist realized things could become very concerning. He wanted to avoid problems at all costs, but after being punched, disastrous events might be waiting for them. His health condition left the crazy girl extremely worried. Seeing him spit blood like that devastated Stacy, all because of that idiot, and she promised she would take revenge for what happened because that sinner needed to be punished. Our boy said they shouldn't do anything, since he was the one responsible for the situation, but in truth he was afraid of Stacy's expression. She loses control in that place, everything could fall apart, and they still need to be ready for a surprise attack that could happen at any moment. Our protagonist is waiting eagerly for the moment that will happen. The glasses idiot hates seeing our protagonist receive attention from women. Knowing this, Lee's going to use that opportunity. All he has to do is provoke that degenerate, and that is his greatest specialty. Within seconds, the glasses idiot was completely shaken, seeing our protagonist leaning against Stacy's body in a way that was far too intimate. That must be making his envy burn intensely. Showing he fully understands the techniques of the land of the miserable, our protagonist accidentally tripped. Now his body is falling, but Stacy would never allow something like that to happen while she's alive. She caught our protagonist like the princess she is. It wasn't exactly what he was planning, and now our protagonist feels he may have gone too far. Either way, at least he's moving toward his goal, because that left the glasses idiot completely devastated. He hated seeing that and is getting even more jealous. Our protagonist keeps trying to provoke him, hoping to trigger a conflict right then and there. Visibly bothered, the glasses idiot noticed our protagonist struggling to stand and offered help if needed. Burning with anger, Stacy immediately refused that help, telling the glasses idiot to mind his own business. Our protagonist apologized for her, and the situation caught Jinho's attention. The glasses idiot is so uncomfortable that he can barely keep his hands from trembling. The plan of our protagonist was interrupted because while the two teams were recovering, more creatures appeared. Everyone now has to prepare for the battle approaching them. Our protagonist told Stacy to join the fight this time, and he would join shortly after. Little by little, the others moved away, and our protagonist stayed focused on provoking the glasses idiot. Since those monsters are not very fast, blocking their attacks won't be difficult. If things get dangerous, our protagonist can use the protection ring. Now he is alone with the glasses idiot. He started approaching him carefully, finally grabbing him by the shoulder, fully prepared to turn him into a despicable villain. Looking straight into his eyes, our protagonist asked if he was feeling jealous. That was the final drop. The glasses idiot was ready to use his sword. He managed to cut our protagonist's body. The pain was much stronger than he expected, and now he's cursing his past self for thinking of something so dangerous. But he needs to endure it as much as possible to make that guy into a complete villain. Within seconds, his scream filled the area, drawing everyone's attention. Stacy turned around to see what happened. Our protagonist was on the ground, and next to him was the glasses idiot holding a sword, writing to everyone that he finally got rid of that vermin. The moment he saw what happened, Juno was consumed by a dark energy surrounded by idiots. Now he wants to know why the glasses idiot decided to act so foolishly. This directly interfered with his plans. Visibly furious with his allies' behavior, if they wanted to get close to the main team, that will never happen now. He is sure Jinho will try to finish off the traitor himself, but everything could get even worse. He waits patiently for things to become even more complicated, hoping Kim will step in Jinho's way to stop him. The other allies are running toward him. It is Hope arriving at full speed for him. Even that extra who hit him earlier is now staying quiet. While he waits for healing, that same extra came up to him. With his sword in hand, he is ready to take revenge on him. This is a completely unexpected turn of events. He looked back very worried, because he had been mortally wounded. His body collapsed to the ground before Stacy's eyes. Seeing that, she was overwhelmed with panic. She ran to him in desperation, not knowing what to do. With that combination of wounds, he is feeling a pain unlike anything he has ever felt in his life. Deku is running toward him, and so is Jinho, who is also visibly shocked. Now with his sword drawn, Jinho is ready to resolve the situation immediately. But before he could cut down their allies, he was stopped by Kim's blade. Kim will not allow things to go that way. He completely repelled Jinho's attack. After crossing blades, Jinho was surprised and frustrated by the interruption. For all intents and purposes, Kim is now protecting those foolish extras. Kim said he will deal with Jinho, leaving Deku to handle the others. The shield bearer listened carefully. Seeing the situation had turned against them, the man in the coat suggested they run, but the guy with glasses refused. He said he would only leave after making sure the protagonist stopped breathing. Hoping for exactly that, the man in the coat ran away. As he approached the protagonist, the guy with glasses said he would finish the job. Deku and Stacy were desperate beside him, not knowing what to do. The protagonist waited for one of them to use the healing ring because the pain was becoming unbearable. Calming down a bit, Stacy realized she could use that magic. Bringing her hands together, she begged for him to be healed, and thanks to her spell, the wounds were being completely restored. It was simply incredible, he thought. Even the tooth he had lost appeared again in his mouth. His allies were relieved, realizing he was no longer in danger of dying. The problem now was dealing with the guy with glasses who was completely out of control. Fortunately, Deku is a true mountain of muscle and was able to fold that guy with little effort. Still lying on the ground, the protagonist noticed the monsters approaching. It was finally time to use his protection ring. A magical barrier formed around him. Every time he uses that item, he feels grateful for choosing the regressor as an ally. But right after he did it, Deku told him Stacy had disappeared again. The protagonist knows exactly where she went. She is chasing those fools. Now that things are calmer, Deku apologized, saying that if he had been faster, the protagonist wouldn't have been hurt. But he said none of it was Deku's fault, telling him not to worry so much. He admitted that he had been careless and said he saw where Stacy went, so they should remain calm, and that Deku was way too big to be crying like a child. While they talked, the guy with glasses was completely knocked out on the floor. Even though the injury had been dangerous, the protagonist liked the outcome. It was not bad at all. As she moved through the dungeon corridors, the man in the coat tried to make his escape, not wanting to stay near frightened people. He never expected to be abandoned by Jinho like that, but even so, he knew he would have to team up with him again if he wanted to defeat Kim. What he didn't expect was that, in the middle of that escape, he would lose one of his legs. He fell to the floor immediately, trying to understand what had happened. As pain took over his body and his screams filled the air, Stacy told him she was very sorry she didn't have time to enjoy this. Then she told the fool to open his mouth. She used a powerful wind spell. It caused severe internal injuries, and she hoped that this man would feel even more pain than her beloved, because that was the motivation for her revenge. Since she ended up covered in blood, she became worried about what our protagonist would think, so this man needed to suffer even more. Because she had to make good use of her time, she would only scold him. The poor guy actually believed those words, thinking about everything he had done in that strange world. His life ended in that same way. Back where our protagonist was, the fool with the glasses had been restrained. He didn't like that at all, threatening our protagonist, saying he wouldn't escape his revenge. He even claimed that Stacy would pay for what she had done, promising she would regret not choosing him. But our protagonist told him he was foolish because he knew Jinho had abandoned the attack plan after losing a companion. Even so, the fool with glasses chose to disobey him, leaving him even more shocked. The terrified expression on his face brought joy to our protagonist, who informed him that Jinho had completely abandoned him. And thanks to his lack of control, our protagonist felt the need to thank him. Because of that garbage behavior, he had been able to get closer to Stacy. Only now did the man realize he had been used. Filled with deep hatred, he promised he would finish off our protagonist. That threat only brought even greater satisfaction to our protagonist, but there was nothing more to be done, and no reason for that man to keep living. Even Deku was surprised, and our protagonist told him to close his eyes if he didn't want to witness what was about to happen. After threatening our protagonist so violently, the man was now terrified, realizing his life might be ending. But our protagonist would simply make the most rational choice. That realization left the man completely panicked as he claimed that our protagonist was insane. Laughing at those words, the protagonist replied that the feeling was mutual. In his final moments, the man begged for mercy, but our protagonist had no intention of granting it. This wasn't his first time. All those other people had met their end because of his planning. All he needed to do was stay calm. There was nothing else to be done in situations like this. They were necessary for him to keep surviving. Finally, everything was over. Looking at Deku, he told him not to be scared because this world was dangerous. After that, the two remained silent for a while. Then Deku asked a personal question. He wanted to know if our protagonist had been Christian in his past life. Our protagonist said he didn't believe in God. Right after that, the system informed him of a new class he could select. By defeating people, he also received experience, a sign that this world was truly cruel. And our protagonist had one message to give Deku. He must not die, no matter what happens. After that sincere message, Lee walks through the dungeon corridors with Deku. The shield bearer wants to know which class our boy will choose, because those options seem very interesting. And indeed, our protagonist needs to think very carefully. If he wants people to see potential in him, it would be better to ask Kim's opinion. While he is still thinking about it, Stacy rushes toward them, visibly worried. The girl hugs our protagonist, emotional and relieved that he is okay. She wants to know if he is feeling any kind of pain and what they are going to do with that glasses-wearing extra, but she quickly learns from our protagonist that this man is no longer alive. That left Stacy deeply relieved. However, Deku is suspicious and wants to know where she was all this time. Our protagonist decided he would help her, believing she had tried to help Kim, but she misunderstood that and began to justify herself, saying she has no interest whatsoever in someone like Kim. She revealed she became very upset with the person who hurt our boy and felt disturbed by the emotion. She confessed she acted without thinking and is now apologizing to them, which made Deku worried enough to apologize to her as well, since he did not want to accuse her of anything. In truth, he also wanted to chase the extra. His relief everything turned out for the best. Now the two are trying to comfort each other. But our protagonist knows something. There's nothing to regret now. Approaching Stacy, he told her everything is fine. Even if she gets very irritated when he gets hurt, everything is okay now, because she is a very adorable ticking time bomb. The girl took the moment to hug our protagonist even tighter. He's trying to make her stop crying and ended up asking for Deku's help. At that moment, Deku is observing that affectionate display in a very suspicious way. Even though our protagonist is the king of planning, he no longer knows if he has fallen into Deku's own schemes, who is practically an envoy of love. Surprising all of them, Kim managed to find them. Even though he is covered in blood, he seems physically fine. But as soon as he found his companions, Kim asked where the others were. Our protagonist answered that he had ended their lives by force and now wants to know what tragic fate Jinho met. For a brief moment, Kim stayed silent, leaving his companions thoughtful. But it had to be done, because those wrongdoers wanted to attack them from the beginning. And our protagonist had been considering doing that from the start. Kim's words about what happened were that they did the right thing, and they will encounter more cruel people in the future. He does not know if his words brought comfort, but he hopes his companions can overcome this hardship. And indeed, at least our protagonist felt more relieved, even thanking Kim. Turning his attention to something equally important, Kim asked if our protagonist was okay. Our boy said he has no injuries at all. If it were not for the healing ring, he certainly would not be standing there. Saying he will never forget the regressor's help was once again extremely effective, leaving Kim charmed. Since everyone is tired, Kim suggested they rest a bit, and everyone agreed. Thanks to the challenges they have overcome together, this team is becoming more and more united. They will certainly have a good relationship when they leave that place, and our protagonist is feeling less tense with each step. He is carrying out his work perfectly, because he has gathered several treasures around him, and those treasures are these people. Now everyone is gathered around a campfire, and our protagonist is going to use this opportunity to talk with Kim. He said that he can finally choose a new class, news that surprised Stacy and Kim, since they did not know that yet. The regressor thought it was a bit too fast and asked which classes were available. Our boy said he was going to ask for Kim's opinion anyway, because many options had appeared. With that, our protagonist opened his status window. The possible options are Summoner, Magic Lancer, Dark Mage, Alchemist, and Flame Mage. Every one of them a rare class. He even thought he would get mediocre classes, but all of these are interesting. Now he waits patiently for his friend's advice. He begins reading the description of each class, starting with Summoner, which uses beasts and illusions to fight, and that is the one he liked the most. He prefers having other things fighting in his place, which is a very convenient situation. The next class is Magic Lancer, a mid-range attacker that uses a spear. Its evolution is unknown, and our protagonist would never choose it. The next class is Dark Mage, long-range attacks using the power of the dead with great destructive force. It could cause issues with some religious groups, so he would avoid that one. The final classes are Alchemist and Flame Mage. Stacy, who heard everything so far, is confused. All the classes seem very good. The alchemist further develops magical knowledge which benefits our protagonist's intelligence, allowing him to make potions. As a flame mage, he would gain great destructive power. After reading all that, he wants Kim's opinion and apologized to him. Knowing that our protagonist does not have many magic points, that complicates things, and he is also terrible at handling a spear as a weapon. If he were a flame mage, it would be difficult because it consumes a lot of energy, and dark mage is a risky profession. The best would be summoner or alchemist. That brought relief to our protagonist, who was already leaning toward those two options. Since he does not understand this world well, being a dark mage really could cause problems, and our protagonist likes safety a lot. Taking the opportunity, Kim said that maintaining summons also consumes a lot of mana. Since our protagonist has high intelligence, becoming an alchemist could be an excellent decision. He can produce many potions and could also summon a homunculus during battle. Our protagonist is becoming more and more convinced of what he should do. That alchemist class is rare, does not appear often. Priests can heal, but that has a limit, and alchemists have a wider range of possibilities. Thinking also about the economic potential, Lee is leaning even further toward choosing alchemist. At that moment, Deku decided to interrupt the conversation, insisting that our protagonist should become a dark mage no matter what. His opinion left everyone silent. In response, Kim disagreed immediately. And once again, a big argument between them is about to happen, one that will decide our protagonist's future. Full of enthusiasm, Deku is thinking only about the possibilities, already imagining our protagonist as a frightening necromancer. The problem with that choice would be how the world would see him. Deku said he would personally deal with anyone who disrespected him. But what really excites Deku is imagining our protagonist wearing a black cloak of darkness. He would look extremely cool. Even though that really would be cool, Kim said that option should not even be considered. He stated that being an alchemist would be much better and much more productive. Once again, the two of them are completely absorbed in a pointless argument, and our protagonist decided he will no longer ask for their opinions. The argumentative battle is becoming fiercer and fiercer. As if pulled straight into the argument, Stacy decided to join the discussion. The guys wanted to know whose side she would take, but she said she couldn't choose either. As an alchemist, our protagonist would focus on intelligence, while as a dark mage, he would devote himself entirely to the power of darkness. The girl was quickly swallowed up by her own indecent thoughts, and now our boy is even more confused about the options. As a last attempt, Deku insisted that our protagonist should become a dark mage, and right at that moment, Kim decided to reveal an item to everyone. Saying it was just a coincidence, he explained he found a very valuable item, but it can only be used by an alchemist. If our protagonist chooses that class, Kim will give it to him as a gift. It's a well-known introductory manual, and the knowledge inside those pages is priceless. Playing his final card, Kim asked whether our protagonist would like to receive it. And the truth is, our boy is completely sold. He can't refuse an offer like that. But this immediately stirred Deku's fury. To him, this is basically bribery. Kim is cheating, and Deku demands to know where that item came from. Kim said it was inside the treasure chest he found earlier. He can't use it because he isn't an alchemist, but the book's category is heroic and must contain very interesting content. Our protagonist listened closely to these flimsy excuses. It's getting harder and harder for Kim to justify everything that happens. It's possible he has access to some kind of secret inventory, since he always seems to have rare items. More importantly, Kim is clearly invested in our protagonist becoming an alchemist. Meanwhile, Deku still wants him to become a dark mage. Stacy's opinion is simpler. He should choose whatever makes him happy. Finally, he reached a decision. Since he was offered such a valuable item, he chose the alchemist class. This left Kim overjoyed and Deku devastated. Now it's time for him to make the choice through the system. With it came the basic knowledge of alchemy, and our protagonist's attributes increased. The system said he is beginning to shape his own path. He's not such a useless piece of trash anymore. At last, Kim can pass on the valuable item. Eager for our protagonist to take possession of the book, Kim waits as if knowing it will also help his own future. The whole situation boosts our boy's ego. He feels increasingly useful to the group. Little by little, he's becoming an important asset, someone who can generate money with his knowledge. The book is finally in his hands, and Kim is full of expectations. Our protagonist said he sometimes feels bad for receiving so many gifts from Kim and hopes to meet those expectations, when in reality he's thrilled. Everything is going according to plan. He intends to increase his own value even more, hoping the regressor continues investing in him. He finally began reading the pages. While his team rests, he studies them carefully. Without proper equipment, he can't fully use the potential of his class. Alchemy requires a lot of materials. That's when he realized being an alchemist is expensive. While he studies, Kim wakes up as well. He moves closer to the fire and asks if our protagonist isn't going to rest. But the boy is too excited about the new knowledge he received, which is perfect because his patron has now witnessed the amount of effort he's willing to put in. Sitting beside him, Kim watches his determination closely. Our protagonist will certainly become a potion factory in the future. This prompted Kim to bring up another subject. Our protagonist pointed out they haven't completed the survival quest yet. Even so, there are very few monsters left in this place. They might already be in the final stage of this dungeon. If they advance a little further, they will certainly get closer to the exit. Watching how calm Kim is, he imagines they will not encounter anything concerning. It might really be that the exit is getting closer. Thinking about this, he went quiet, remembering the words he heard at the very beginning. A place only a minority of survivors will be able to reach. But a mysterious figure is observing everything carefully, saying they finally found what they wanted. The sword and shield that will be able to replace that person. Everything is nearing the final stage of that mysterious place. Heading deeper into the dungeon, the group is in high spirits, playing a guessing game with riddles. Kim and Deku seem to be very good at this improvised game. At that exact moment, Kim, at the height of his seriousness, gave an answer so funny it completely obliterated Deku, who couldn't resist it. A little further back, our protagonist and Stacy are discussing whether it was actually funny or so embarrassing that it became funny. This small group is becoming more relaxed and cohesive by the minute. At the beginning, there was a lot of concern about how they would escape that place, but things are moving toward a complete resolution. Stacy watches our protagonist lost in thought, and she loves what she sees. She is completely in love. What really makes him happy is being in the regressors group, someone who has plenty of privileged information. Along the way, they ended up stumbling upon something surprising. The supposed exit of that place is completely sealed. Our protagonist immediately noticed a subtle smile forming on Kim's face, but Kim looks back at his group with careful observation. For Deku, the solution is simple. Just open that door and discover the new world, and he uses all his strength to do that. Our protagonist watches very closely. To everyone's surprise, they seem to have gained access to another room, a completely strange place. He starts feeling confused. They still have not found the outside, and in the middle of that hall there is something strange, almost like a magic circle. The system gave all of them a rare mission to conquer. They are all extremely surprised by this. Deku said there is another door on the other side of the hall. He immediately tried to open it with his strength, but discovered it would be harder than he imagined. Our protagonist said they need to satisfy the conditions to open the door. Now they must figure out how to clear this new mission. The answer might be in that magic circle. While he is thinking about it, Kim begins walking toward the center of the room, specifically into the magic circle. Raising his hand, he starts channeling a bit of magic, causing the entire circle to react. All they needed was to release a bit of mana. Kim said he was only making an attempt, and it ended up working, but to our protagonist, that is far too obvious. Of course, he didn't do it at random. Finally, both system missions were completed. This led the team to success, prompting a celebration. Even so, Lee continues to observe the regressor closely. Kim's expression changed, a sign they might really have achieved something. But he quickly went serious again. Perhaps the dangerous part is only beginning now. Observing the magical formation, Stacy said it was very beautiful, and he had to agree with her. Considering they appeared in such a dangerous place, that conclusion is far more beautiful than expected. The great door on the other side of the room finally began to open. A strong light was shining from outside, blinding everyone's eyes. A man was waiting to receive them, congratulating them for surviving the tutorial. The protagonist was surprised to see this person. He said he was the administrator of that dungeon, as well as the vice master of the Blue Guild, and his name was Sangi, stating that he was truly honored to meet all of them. Remembering the mysterious woman who appeared in the beginning, our boy was surprised to discover that he was facing the administrator, who was being extremely friendly with them. Very agitated, Deku asked if this man was the one responsible for trapping them in that place, but Sangi said that wasn't the case, explaining formally who he was. He also said he was a representative of the goddess Venegor, and that they were only in charge of managing that place. They were also summoned one day and had to overcome all the same challenges, but they completed them faster than the protagonist's team and still haven't discovered the truth behind their summons. His responsibility as an administrator is to guide those who survived after clearing the dungeon, so they can also rescue those left inside like Joanna and the others who stayed at the camp. They will also teach each of these individuals how to live on the new continent, starting with the most basic tasks, knowledge unique to this world. This made the protagonist ask whether the tutorial door is not always open. The administrator confirmed it, saying it only stays open for 3 days after the dungeon is completed. He promised to guide them outside, but they needed to collect all the weapons they had brought so far, and he would explain everything soon. He also told someone to search for survivors, as all of them would be taken to their base. The protagonist immediately used the Eye of the Mind, realizing he was facing a truly powerful person. Even the system said this woman was exceptional and still had the potential to grow stronger. In fact, the protagonist understood he couldn't ignore her. If she wanted, she could have wiped them all out instantly. The question was why she was being so humble. Since Kim's reaction was calm, our boy decided to remain calm too. Maybe they were being treated well because they were the team that cleared the dungeon. This woman seemed like the type who performed her duties extremely well, and surely the ones left behind would be rescued soon. The protagonist would have liked to say his goodbyes to some people more properly, but now he would only look forward. After stepping through that door, he was surprised by what he saw. The outside world was truly beautiful. They were all filled with emotion, knowing they had survived that place. The full reality of it only hit when they saw that new world with their own eyes. Saying he said they were very lucky. There was a griffin flying above, and such creatures were rarely seen. Then she noticed that they must all be starving. Seeing Deku's excitement, she said she would buy whatever he wanted at the market. Overjoyed, Deku called his friends to eat grilled squid with him. At least the protagonist could finally relax a little. But he noticed that Kim was still very focused. This made him wonder what could be going through his mind since he remained so serious. Curious, he decided to ask him directly. Kim realized he was being called, but he was distracted. The protagonist said he hoped they could continue working together in the future. Filled with insecurity, he feared he might be discarded now that everything was over. But the regressor began to smile as if genuinely pleased, saying he also hoped to continue working with the protagonist. Inside that city, carriages move along the streets. In one of them is our protagonist group, calmly enjoying the grilled squid they bought at the market. It's the first time in a long while that he's felt any comfort. Being treated well is also very important, and everything feels wonderful now. Saying he said they managed to clear the dungeon very quickly. On average, people take up to 6 months to do something like that, and they did it in half the time. It might be the fastest in the entire world, and that caught Dyaku's curiosity. He asked if there are other dungeons, and Sangi said yes, in the Republic and in the Kingdom Alliance. Right now, they're in the Sacred Empire, where there are 3 tutorial dungeons. She promised she would explain more about this place soon. Looking out the carriage window, the clothing style of the people caught our protagonist's attention, making him feel like he's truly in a medieval world. As they talked, Sangi said it's usually forbidden to ask what happened inside, but she wanted to know how they cleared everything so quickly, especially with a group of only 4. In response, Kim said it was a combination of factors, but what truly mattered was how each of them executed their role perfectly. He also mentioned that there was a camp inside the dungeon and asked that everyone there be rescued. Dyaku made it very clear that Kim was the one responsible for setting up that camp to protect those who couldn't fight. Hearing this, Sangi said she was impressed with these newcomers, all while our protagonist kept observing quietly. It seems he finally figured out why they were being received so warmly. He also noticed how astute Kim really is. Things are simple. Inside the dungeon, a lot of people are being rescued, but they're still confused. It's natural for them to react that way. And that didn't happen with our protagonist's team, who are already exceptional newcomers. Their value is rising rapidly. Large organizations will want to recruit them, and everything is moving in their favor. That's why Kim mentioned the camp. They're being treated well because they truly are elite. Once again, our protagonist realized that being on Kim's side is the best thing that ever happened to him. The carriage finally reached its destination, and our boy was amazed by the guild's base. It's a monumental building, and they're being invited inside. This makes our protagonist shift his focus. He needs to figure out the regressor's true intentions here. As the doors opened, everyone was welcomed as if they were heroes. A completely unexpected reception. Even Kim looked a bit embarrassed. Seeing their reaction, Sangi apologized for overdoing it, but said they wanted to welcome the newcomers properly, knowing they must be tired, and invited everyone to join the banquet. The food was already being prepared for them. Sangi ordered the feast teams to begin cooking, which surprised our protagonist. Watching how much authority she holds, he realized she's the second in command, and she's handling everything personally. The whole place is far too luxurious, which makes our protagonist think more cautiously. All of this feels extremely excessive. Some nobles appreciated the investment because they want to make a good impression on these newcomers, thinking about the future of the Blue Guild. It's only a matter of time before the newcomers decide to join them. The nobles in the room seemed pleased overall, but someone among them looked disappointed. In another hall, the group was waiting for the banquet. A generous spread of meats was brought out for them. Without wasting a second, Dyaku started eating as if his life depended on it. It was the first proper meal they had in a long time. Our protagonist understood that they were trying to impress them, but he couldn't stop feeling suspicious about everything. He needed more substantial evidence to figure out what was really going on. That was when he noticed the spoon he was holding. It was made of pure gold, yet incredibly light. That only deepened his suspicions. But he was interrupted by Sangi, who wanted to get to know them better and asked for their names. After hearing the question, Kim said his name and his class, and Stacy did the same. Believing it wouldn't cause problems, our protagonist followed his companion's example, despite the fact that he had already changed classes twice, unlike the others. He assumed this would be an advantage, but Sangi's expression became visibly disappointed. She immediately realized he had gone through a second class change, and he wasn't expecting that reaction at all. Now he looked at Kim with genuine concern, because he had made that decision based on Kim's advice. He wanted to believe Kim hadn't sabotaged him, but it was getting harder to think otherwise. Even so, he decided to trust his ally, convinced he would become a great alchemist, thanks to the item he had received. At least one person was enjoying everything without a care. Dyaku wouldn't stop devouring the food. He was so hungry he couldn't slow down, and his enthusiasm pulled the protagonist out of his intrusive thoughts. Kim also thanked them for the meal, but he had something to say. He wanted to know why they were being treated so well, as if the guild desperately needed them and was trying to recruit them. That put Sangi in a difficult position, and she admitted that yes, she wanted to recruit them. She explained that they might not reach an agreement right away, but promised that the negotiation would be favorable to them. That caught the protagonist's interest because she seemed confident that the deal would benefit them. But the regressor wanted to discuss the details immediately. That reaction surprised the protagonist. Sangi then realized she needed to give them context so they could understand the full picture, starting with information about the continent. Meanwhile, the protagonist noticed the silverware was fake, yet Kim still wanted to join them. Sangi continued her explanation, beginning with the Sacred Empire, which worships the goddess Benagor. But the protagonist was following Kim's intuition alone. The regressor clearly had privileged information. Surely, Kim wanted to get closer to the guild only to use them for his own benefit later, but he could at least negotiate more aggressively, which would help everyone. What frustrated the protagonist most was not being able to read Kim's thoughts. Everything about him remained a mystery. It was possible that, in his past life, Kim had been nothing more than a background character among these people, forced into simple labor like a servant. Understanding why he returned to this world was truly intriguing. Now the protagonist understood why Kim was so kind. He must have suffered a lot. Even so, the protagonist wanted more answers because he didn't want to share his treasure with anyone else. In this life, Kim would not depend on others, not if the protagonist could help it. But for that to work, Kim needed to trust him fully. As for the continent itself, Sangi explained that the Sacred Empire wasn't the only major nation. There were equally powerful ones, such as the Republic and the Alliance of the Kingdoms. All three worked together to maintain balance, while several neutral factions existed beyond them. But those three were the dominant forces. They lived there with the natives of this place, but humans are foreigners, which makes the relationship between species a bit delicate. Everyone needs to try to coexist. In this world, there are elves and dragons, and our protagonist pays attention to every detail. Besides the Blue Guild, there are other factions that can operate outside the direct influence of the Empire, but there is a rule of mutual cooperation and military pacts. Guilds are subject to nations, and each of those countries can rely on this type of power. There are also dungeons that open every year. The place they are now was entrusted to foreigners who will manage the tutorial on behalf of the Holy Empire. This responsibility is decided among the factions that exist there. This year it was given to the Blue Guild, but that authority rotates. Full of curiosity, Daku asked if they belonged to the Blue Guild, but the woman said that's not exactly the case. They are only responsible for escorting them, and like everyone else, they are recruiters, nothing more. That even left the woman confused for a moment. She said that the food was basically a bribe, but corrected herself, saying it was a gift for the newcomers. In her position, our protagonist would have lied about half of that information. She's far too positive. She must be someone's puppet, with her positivity used to mask the true intentions behind all this. To our protagonist, it's clear they are completely desperate, so he decided to ask what the Blue Guild's position is within the Holy Empire. He wants to know the root of that desperation. Answering him, Sangi said that once they represented the Empire itself, but they are no longer as large as before. They ended up facing situations beyond their control. Even so, she hopes they can consider the opportunities the future may offer, assuring them that the salary and terms she can propose are just as good as the competition's. For our protagonist, that guild is halfway to ruin, and they hope that by hiring new talent, they can return to their former glory. The regressor is observing our protagonist closely. All that investment was meant to make a strong impression, but our protagonist feels no attachment to any of it. Expecting them to join out of pity is absurd, and he's hoping Kim will want to leave that place immediately. But to his surprise, Kim liked everything he heard. Even if it's hard to give an answer right now, he wants to hear the terms of the contract, leaving our protagonist completely shocked. Lee struggled to mask his real reaction, but if Kim is this positive about it, there must be a privileged reason. Imagining what could have motivated him, our protagonist feels uneasy. The obvious conclusion is that Kim will use this guild for his own benefit. There's no other possibility. In his past life, he clearly wasn't just anyone. He must have held real authority and influenced many people. It's entirely possible that he became their leader. It would make sense for him to become someone important again in the future, and a guild on the brink of collapse is the perfect place for him to gain influence. It's only a hypothesis, but it's hard to imagine something more plausible, especially considering Kim's friendly attitude during that meeting. After saying everything she needed to, Sanyi wished the newcomers a good rest, suggesting they visit the Human Resources Department the next morning. Now she will take them to their rooms. Full of excitement, Stacy wants to know what our protagonist thought of the food, since she thought everything was fabulous. As the girl clings to the protagonist, Lee is thinking that all of them will have good positions in that place in the future. But that only makes Kim even more mysterious and more admirable as well, because everyone's future is being built on solid ground. Everything is part of Kim's planning, and to them, the Blue Guild is just a delicious prey that appeared along the way. With keys in her hand, Sangi said they are for the guests to use, and if they need help, they only have to contact her. The protagonist decided to say goodbye to her politely, thinking it's very important to leave a good impression on that woman. Looking at the numbers on the keys, he realized he was standing before his room door and now wants to know what they will do next, since they could all rest immediately, but they all seem very confused, and he wants to know what Kim really thinks of that place. He wishes his companions would talk more and that on his next class change he could get something related to the eye of the mind. So he invited everyone into his room so they could talk more. The interior of that place is simply fabulous. Daku, who had been missing a real bed, loved all that comfort. The protagonist told his friends they could sit anywhere, noticing that Kim still acts very shy in that kind of interaction. That only strokes the protagonist's ego even more because he can make a regressor uncomfortable. With everyone gathered there, the protagonist said he wasn't expecting such a structure. They're being treated like very important people, and he isn't used to that, even though he's secretly loving every second. Daku agreed, saying that all that formality makes his head hurt, not to mention the flood of new information. Kim went straight to the point. They're in a privileged position where they will be treated well no matter what, and soon they'll receive more offers. They should choose whatever benefits them most, and he believes this place is the best option. The protagonist already expected to hear something like that, and for the regressor, a place that truly needs them will certainly be the one that treats them best. The protagonist agrees, but he's still suspicious. Deoku and Stacy remain unsure, but they'll follow their companion's decision. The girl waits for the protagonist's words. After thinking a bit, he said that place isn't bad at all, which made Kim quite happy. The certainty will only come the next day after seeing the contract terms and other offers, since they have nothing to lose. Kim agrees, saying they need to analyze everything carefully and stay wherever offers the most benefits. That makes the protagonist a bit uneasy, even giving him cramps, but he'll follow the regressor no matter what. Now that they've finished talking, they're getting ready to go to their rooms. Kim stood up, saying he would return to his own. He seemed hesitant, thinking his companions may disagree with him. But what the protagonist wants is to extract the maximum value from the negotiations. Seeing Kim's discouragement starts worrying him. The regressor finally opened the door of the room assigned to him. Observing the beautiful lighting inside, he ran his hand along the wall as he walked calmly toward the nearest window. That triggered memories of the past when his subordinate told him the leader had to flee because enemies were coming. But he wanted to fight no matter what. That only made his subordinate beg forgiveness because she was going to sacrifice herself. The scene caused a great uproar among the people. A woman who resembles Sangi is crying heavily, saying that the Empire hunts its own citizens. Soon humans will be annihilated, and everyone in that guild is holding daggers. Right in front of the regressor, they ended their own lives, leaving only bodies behind. Unfortunately, that man carries extremely dark memories, and this time he wants to change everything. He promises that things will happen differently. Lost in his own thoughts, he's suddenly hit by a specific memory, a white mask. It felt very real, but Kim is still standing by the window. Deeply sorrowful, he begins to cry because of everything he remembered. And with his allies by his side now, he hopes things can turn out differently this time. Saving the lives of everyone important to him is the only goal Kim carries in this life. The next morning, birds are singing cheerfully. Our protagonist gets out of bed after a peaceful night's sleep. He immediately heads to the door of his room, not knowing someone was waiting outside. Stacy was already there, waiting for the moment he woke up, wanting to know if he managed to rest. Our boy is surprised that she stayed outside waiting for him, and Stacy has a reason for doing that. She wants to attend the interview together with him. Completely in love, she says that our protagonist smells very good, but he's wondering if she's really okay, or if her mind is snapped. A man in uniform approaches all of them. Kim will be the first to attend the interview while the others wait. Our protagonist wanted the group to attend together, believing it would be better. Now he has to wait patiently. Where he is, he can hear applause, and now he's unsure if this is a simple interview or a full-on evaluation. The next person to be interviewed is Stacy. Our boy is growing increasingly nervous because even though he's extremely intelligent, he's still just a normal person and gets anxious in situations like this. As soon as the girl leaves the room, the next to be called is Daku. Now that he will be the last one, our protagonist feels like he will be completely exposed and that he is actually a burden to the group. Even if he has become stronger, his self-esteem is still tiny. His turn finally arrives, and he believes that with his above-average intelligence, he might be evaluated well. Not to mention the magical power he developed. He hopes to receive the same treatment as his friends. But the moment he enters the room, he's surprised. Several people are there to evaluate him. Among them is a familiar face, Sangi, who will also participate in the evaluation. Many unfamiliar faces are there too, not all of them friendly. They already know the boy belongs to the alchemist class, and our protagonist explains he started his career as a mage but chose the alchemist class during the second selection. He seems confident, and now it's time to answer other questions. Our boy notices some people smiling in that room, and it begins to annoy him. An old man tells him that alchemy isn't a very good choice. It would be different if he had a lot of magical power. So he wants to know the boy's attributes. Our protagonist says he has 8 points in magic. To the old man, that seems pathetic, considering the boy has gone through 2 class changes. He expected a much higher value. Our protagonist admits that the attribute that grows the most for him is intelligence, especially compared to his companions. Now he's definitely upset because he hasn't even been tested yet, and Sangi says she will present the contract terms to him. He will receive 1,500 gold coins at the start, binding himself to that faction for the next 7 years, receiving 700 gold coins annually, with the possibility of renegotiating those terms later, and he would be treated similarly to the others to some extent. Right after that, an argument broke out among the negotiators, but not everyone agreed with Sangi. They think 1,000 gold coins for the alchemist is already absurd, that he might become a burden, and our boy has to listen to this discussion in real time, being belittled by these people. Now he is furious because they are treating him like a fool. Using the mind's eye, he realizes he is surrounded by ordinary people, and he's being underestimated solely because of his objective attributes, while they are ignoring something fundamental. Full of confidence, he asked if that was all they had to offer. Sangi said there were some benefits similar to those on Earth, like life and health insurance, as well as support in case of marriage, childbirth, and even research assistance. One of those people thinks these terms are excessive, but Sangi believes in the boy's potential, and this is what they can offer for now. That positive attitude genuinely improved his mood since he is at least being treated with some respect. The problem is the others. Not everyone knows how close he is to the true talents of that team, and some are even suggesting cutting the offers down. You realize these people are completely rotten, even if they are not entirely wrong. There are variables. After all, teams can split up. That's part of life. But that is not the case for his team. His friends are truly different. Deku, for example, is easily impressed by money and likes having plenty of it. Stacy's entire life revolves around staying with him, and the regressor is likely someone who enjoys talking and persuading others. Their team's bond is far more solid and complicated than these people imagine, and it would never be simple to get rid of him. He hopes to be underestimated even more since that will put him in a position of great advantage. He thanked them for the proposal, knowing they put effort into preparing it. One of the old men believes he will not find a better offer, and even after being rude throughout the entire interview, he asked the boy to try convincing the others to join the faction, hoping that maybe they would improve his own proposal. But being direct, he said he would not do that. Those words startled the old man. He said he needs more time to consider the offer, but the old men want a quick answer since they are in a hurry. The situation has shifted. They don't believe these newcomers will actually reject such good offers. Before he left the room, Sandy asked him to wait a minute. She would show him the faction's manuscripts containing all the contracts, believing it might help his reflection. But one of the old men became furious at the boy's audacity. After receiving that envelope, he concluded it isn't worth reading. Those terms will change within the next few days anyway. The proposal given to him was good, but they made the mistake of mistreating him during the interview. When he rejoined his companions, he made Kim believe he had been treated well, since all of them had been treated well. Kim recognizes that this faction is taking a gamble on them. Recruiting them could be positive for everyone's future. But our protagonist knows that this optimism only applies to the others. Even though it is still early, Kim wants to know what his friends thought of the interview, believing they can benefit from that place, and all of them are happy. However, Deku and Stacy want to know what our protagonist thought about it, since they will follow him in his decision, and our protagonist fell into a deep silence. Kim was the one who became impatient with this, waiting anxiously for our protagonist's words. Belonging to that faction really could be very good, since he would be surrounded by talented people. But our protagonist would rather begin life as the head of a snake and the tail of a dragon. And he told the regressor that he needs to think a bit more about that offer. Worried, Kim asked if something happened that left him uncomfortable. Our protagonist believes he can increase his own value and he knows exactly how to do it. Those words caught his companions by surprise. However, Kim seems to know exactly what our protagonist is talking about. They have decided to make a small demonstration. Kim acknowledged that he was being too impulsive, and after talking with our protagonist, realized he does not need to rush that contract. They cleared the dungeon in record time, and there must be many people interested in the potential they possess. It is time to shock all of them, because this team is a winning lottery ticket, and our protagonist wants to prove the value they have, leaving no room for doubt. A little frightened, Stacy and Deku want to know what the other two are thinking, and whether they intend to abandon them. Our protagonist confirmed he will stay with everyone, separating is not an option. Kim even made it clear that he wishes to remain with those people forever. To our protagonist, Kim should be grateful because with his contribution, Kim will become absurdly rich. Filled with enthusiasm, Deku wants to celebrate, raising a toast to that optimism with a beer, and our protagonist said that everyone should prepare for the demonstration. Even Stacy cannot neglect that. She took the opportunity to invite him out, and our protagonist said they need to study for the demonstration, and they could go out afterward. But the girl was immovable. Either they go out now, or she will not study. For someone who is always obedient, our protagonist realized Stacy is becoming a bit stubborn, but he ended up agreeing with her request, making one thing very clear. They must all go out together. Deeply worried about our protagonist, Deku asked if he was sure about that, and Kim said there is time to do something like that. But Deku asked his friend to have a bit of sense and refused the request. Even Stacy became upset at that condition. With their companions refusing, our protagonist used that as an example, saying that everyone needs to prepare, and it should be no different for them. Finally, the girl was convinced to postpone the outing, but she said that being by our protagonist's side is more important than anything. Our protagonist agrees, thinking to himself that this is the spirit. He needs to continue being her priority, but they still must prepare. Because of that, he witnessed Stacy once again becoming unbalanced, emanating a dark energy. Because she was emotional, all of his companions must be perfect so they can impress the audience of that faction. Because this is the only way he has to increase his market value. Completely shifting his behavior, our protagonist asked Stacy if she truly wanted to go out with him. If that is the case, then there is no other choice but to agree. He will do his part in this performance, but he needs his companions to put in effort as well. He told the girl that on that day they will do everything she wants. She suggested that throughout the day their other companions should leave the two of them alone. But the intention of our protagonist is to show how a real documentary is made. A few days later, inside that same building, our protagonist and his team are relaxed. Lee worked a lot on his projects and is tired. In the room with him is Deku, who keeps reading the catalog, learning even more about that place. He found out that the special chef is in the cafeteria and can cook amazing dishes. He wished his grandparents could witness something like that, but considering the conditions of that world, our protagonist disagreed. The truth is that Deku feels he is being treated extremely well, and that constant sense of gratitude makes him uneasy. And our protagonist said that from that day on, that treatment would be the rule for them. Knowing this made the two of them very happy. However, Deku soon shifted his thoughts, becoming more somber. He has something to ask our protagonist. He wants to know if everything is okay with their friend. Our protagonist hasn't been able to talk to the girl in the last few days, and because of that, she's remained locked in her room, which is becoming concerning. It's as if she is suffering withdrawal from our protagonist, anxious because she can't speak to him. But for our protagonist's plan, this is necessary. He has no other option. Distracting Deku with food, our protagonist said everything is fine and asked his friend to go exercise a bit to increase his endurance. Now our protagonist can return to his studies. For all practical purposes, he is the one who knows Stacy best, knowing she is essential to this team. That's why they are practically a winning lottery ticket. That girl has no limit to her magical growth. Players with potential like hers grow incredibly fast, and the only notable things our protagonist has are his luck and his intelligence. While Stacy's mana is increasing at an alarming speed, after the second-class selection, she became an elemental mage following the recommendation of her companions. And our protagonist is certain of something. She will become even stronger very quickly. That is what her potential dictates. Because of this, our protagonist has been using a little trick since the tutorial, the Push and Pull Stacy project. Every time she accomplishes something, he genuinely encourages her. But when she fails to do so, our protagonist acts coldly. What a jerk. As a result, something became very clear the last time they were together. Our protagonist said he had something to tell her. He said they could not meet until the day of the demonstration. They would only see each other again when she achieved a perfect score. Obviously, the girl did not like that, and our protagonist said it would be only for a short time, promising to reward her if she did well. Now that she is completely furious and missing our protagonist, Stacy is working extremely hard on her studies. For our protagonist, this is the most efficient way to accelerate her growth, as she's becoming stronger at an incredible pace. If she stays in his company, he may slow down that development. Deku said that this makes sense, however. Their friend is alone and crying every day, but Lee reminded him that this has only been happening for 3 days. Soon, representatives from all guilds will gather. It is essential that Stacy performs extremely well, and they will all be together again shortly. She also needs to learn how to stay away from the protagonist because he will not be able to be by her side at all times. Even after hearing this, Deku said that just looking at the girl makes it clear she likes the protagonist a lot. It is undeniable that the two make an adorable couple, but our protagonist is worried because only he knows the confused feelings she carries. Sometimes he thinks about what might happen and the punishments she might inflict, and that terrifies him. As long as Kim and Stacy show their abilities properly, the success of this plan will be guaranteed. The greater goal of all this is that they may all have extremely comfortable lives. As the days of preparation came to an end, the moment for the demonstration finally arrived. Many people were there solely to witness it, and an announcer was telling everyone that the team who cleared the tutorial would appear soon. Only 15 minutes remained. One of the event staff told the team to get ready and asked them to follow him. For the protagonist, everything felt interesting because this was so different from the dungeon they had faced. This place was far safer, and the infrastructure was perfect. While walking, the protagonist noticed something important. The people from the camp were there. Among them, he couldn't find Joanna, and he missed her, especially her stubbornness. If she were present, convincing this faction would be much easier. When he entered the arena, his eyes widened in shock. The place was completely packed, filled with people who came just to see them, and all that grandeur deeply satisfied his ego. Sangi was responsible for announcing the event to everyone. It had been a long time since the last group of foreigners arrived in this continent, and they were now in charge of welcoming them, having once stood on the other side of the dungeon. The doors of that place opened again this year, bringing new heroes, and suddenly a red-haired woman with a chiseled abdomen appeared, making the protagonist think she might be the love of his life. Continuing her speech, Sangi welcomed everyone and fulfilled the proper formalities, hoping the goddess's blessing would be with all of them. The announcer returned to speak, saying these newcomers had attracted great attention for clearing the dungeon so quickly. He then asked the crowd to welcome them with applause. For now, part of the team was seated in the stands, while Stacy stood in the center of the arena. The protagonist thought about her warmly, imagining she was searching for him among the crowd, unaware that she was radiating dark energy. He hoped she had trained well. When she finally spotted him, she calmed down again. In that moment, he noticed a small nosebleed on her, which likely meant she had pushed herself too hard. Deku was excited for what was about to happen, but wondered why she looked so thin. She must have trained intensely, and now the protagonist was worried. She didn't look physically well. The announcer told everyone that Stacy would be the first to demonstrate her abilities. She was deeply anxious about her performance. She didn't want to disappoint the protagonist. Afraid of being labeled useless if she wasn't perfect, terrified of being cast aside, she wanted to avoid that fate at all costs. Her only motivation was not to let him down. She couldn't bear another experience of abandonment. The announcer waited for her signal to begin, but even without her saying anything, he started feeling uneasy. The arena was gripped by the same sensation. A tremor shook the ground. The protagonist knew something like that could interrupt the demonstration, but all he could think about was Stacy, hoping everyone would perform well. In the middle of the arena, she began using her power in a majestic way. With just a few words, she spoke an incantation, explosion. She launched a beam of energy toward the sky. Far enough from the innocent spectators, the energy spread as if it were a true explosion. Now the protagonist was terrified by everything he was seeing. Stacy's destructive power is simply absurd. The shockwave is putting everyone at risk, especially their ears. If Stacy doesn't hold back her potential in this demonstration, people are going to get hurt. Several important figures are witnessing the destruction in the middle of the arena, and they're impressed by it. The same can be said for Sangi and that old man who belittled our boy. After that display, Stacy had to catch her breath, but she's hoping our protagonist appreciated it. And our poor boy is still deeply shaken. He has to take a deep breath to get back to normal. Now he's celebrating like someone completely smitten, saying his beloved Stacy is truly incredible. His friends are astonished he can act like a man in love, and that's genuinely fascinating. Full of enthusiasm, Lee is telling the people in the crowd that that woman is a mage full of talent. Now the excitement is spreading everywhere, with cheers growing louder, which greatly pleases our protagonist. As she leaves the arena, part of the crowd rushes toward her to cheer her on. All little Stacy wants now is to get close to our protagonist. As she approaches, Lee's already thinking about what kind of reward he'll have to give her this time because she really was sensational. Everyone believes a genius has finally appeared, someone incredible who could change the future of the Blue Guild on her own. An important man there, the guild's strategist, wants Stacy's file immediately, having witnessed something truly remarkable. Stacy runs toward our protagonist full of hope. As he moves toward her too, he has no idea how to repay her. Getting close, he uses the mind's eye and sees that her magic power is already at 41 points. It increased by 10 units in the past week. The system says our boy is a lucky parasite who can live peacefully just by staying close to this woman. The strong people in that place have at most 80 points of magic power, meaning Stacy really is an absurd genius. Because of the chaos caused by the crowd, the announcer asks everyone to return to their seats. The situation is getting out of control. Hugging Stacy, our protagonist praises her performance and apologizes for being so harsh, but she says it was nothing. Even so, she did that for an entire week and is now waiting for her reward. Our protagonist knew something like this would happen. Without hesitation, Stacy is already preparing to receive what she wants, about to kiss our protagonist. The onlookers watch closely. They had no idea the two were a couple. Our protagonist knows Stacy is doing this on purpose in front of everyone, to signal that he belongs to her. Some important people are seeing it too. For him, something like this isn't bad. Actually, it's excellent. Holding Stacy's cheeks, he tells her she did very well, kisses her forehead, and says he loves her. Now the impression is that they're an extremely loving couple who absolutely cannot be separated. This leaves the important figures of the Blue Guild deeply concerned. For our protagonist, showing how close he is to the girl was a complete success. Unexpectedly, Stacy then hugs him tightly, tight enough to hurt his ribs. While she clings firmly to him, the people around start feeling a bit embarrassed. Now it is time for the next player to give his demonstration, the prodigy swordsman. Kim began taking off his coat to enter the arena. Telling his teammates he would return soon, all of them wished him luck. Our protagonist now had to admit that Kim really has an enviable charm. Noticing the affection between that couple, Deku said he needed to find someone soon. Our pair completely ignored that comment because he knows the regressor's demonstration will be incredible, and it will be a combat practice between two people. Both fighters have exceptional stats, but the regressors are simply absurd. The countdown is starting. Good grief. What a joke they're playing on Kim. They gave him an opponent with only one eye. They're making things easier for him. Unlike everyone else, our protagonist knows the regressor is not looking at this as a simple demonstration. Finally, the start of the fight was declared. The two combatants are exchanging blows with speed and brutality. Even so, Kim remains very calm because he can overwhelm his opponent effortlessly, completely crushing his confidence. After only a few exchanges, the one-eyed fighter realized Kim is truly strong. And that's not all, he's extremely handsome as well. At this moment in the battle, Kim gained a lot of height, and our protagonist, watching everything, is becoming more and more delighted. It is the first time he's ever observed Kim fight with such attention. Watching the combat closely, the hypothesis of our protagonist is that the regressor is in his second life, and he passed by his opponent like a flash of lightning. Defeating that enemy would be far too easy to avoid suspicion. He is playing along. The other swordsmen there are seeing in Kim a true prodigy. This makes our protagonist very happy, because the value of their team is rising a lot. Kim is their real pride. Finally, the regressor delivered the finishing blow, disarming his opponent. The poor soul didn't even understand how he lost his sword. Kim dropped his own blade as well, and our protagonist thought he was exaggerating a bit. Now he watches closely to see what will happen next, because the poor soul who was disarmed is about to have his face smashed in. A strike was launched, but something extremely bizarre just happened. Someone is being thrown out of the arena with incredible force, and to everyone's surprise, that person is Kim. Our protagonist was not expecting a result like that. The truth is that no one in that arena was expecting something like this. Even Kim's opponent became worried about what had happened. Even with a smile on his face, Kim acknowledges he lost that battle. For our protagonist, this is the perfect outcome. Kim acted with complete genius. He showed he could have won, but chose to stay discreet. Stacy certainly made a strong impression, but no one wants to lose a prodigy like that swordsman. Now it is Deoku's turn to present himself. Since he is the team's tank, a fundamental role. Before entering the arena, he heard from our protagonist that he should remain calm and not feel pressured. Supported by everyone, he is quite determined now, and within seconds, he began being struck by a creature. This test is one of endurance. The announcer said Dyaku only needs to withstand 3 minutes. As a safety measure, the monster there has been chained so it doesn't lose control. To our protagonist, this test feels a bit barbaric. After a harsh session of beatings, Dyaku began to get exhausted. But he is not the only one. The monster is also very tired of continuing to hit him. As both of them moved in for combat again, they eventually collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. After achieving that result, Dyaku was smiling now, telling the creature that they had a great fight. And unbelievably, even without understanding human language, the creature agreed with him. Our boy has no idea what made Dyaku do that. The guy somehow decided to befriend a monster. Then it was finally our protagonist's turn. Stacy was excited, and as Dyaku returned to the group, he was also very positive about what was coming. Our boy noticed that he was surrounded by sincere people, and their support meant everything. It was time for the alchemist to surprise everyone, even though expectations for him were low. After being looked down on by those old evaluators, he was still upset. Standing in the middle of the arena, he began performing a large enchantment. But while doing that, he noticed it wasn't as effective as he hoped. In alchemy, he has to exchange certain things, and in this case, he was consuming stamina instead of magical power. His goal was to summon a pillar of fire, and he made the flames blue just to leave a good impression on the audience. There was also a small test dummy in the arena. It was completely incinerated by the blue fire, an impressive display of firepower. But it was far too exhausting. He wouldn't be able to use something like that in a real fight. Now that the demonstration was over, everyone had their own opinions about the team. Our protagonist waited for the wave of recruiters that was about to approach. Many people were interested, eager to recruit them into their factions. And among those people, the offers were becoming impressive, reaching 4,500 gold coins. It didn't take long for proposals to hit 6,000 gold coins. The situation was turning into a complete mess. Our boy and his friends had to act politely, which actually worked in their favor, since the leaders of the Blue Guild would now have to respond somehow. Thanks to his planning, the value of their entire team had risen significantly. Then that red-haired woman with the perfect abs finally appeared. In the blink of an eye, he noticed something happening. Someone was trying to hit him with a knee to the face. It was so sudden that no one managed to react, but to his surprise, her knee hit the wall instead. He thinks she actually meant to make a bold, provocative move toward him, but that's only a guess. Calling him cute, she asked if they could talk for a bit. The truth was that this woman moved so fast that not even a regressor would have been able to respond in time. Now our protagonist felt cornered like an animal. She made it clear she wanted to speak with all of them, but he was still terrified. This woman was genuinely frightening. To respond properly, he used the Eye of the Mind and discovered her strength was at 97 points, with every one of her attributes absurdly high. She was the strongest person he had encountered so far. And with all the titles and tendencies she carried, she might be a difficult person to deal with. She realized she had been rude and said she just likes to settle things immediately. She'd introduced herself as the leader of the Red Mercenaries, one of the 3 greatest groups in the Sacred Empire. Her name was Hera, and she said she was honored to meet them. Seeing even that tiny bit of politeness left our boy confused. He was standing before one of the 3 divine kings, yet now she seemed almost angelic because of her shift in behavior. He introduced himself as well, not realizing what was happening yet. Stacy clearly didn't like the proximity of that dangerous woman, full of charm and temptations, and tried to say that the woman was very strange. But our boy understood he at least needed to greet her properly. Even leaving a slightly bad impression on that woman would be terrible, and Lee hopes they can get along. Right after that, Hera also decided to introduce herself to Stacy, but the girl is visibly intimidated, hiding behind our protagonist. Going straight to the point, Hera proves she watched The Godfather. She made them an offer they can't refuse, offering 2 billion. But that's in Korean currency, plus an annual salary of 5 million. Converted into local currency, it's an offer of 20,000 gold coins, which is simply absurd. This made our protagonist look at the regressor to gauge possibilities, and judging by his expression, maybe this isn't possible. Based on the name, the Red Mercenaries must focus on combat. Even so, Hera said that mages and alchemists are valued, and some important executives want to recruit that type of people. Our protagonist noticed they're trying to change their approach. Hera revealed she went there with no expectations, but ended up finding great talents. She said an alchemist can fill the role of a mage and also a priest, performing healing positions. Saying they're perfect for her future project made our boy remember the Blue Guild and how he wasn't appreciated. But the woman said she's more interested in magic users. They're oversaturated with warriors. That's when our protagonist realized he would have to separate from Dyaku and Kim. For that woman, including the others in her plan, would be very difficult. He recognized that what she said is genuinely interesting, and those words started making his friends very worried. The protagonist admitted the offer is extremely satisfying, but there's a problem with it. Before he could finish his sentence, his companions started to panic. Looking at that well-defined, violence-sculpted abdomen, our protagonist realized he was facing the perfect shield and sword, which is why they need mages. But since he finished the tutorial with his friends, he became very attached to them and cannot accept an offer that requires abandoning them. Those words brought huge relief to Dyaku and Kim, who who genuinely thought they were about to be left behind. But our protagonist would never abandon a regressor. Hera found that choice of words interesting, since she noticed our protagonist isn't the type who easily grows attached to others. She'd also said they're very similar. She claimed his face is exactly her favorite type. My God, if I were the protagonist, I would have already answered, yes ma'am/no ma'am, please step on me. The redhead is not holding back. She'd also noticed Stacy needs to learn to hide her killing intent. And indeed, Stacy is being driven by genuine jealousy. Now the situation is confusing and cruel. The redhead said she'll punish Stacy for not being able to control herself. She kissed our protagonist on purpose with all her charm. I swear when I started this story, I never imagined something like this would happen. My God. And the woman is committed. She's using a lot of tongue, sparing no one. This isn't even a kiss anymore. These are early steps toward mating. Our boy is completely horrified, thinking about what Stacy will do to him afterward. And the poor girl is utterly devastated. Same for Deku, who idolizes that couple. Finally, the redhead decided to stop assaulting our protagonist. She said she'd like to play with him a bit more, and as our boy falls to the ground, we can see she placed a collar on his neck. She did that solely because of Stacy's killing intent, suggesting the girl be more cautious from now on. Our protagonist knows the situation is delicate, and that's when he noticed something on his neck. The powerful woman stated it's just a gift, saying she'll see those cuties again soon. Analyzing the object, Lee realized that it increases his magic power. For all intents and purposes, that is an exceptional gift. Everything that just happened left him very surprised. Even after rejecting that woman's offer, he still received a gift from her, aside from the kiss. Since he is very worried about Stacy's condition, he decided to keep the necklace in his pocket. Finally, he and his team began leaving that place. Many people are enthusiastic about the demonstration, and some are even more interested in the alchemist, but our boy knows those are only empty words. As they try to leave, Deku and Stacy keep watching him. Now that they are in a more private space, Deku said that the red-haired woman is nothing but a brute and was completely inappropriate. She shouldn't have touched our boy like that, and she ruined everyone's mood. Kim is also observing him carefully. Surprising everyone, Kim said that what happened wasn't necessarily bad. At least that is the impression he has about the situation. For our protagonist, that makes sense. Even though he refused her proposal, they now have some sort of relationship with her, and it is undeniable that she is one of the strong ones in this land. He should also be grateful. If that woman were more unhinged, she wouldn't have stolen just a kiss. She could have been violent, and Stacy was in real danger. Eventually, the team reunited with the Blue Guild's representatives. Now they have lost any advantage in the negotiation. Our protagonist wants to know if they have considered new terms for the contract offered to them. After what happened, they cannot ignore how important those troublesome folks are and how essential our protagonist is to the team. Sanyi asked that they move somewhere else to talk because they truly need to discuss the new contract terms. Our protagonist said goodbye to his team since this meeting would be only with him. Stacy agreed but is still visibly shaken. Looking at her, he realized he must fix that situation. But the priority now is the negotiation. Once again, he is standing before all those old men. He wants to know how much they intend to increase his salary. He will now receive 10,000 coins if he accepts the contract, and his entire team will receive heroic-grade equipment. The urge to burst into uncontrollable laughter is huge, but he must maintain flawless acting. He will also be given an alchemy workshop, and his share of items acquired from dungeons will be increased, and repairs for his equipment will be completely free. Still, he is not satisfied, and Sanyi said that his contract will last 3 years. She will also offer an exclusive proposal to these newcomers. Instead of joining an already existing team, they will be allowed to form an entirely new unit. This is excellent because the leader of that unit will also have administrative authority. They will be allowed to make their own decisions. Things are becoming very interesting, but our protagonist is expecting even more rewards. To his surprise, administrative positions will be open to non-combatants, and he will be appointed as the leader of this new administrative division. This is basically everything he wanted. However, an old man stood up, saying that this is already too much. Raising his staff, a bright blue light filled the room. Our protagonist cannot even tell what kind of energy that is because he suddenly cannot breathe. The old man is so furious that he wants to end our protagonist right there, calling him a deceitful youth. Our protagonist is extremely worried, unable to breathe at all. In desperation, Sanyi is trying to resolve the situation in the best way possible because the squad leader has completely lost control. Now our protagonist understands the title that old man holds, and apparently he must also be an administrative leader. It might be that the old man doesn't want to share the same title with our protagonist, and that leaves our boy genuinely irritated. It's time to change the direction of this entire situation. Growing more enraged by the second, the old man wants to know if they really have to invest in this kid, while his peers beg him to stop using his staff. Giving in to his own malice, the old man says he can get rid of the boy without anyone ever finding out. This only makes the protagonist even angrier about what's happening. So he suggested the old man try pushing his luck. After all, he's nothing but an old man, and if he thinks things will be that easy, he should try putting it into practice. Confident as ever, the old man is sure he can do it. Our protagonist said he's just a senile and degenerate old man. He added that Hero wouldn't stay quiet if anything happened to him, though deep down he knows she would absolutely ignore him. But the second he mentioned her name, the old man froze in fear because he knows the mercenary queen. Finally, Lee secured another advantage in that argument. As far as everyone is concerned, the mercenary queen kissed him, and no one else. Relieved to be breathing normally again, our boy had to endure the old man's shouting, who is now completely out of control. Lee is going to squeeze every bit of advantage he can from this, saying he received a gift from Hera and that she seems to miss him. The old man is convinced this is all nonsense, unable to understand how this kid managed to get close to the mercenary queen. That's when the protagonist asked if the old man is stupid or just pretending to be, since he clearly saw the kiss in the arena. Now the old man demands an explanation about what kind of relationship they have. Full of confidence, the protagonist said that's none of his business, it's irrelevant, and what really matters is that the Blue Guild used military force to threaten a novice. It would be terrible if others learned about what happened, especially the mercenary queen. That could bring disastrous consequences to the Blue Guild, and that truth instantly leaves the old man terrified. Showing good judgment, Sanyi asked the old man to calm himself. Perfectly composed, our protagonist revealed he has a few questions to ask because it seems that faction doesn't excel at anything. The vice leader must handle everything personally, while they let an old man run wild. He's certain they're hiding something important, so he asked where the leader of that faction is. The strange part is that it was obvious. Sanyi is surprised that the protagonist realized this and she wants to know if someone told him. He made it clear it was only a hypothesis, but he's sure something major must have happened. Irritated, the old man wants to know if the boy intends to bring disaster not only to the mercenary queen but also to their faction leader. He says the kid needs to learn his place, since he's questioning their authority. But our protagonist has had enough of the elder's lack of control. Knowing the old man is only afraid of losing his own title, our boy admitted he doesn't know all the details, but told him he has no right to speak that way under these circumstances. He suggested the old man step away from the negotiation entirely, and it's obvious he doesn't regret anything he did. Then the protagonist slammed his hand on the table and told the old man to listen carefully. He didn't come in to fight, he came to negotiate. And the way the old man has behaved is a problem. It looks like he's sliding into senility, completely ignoring the importance of that meeting. After the old man became so furious, he tried to punch our boy, who replied that if the old man wanted to prove that place was garbage, he succeeded, because it's people like him who drag a group into ruin, nothing more than stagnant water. Filled with rage, the old man shoved Sanyi aside, grabbing our protagonist by the clothes and saying the young one was acting as if he knew something. Now he was overflowing with bad feelings, insisting our protagonist knows absolutely nothing about that great family. All of those words were completely empty. Sanyi once again tried to make the elder stop acting so wildly. Since the advantage was in our protagonist's hands, he kept provoking him, saying the old man couldn't see the obvious. He said he didn't care about how he was evaluated, and that he knows the true prodigies are Stacy and Kim. Even so, the old man should behave with at least a bit more manners. Even if that continent had no rules, the elder went too far because our protagonist is not his subordinate, but all the man could do was act completely out of control. Finally, Sanyi's patience snapped and she slapped the old man. To her, that was the last warning that would be given in that meeting. The elder finally swallowed his own words. Our protagonist noticed Sanyi knows how to control her emotions and is the only normal person in that room. Now the old man, still seething, decided to abandon the meeting, saying he would make our protagonist regret joining them just because he dared question him in that place. After that, Sanyi apologized for what happened. She didn't expect the elder to behave with such rudeness. Lately, things have been getting worse. He truly has been acting like that frequently, which made our protagonist ask about the leader's health. Sanyi explained the leader has been absent for a long time, and that this is a sensitive topic for everyone there. But for our protagonist, the situation is different. It's like the elders are making Sanyi's work even harder. The woman kept apologizing for the incident, and our boy responded understandingly, saying he also needed to apologize, stating that the greater goal was to settle the contract. This made Sanyi ask if they would consider the new terms. Our protagonist said yes, but with one condition. She must uphold every promise made there, because only he knows the advantages the regressor possesses and he wants an executive position. This made Sanyi very happy, and she showed interest in placing his team within the main military force. Our protagonist also needs to be cautious, avoiding future problems caused by those elders. That's why he needs authority immediately. The only caveat Sanyi mentioned was that she couldn't provide the heroic grade items right away and hoped he would understand. This helped him realize just how difficult it is to obtain such items, remembering he had received something like that from Kim. With the meeting properly concluded, Sanyi apologized once more, and our boy expressed regret for not having been more helpful. They finally said their goodbyes. To our protagonist, Sanyi truly is a model citizen. She wished him well, while he felt he had acted convincingly. Deep down, she wished she could have said more but held back, deciding she would not allow problems like that to happen again. Everything went according to plan. Our protagonist succeeded in bringing Sanyi to his side. Now he needs to reunite with his companions. The appearance of what he said needs to partially become reality, and Kim wants to know why our boy brought up the mercenary queen. He said he has things to discuss with her, and that made Stacy and Deku very worried. While the girl is devastated, Deku wants to know what he plans to do with the woman who stole his purity. But our protagonist said it's nothing like what they're thinking. He's only acting for everyone's benefit. It would be good to have someone they can rely on, and soon he'll share all the details of what he has planned. But our protagonist noticed that the regressor is actually enjoying this situation, fully aware that he'll have a friend close to the mercenary queen. However, among them, there's someone who isn't happy about what's going on. Our boy remembered he still hasn't solved Stacy's situation. She feels deeply rejected. Seeing how she is, Lee wished he had an instruction manual for her. He thought he understood her well, but she keeps surprising him. He needs to be extremely careful with his words or things could get much worse. Before leaving on his trip, he told his companions that he needs to talk with Stacy for a bit. To gain the political influence he wants, he needs to speak with the mercenary queen. The other two leave the room so he can have some privacy. His goal is to make Stacy understand that everything he's doing is for the sake of the team. Normally, just holding hands with him would already make her happy, but this time nothing worked. That kiss really was brutal. Worried out of her mind, the girl is practically begging him not to go on that trip. Lee said nothing will happen. Stacy asked to go with him, but he knows going alone is better. He also asked her not to worry too much. But instead of calming down, the dark energy inside her began to grow. Desperate, she begged him not to go see that woman, saying she might truly lose her mind. Stacy insisted he should listen to her and pay attention to what she's saying. But our protagonist can't understand what is going on with her, and Stacy is begging him not to abandon her. Just thinking about that possibility is filling her with dark energy. That made a deep chill run down his spine. Stacy, overwhelmed by intense emotion, is starting to blame him. To prevent something worse from happening, he needed to act fast. He pushed Stacy against the wall, using all the charm of a teen drama heartthrob, and it worked almost instantly. It made Stacy return to her usual state of serene devotion and deep admiration. Going all in, he stepped closer and confessed that he loves her. The girl has no natural defenses against that, and now she's completely in love. Our protagonist said he would never abandon her, when, in truth, he knows he has no reason to do so because it would be dangerous. Throwing away someone with her potential is out of the question, and he continues being affectionate. She, like the others, belongs to him. They're his living shields. Overwhelmed, Stacy repeats over and over that she loves him. Holding her, our boy said he wants to protect her and cares about her safety. That's why he has to do this. Having a good relationship with that woman will benefit all of them, because her strength will be necessary in the future. After hearing that, Stacy said that if that's the reason, she can help. But immediately, Stacy remembered the moment she first met that woman, and that made her slip back into her dark emotions. Our protagonist thanks her for wanting to help, telling Stacy she needs to become even stronger for that to happen. Much stronger than she is now. As he places his fingers near her lips, the correct ones, the girl becomes increasingly flustered. From Stacy's point of view, our boy is making a huge sacrifice to approach that woman. Knowing how worried she is, he assures her that dangerous situations like that kiss will not happen again. Their pact is finally sealed with a passionate kiss, and now the two must part ways for a little while. While embracing him, Stacy wishes with all her heart to become stronger so her beloved won't have to sacrifice himself. Now she knows exactly what she must do. She needs to grow in strength so she can protect this poor guy. Observing Stacy's expression carefully, our protagonist is satisfied. He sees someone far more reliable. Stacy now has only one goal, to become strong enough to keep her boy out of the deadly grasp of that dangerously beautiful woman. That same night, our protagonist sets off to meet his new master. Standing before a massive gate guarded by soldiers, he is quickly recognized by the woman on duty as the guy who was kissed by the mercenary queen. Announcing his arrival, he says he has come to speak with Hera. He has no idea what to expect, but makes sure to wear the necklace she gave him. Looking at that castle, he sees how different it is from the Blue Guild. This place truly radiates power. Now he must simply avoid getting nervous. He planned everything carefully. He notices a door ahead and knocks, thinking no one might be inside. But he is surprised when the mercenary queen herself appears. She looks disoriented and irritated for having her sleep interrupted, assuming he is just another servant. Then she realizes she is standing before the novice. His presence brings a spark of excitement to her, thinking he changed his mind, but he explains that isn't exactly the case. Confused, she wants to know why he has come to her chambers. Imagining the boy is hopelessly attracted to her, she assumes he left his girlfriend because he can't forget a real woman like her. She demands he speak clearly about what he wants. Knowing her personality, our protagonist goes straight to the point. He asks her to become his sponsor. A brief silence fills the room. She doesn't understand at first. He admits it's embarrassing to repeat that request after being rejected, but before he can continue, a mischievous smile forms on Hera's face. Now she understands why he came. Finding him interesting, she tells him to follow her. No one has ever been this direct with her. She admits openly that he is exactly her type. She likes pretty and cunning boys like him. Feeling hopeful, our protagonist thinks things might actually work out. Sitting on her bed, the woman gestures for him to do the same. She tells him he'll have to try to charm her if he wants to earn his rewards. Now he finds himself in a dangerous dynamic he might not be able to win. His breathtakingly beautiful woman, strong, muscular, curvy, predatory, might very well be planning to devour him. Taking a deep breath, our protagonist insists that he isn't that kind of person. while she continues waiting. Lee finally says he hopes to receive investment for his team so they can accomplish great things. The mercenary queen reminded him that she had already made that offer, but he and his girlfriend rejected it. Now he is asking her to benefit the entire team, which is a joke. The mercenary queen has no reason to do that. She would rather have some fun with him and give him a bit of money afterward, which is far more advantageous for her. He understands the terms and said that the sponsorship would be beneficial for her as well. Seeing that confidence, Hera thinks he is adorable, but she's only playing with him. The truth is that if he can get any advantage out of that relationship, he would gladly act like a pet. Interested, Hera wants to know what he can offer her besides his own body. He said Kim possesses incredible talent and would be willing to become her ally along with the rest of the team. A cooperative relationship with all of them would certainly be beneficial in the long run. But those words didn't surprise the mercenary queen at all. He wasn't expecting such a reaction. The negotiation is becoming complicated. Hera said that even if they get stronger, it doesn't matter because she is already one of the strongest people on the continent. When needed, they hire mages from other factions since they have money for that. Even if the team is interesting, Hera has no interest in them. Even with an alliance, they would not belong to her faction. What she wants are people who can swear loyalty to her. Now he is frightened because he might actually have to become this woman's servant, wanting to resolve things quickly. Hera said that if he wants to keep talking like this, then he already knows what to do. He must sit beside her and do what adults do, assuring him he would be very well compensated and would receive pampering over time, and who knows, maybe those benefits could extend to the entire team. He felt offended by a proposal that I would accept while smiling brightly. What he is about to do may be a waste, but there is no other option. It is time for plan B. He took the necklace in his hands and asked her to look at it. Then he threw the gift toward her. That left Hera confused. Taking a determined posture, he told her he doesn't need gestures like that. It is time to bite the hand that fed him. Surprised, Hera said he is insane, and he answered that he doesn't need money or artifacts. What he truly needs is her, the name of the mercenary queen. He needs her strength and her reputation. Any other benefit is irrelevant, but that is only rhetorical. He knows the other things matter even more. Furious, Hera asked if he understood what he was doing, because he seems unaware of what he is rejecting. He said he knows exactly where he is, as the chills running through his body make that clear. It is time for plan C. Earlier that same day, he had been threatened by the old man. Even though he belongs to a famous team, he is completely alone right now. He needs to appeal to this woman's emotions. And now he will use a combination of plan C and plan D. Sitting on the floor, he said he desperately needs the mercenary queen. Using that Korean term to address an older sister, something extremely effective, he decided to flirt a little, but he waits anxiously, unsure if it will work. She said he is very amusing for a brat. No man has ever behaved like him in her entire life. Very few people can be genuine with her, and the more she gets to know him, the more she likes him. She said she would think about his offer, believing he still has a lot to give. Then she suggested a fair exchange, something alchemists are used to. One or two members of the team would make a difference. If he wants her protection, he must offer something of equal value. Our protagonist knows exactly what he's going to propose. He shows her the book he received from Kim, stating that she would receive a share of the profits from the potions developed using that book. Very surprised, Hera asks how he managed to obtain something so valuable. Only then does he realize he could have shown it from the beginning. He suggests a 1% share, but the mercenary queen doesn't like the offer. Using all his persuasive ability, he explains that the market is very uncertain, and he first needs to understand its trends, trying to convince her to listen. And it seems to be working because she asked him to continue. Regardless of which faction they belong to, he wants to maintain an amicable relationship between both sides. After hearing that, Hera says he really is a little fraud, but he is being completely serious. He is certain his team will stand out immensely in the future, which will strengthen the Blue Guild, and they could become good allies to the mercenaries. But that relationship needs to begin now, and they would have priority over what he is offering. Hera wants to know if he is some kind of prophet, but he can't reveal his great ability. Moving on to his final argument, he says he can provide the mages she needs, showing her a document he prepared specifically for this meeting. Those people are survivors of the dungeon being supervised by the Blue Guild, and some of them supposedly have great potential, all a bluff made just to convince her. Finding it interesting, Hera asks if he can actually fulfill those promises. He says yes, and that he will soon have a position of authority inside the Blue Guild. Even though she is impressed, she is still suspicious, but that is the fair exchange he can offer, and he thinks he cannot reveal what his ability truly does to see other people's potential. After listening to everything, Hera is genuinely deep in thought. It would be wonderful if she simply agreed immediately, but the mercenary queen is still analyzing the risks. He notices she is truly considering the deal, and he has no guarantee he will get the outcome he wants. Seeing the spark in Hera's eyes, he grows increasingly anxious. This worries him because he needs this victory to be able to negotiate within the Blue Guild. Imagining things could go wrong, he remembers the people who matter in his life and that he might have to say goodbye to them. But to his surprise, the mercenary queen asked for 3%. Words he was not expecting. The like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out. The mercenary queen's proposal is to receive 3% of the profits and a list of all the useful combat mages, in addition to deciding the method of protection to be used. After all, the protagonist asked for her protection, and she assured him that no one would touch him, but she would decide how to protect him. The proposal is so appealing that the protagonist immediately became suspicious. Having just declined to participate in a pleasant game, he wants to know how this protection would be carried out, but Hera wants to know right away if he agrees or not. The protagonist has no other option but to agree, which pleased the queen greatly, as she said they would discuss the details another day. She mentioned that he could leave if he wanted, affectionately calling him dear in the process. Our young hero turns his back on her, bidding farewell with a smile on his face. Once outside, he is still trying to believe if he really managed to secure a deal, as it is all too unexpected. He soon noticed several men approaching him in the corridor. The news spread quickly, and whatever the queen desires, these men will do. They are all willing to risk their lives to ensure Lee's safety. Finally, the protagonist realized that his plans were well executed. Once outside that grand castle, he carries with him the satisfaction of having been effective. On his way back home, he discarded the cloak he was wearing, celebrating his success like a child. He is so happy that it's hard to believe. For the first time in that new world, he managed to smile until his stomach hurt. Eager to share the news with his friends, he was notified by the system that he had received a new title, the Mercenary Queen's Lover. My goodness, poor guy. Just when the protagonist's life seems to be going well, the size of his problems increases. Now he's completely paralyzed, staring at this title, because one thing is certain, this fellow will have to juggle this situation. Finally, he realized the method chosen by the mercenary queen. He will be seen as her lover, quite a privileged situation. Since the day he met this noble lady, 2 weeks have passed. The negotiation with the Blue Guild continues to progress smoothly. The protagonist even received his payment, along with an executive position. It's time for them to move to their new base, and the protagonist is waiting for the arrival of heroic class items. During this time, he noticed several things about the blue team. Unlike other guilds where power is concentrated in the hands of the master, the organization in this guild is divided into various parts. This gives him a lot of autonomy, as he doesn't need approval from superiors, and in his division, the leader is our beloved regressor. Most importantly, the protagonist secured an administrative position away from combat. It seems like everything was done on the fly, but what truly matters is that he has the same authority as that old maniac. It's uncommon for a combat team member to hold an administrative position, but given the Blue Guild's less than ideal situation, they were very flexible. Our young hero is about to enter an office when Kim approaches him, saying that it's actually a room. As soon as he opened the door, several telegrams appeared. The protagonist began to wonder why the storage room was so full. These are gifts sent to him, and the reason he's being treated so well is because he became the mercenary queen's lover. Among the gifts are various ingredients that can be used in alchemy. The relationship with the Red Guild ended up bringing prosperity to everyone, and at the center of it all is our protagonist, who has become even more important. Rumors spread quickly, and as the protagonist's importance began to rise steadily, some of the attention he received turned negative. People wanted to know how he managed to achieve so much right after leaving the tutorial. There was only one person who would completely ignore this title, and she definitely had a few screws loose, maybe even missing all of them. When the mercenary queen approached the protagonist for the first time, Hyen was clearly affected, as if she had lost something precious. The protagonist felt very uneasy about this, seeing that the girl was also deeply saddened and felt powerless in the situation. Lee had to convince her that nothing happened, and that she was the only woman worthy of his love, but she grew increasingly distant, dedicating herself even more to magical training. Thinking she might become a problem if she went off the deep end, Kim said he needed to talk to the protagonist. He wanted to know what was discussed with the mercenary queen. Lee ended up apologizing, as he wished he had talked about it sooner, thinking the regressor would soon ask about it. Lee confirmed that he asked for her sponsorship for everyone, but didn't know why this crazy woman was behaving this way. It might just be one of her whims. Kim said he was surprised, but this woman seemed very different from what he had heard, and it was a relief to know the protagonist made a good impression. Lee smiled, feeling quite embarrassed, thinking Kim knew exactly how that woman could be and must be quite relieved because of it all. Despite the collaborations, that title was still quite problematic. Kim mentioned that Haeyeon was probably at the lake by now, training. It seems she was practicing with other elements to increase her magical potential. With her was Daegu, who decided to build a boat, which didn't make much sense. Hyen had said she wanted to go boating, so the two of them set off, thinking it would be good for training, and Kim didn't do much about it. But the protagonist knew those two were allies and must be planning something involving him. Lee asked how the leader of his team had been lately, and Kim revealed that recent discussions were only about the dungeon to be explored. They were going to enter the Garden of Terror, a rare place recently discovered, and most likely Kim's team would be responsible for exploring it. They still had plenty of time to prepare, and they needed to see if any additional members wanted to join the team. Lee quickly realized he would have new companions, and Kim said he would share information about the new recruits as soon as he had it. Our guy felt relieved about this. He was already learning how things worked on this new continent, and other survivors from the tutorial would likely start moving to this region to change teams. Kim asked if this was caused by their presence, and the protagonist was sure it was. After all, the Blue Guild had invested a lot of money in them. Lee even wanted to set aside some of his own salary to invest in these new prodigies, stating he did everything for the good of his team while hoping Kim could recruit people with great potential. This made Kim very grateful, but he needed to leave for another meeting, and the protagonist was going to meet with the tutorial survivors. Finally, the two parted ways. But that conversation was quite interesting for Lee. Whenever Kim did something for the benefit of his own team, our protagonist would act to support him from the inside. Now he needed to find out who the new recruits might be, as it was part of his administrative responsibilities, not to mention the list of mages he needed to pass on to the mercenary queen. Our guy quickly made a list of things he needed to do. It's a shame he only had one body. He soon remembered someone with potential among the survivors. Lee believes he is exceeding the expectations of the regressor, who must be very busy looking for people he met in his past life. But that's not enough. Lee wants to gain more and more of the leader's trust. He still feels he could be abandoned at any moment, which is why he needs to keep being productive. It's good for Kim to see the protagonist as useful in various ways, but now he needs to make a list to send to Hera. Elsewhere, Sangi is talking with the elderly man. She wants to know if there is any news from the army. It seems they have reached their destination. Considering their situation, the troops must be out of supplies, but everything would be sent soon. Sangi wanted to say other things to the elderly man, but she suddenly fell silent. Then she decided to call him uncle. It seems they are relatives. Approaching her, the elderly man said it had been a long time since he heard something like that. Sangi said she would bring the newcomers, so she asked the elderly man to take care of things in her absence. She also asked him to go easy on the newcomers and avoid losing his temper again. The elderly man said he does all this for the good of the guild, but his niece doesn't understand him. Even though they aren't really related, they've been together since the tutorial. The same applies to Seung-jun, who is the leader of all of them. The elderly man said he would take care of things and contact Seung-jun, so he asked her not to worry about the matters there. Knowing this, Sangi only asked to be informed about any news, as she needed to attend a meeting now. After she left, the elderly man gave a rather suspicious smile. Now he can simply do what he desires. For heaven's sake, the man said not to send supplies to the troops. He intends to use Sangi as a mere puppet so that his plans can unfold smoothly. He needs to ensure Seung-jun doesn't return alive. The person on the other end of the phone knew what had happened recently. One of the newcomers ended up putting a lot of pressure on this elderly man, but in an extremely cunning manner. The elderly man said he is not the type of person who allows a newcomer to do as they please. He is sure our protagonist wouldn't return from a dungeon if sent, so he is not worth worrying about. Now he wishes to meet with his ally to have a meal and deliver heroic-grade items. Finally, the call between them ends, but the elderly man seems extremely upset by the comment about the protagonist. Elsewhere in that guild, several people were gathered in the arena. Our protagonist went there too, as he holds an executive position. As soon as he was identified, he was properly greeted by the guard, but our young man said he wasn't there as an executive. Even so, the guard insisted on treating him very well. Our young man appreciated this courtesy, thinking that this guard knows how to behave in society. Since he wasn't there for his role, the guard wanted to know what brought the protagonist there. Lee said he had a bit of free time and thought about checking on the survivors from the tutorial. He wants to show the people in the guild that he is working very hard, but one of those guards is sure the protagonist only got his position by being a big sycophant. Representatives from other guilds are also there to recruit newcomers with potential, among them the representative from the Black Swan. The survivors must act according to the regulations. One of those men noticed the arrival of someone peculiar. They were all very surprised by the one who would be introduced. It's the protagonist, who is a special, non-combat administrative officer of the Blue Guild. The extras were immediately surprised because they know exactly who he is, and now they're thinking that everyone on his team might also be executives. While some feel envious for not being part of his team, our guy looks down on them because those people don't even know how to make fire in a survival situation. But his eyes soon notice something interesting. He is being watched by these survivors as if he were someone very special. This is definitely a very favorable situation for him. Our protagonist can only think about the possibilities because he wants to take advantage of this authority, and now he's going to make sure these extras follow the right person. Even though he arrived at that place in the same way, the difference between them now is absurd, like the distance between Earth and Paradise. This feeling is wonderful. It's proof that the protagonist's decisions have worked out. But among those people, there's a woman who is watching the protagonist very closely. He immediately realized he was being stared at. Our guy quickly recognized who it was. It's that girl, equally opportunistic. Unfortunately, I didn't bother to remember her name, but this poor thing is called Jihei. Something happened between them in the past. Jihei gave the protagonist some food, and she realized he wants to get rid of those dangerous people. The girl noticed that the protagonist's strategy is very risky. It's a big gamble. Our guy said he's not foolish enough to participate in something he can't win. He even asked if she would like to join them on that journey, but Jihei preferred to decline because that gamble is too big for her. Too much greed only leads to defeat, and maybe it's not good for chickens to walk alongside hawks. Remembering that conversation they had, Lee is sure he can't waste someone like her, who is very smart, and since he's been busy lately, it would be good to have someone like her by his side. Sang-hee also went to the arena and quickly noticed that the protagonist was already there. The protagonist still feels embarrassed when referring to the title he holds, but he's relieved that the old man isn't with them. Sang-hee said that if they find someone interesting to join the 7th squad, she will support that decision. Not to mention they'll provide all the support he needs, so she's asking them to keep working hard. For our protagonist, seeing Sang-hee among all those strange people gives him a bit of relief, and our guy wants to put in a lot of effort. In front of all those people, Sang-hee thanked them for the hard work they've done so far. Even though they were forcibly brought to that land, they managed to resist bravely, and soon they'll be in the city of freedom, Lindell, a place where all 3 guilds exist peacefully. Some of those people might start their own guild or live as non-combatants. She began to list all the ways they can live in this world, but she wanted to give everyone some advice, all while the protagonist is wondering if she wants to recruit someone. Sang-hee asked everyone for a favor. They need to keep surviving. Finally, she ended her speech in front of those people. Our guy noticed that the final part of her speech was very tough. The truth is that recruiting people isn't that easy, and among those newcomers, someone started calling out for Kim. Our protagonist and the returnee looked in that direction, and this person began calling him selfish. Because he had promised to stay with those people and take care of everyone, yet he joined this guild alone and is now ignoring all of them. It was so absurd that our protagonist became quite worried. He has no idea why this extra decided to say such foolish things. He's just making a fool of himself. During the time at the camp, he would always find something to complain about, and now he feels like he's being abandoned. Everything Kim did was out of pure goodwill. Yet this person manages to be useless, wanting to be taken care of by others forever. Observing the whole situation, our protagonist is now certain that Kim should have left those ungrateful people who didn't put in any effort. With Kim's silence, he started to worry because those people now feel abandoned. As the cries grew louder, the protagonist also became anxious. That's when Kim decided to address all those people. To their surprise, he apologized, informing them that their association ended at that moment. Our protagonist, who was very concerned, now became interested, as it was quite satisfying to watch. The arrogant individual is now begging Kim, hoping it's a joke, but Kim suggested it would be better for them to move on with their lives. Even though it was a short time, he appreciated everyone's company. Living in the city would be much safer, which only made the arrogant one more desperate, unable to believe it. Claiming Kim was acting irresponsibly, even the protagonist realized that comment was over the top, so he decided to intervene, stating there was no obligation to take care of those people. He assured them that life in the city is safe, though it might not be as comfortable. At least they wouldn't fall victim to monsters. The arrogant one refused to speak to the protagonist, calling him just a servant of Kim. Nevertheless, the protagonist insisted they had no obligation to those people and that, technically, they were strangers. But the arrogant one continued to be defiant, claiming he had built the wall at the camp. Now the protagonist decided to use another strategy. If that's how the ignorant one felt, he would help. He tossed a bag with 5,000 gold coins in his direction. Regretting the end of everything they had experienced, he said it was a gift for all of them, hoping they might meet again under different circumstances. The protagonist didn't even need to use his mind's eye. It was obvious what those people wanted. The arrogant one immediately grabbed the money from the ground. Now that he got something, he thanked the protagonist for his generosity. As they said their goodbyes, Lee wished them all survival and urged them to remain cautious. While the arrogant one bid farewell, he was being watched closely by others who also wanted that money. Our protagonist was sure there wouldn't be a next time. As the greedy one returned with the money, the other useless ones were ready to pierce him like a sieve. Our protagonist also lied about the amount of money. There weren't even 50 coins in there, and a woman among them noticed what had happened. Jihei watched the protagonist intently, as if she wanted to accompany him from then on, which was convenient, because our protagonist also wanted to share his plans with her. But the woman knew she didn't need to be with him, and feeling that excess of confidence, our protagonist began to worry. Sang-hee approached our guy, praising the generosity he had shown. Visibly flattered, Lee asked if they were heading to Lindell now. She said yes, but they would need to make the journey on foot due to unexpected circumstances. This little piece of information didn't please our protagonist, who was addicted to comfort. Soon, his other companions arrived as well. Our protagonist didn't know what they were doing there, as he thought they were training. They had built a boat to use during their free time, and our protagonist noticed that the boat seemed very well made. Daegu did it to build his endurance, and if the protagonist got tired during the journey, he could drag him inside the boat, as it would be much better training. The girl, who seemed to have a screw loose, was eager for this moment to travel in the company of our guy. Without knowing why, Lee was sure he didn't want to get inside that small boat. Knowing they would leave soon, Kim said to put the boat with the rest of the luggage. The regressor also had something to say to Lee. He thanked him for the help he provided with those people, and our guys said it was nothing. But he realized he had unexpectedly gained points with the leader, making his presence increasingly useful in the team. With the journey underway, the protagonist's legs were already failing. It was going to be the end of him. Haein was sharing the new techniques she had learned, and Deogu was very enthusiastic, having seen it all with his own eyes, saying it was incredible. While everyone was talking, our protagonist was lamenting having to make the journey on foot. He couldn't believe that an executive like him had to endure this. At least Haein seemed to be in a very good mood, which was really pleasant, and Deogu must have managed to ease her mental disturbance. Despite everything, it was nice to spend time with everyone like this. But the protagonist couldn't stop noticing Kim's expression. He seemed very perplexed. Perhaps the world had changed a lot since the last time. At least everything seemed amazing to Haein, who felt like she was on a honeymoon. After walking quite a bit, Sang-hee told them they were almost there. Our protagonist could see the clock tower. Perhaps they were in the city center, where people from Earth lived in the Sacred Empire. This was the city of Lindell, the place of freedom, and they had finally arrived. For the protagonist, it was the backyard of his dear regressor. Once there, he could only think of the possibilities. It was time to get a property in this city because the adventures of this team were just beginning. While thinking about this, Lee could barely contain his laughter. However, the regressor looked at the city with different eyes. He still had memories of seeing that tower completely destroyed, which visibly disturbed him. But something quickly distracted him. His companions were very cheerful because they didn't know the future. Believing that every day was a new opportunity, Kim began to see a bit more hope. He believed that this time he could do things right and avoid the tragedy that happened in his past life. Meanwhile, our protagonist wanted to make the most of him. It was time to reach his new home. In the city's square, there was a large water fountain. Its beauty captivated these new residents. Lee believed that it would be the stage for the main act of the regressor's story. Excited about this, he even knew what the name of this scene would be. City of Freedom, Lindell. It was time to stay tuned. For our protagonist, it felt like a trip to another country. He was amazed by the city. Sang-hee mentioned that there were many Koreans in this city, and the protagonist remembered that people from all over the world were summoned to that continent. In general, there was an abundance of Koreans, Japanese, and people from Taiwan. In the Republic, there were usually Russians and Chinese, but there were also people from other countries. The city seemed a bit like the protagonist's homeland. He noticed they were looking for priests, as there were many ads in the square, indicating it must be a rare profession. At that moment, someone passed very close to the protagonist. He and Kim immediately realized what had happened. Someone had stolen the protagonist's wallet. Sang-hee came to ask if everyone is doing well. Our boy noticed that there are slums in that area, and Sang-hee mentioned that events like this happen occasionally. They still can't solve all the problems, and our protagonist realized that social inequality is indeed an issue there. But what really makes him nervous is the look of the regressor. He might want to start another volunteer camp, which would be a problem. The protagonist's attention was soon captured by something else. Deogu saw a very interesting building, a brewery, but it turned out to be a reading mistake. Sang-hee said, "That is the blue building." They finally reached their destination, and everyone is impressed. That building really seems cool because it is the headquarters of the Blue Guild. While everyone is celebrating enthusiastically, Kim remains very serious. Believing that peaceful days are approaching, Lee thinks to himself that he will be under the regressor's care. They finally entered the interior of what resembles a palace. Inside, there is something very similar to a bar, which brought great excitement to Deogu, as he has been looking for something like this for a long time. Knowing he could have a bit of alcohol, he invited his companions to join him. Unlike the other building they visited, it doesn't seem like the Blue Guild is on the brink of collapse. Sang-hee mentioned that there is a dining hall on the ground floor, and as for the second floor, before she could say what was there, Deogu was completely thrilled. Those are the private rooms for each of them, and since there are several empty rooms, they can choose any one. Finally, the protagonist feels at home, and while enjoying the comfort, Haein approached him, saying it almost feels like they are newlyweds, enjoying everything. Deogu wasted no time and suggested that the couple share the same room, but our boy prefers Han in the room next to his. Deogu tried to interrupt once more but had to be restrained by the protagonist, who said that separate rooms are the best choice. The truth is, the protagonist is terrified. Getting too close to that woman could put him in danger. He said that if they stay apart, they won't get tired of each other, which seemed to convince Haein. Completely moved, she agreed, and the protagonist feels like he just saved the world. Sang-hee mentioned that in the other areas, they can find a training hall located behind this grand palace. She also prepared the protagonist's office, which is at the end of the corridor, so she asked to be accompanied. As they walk to this place, our protagonist becomes increasingly surprised. He finally found what he wanted, a private alchemy lab that he can use from now on. All the necessary materials have been disinfected and purified, so nothing will hinder his research. The place is also equipped with basic defense spells in case of accidents. Sang-hee wanted to make the space larger, but this is the first time they've done something like this for a non-combatant, and the protagonist stated that it is much more than he expected. He never had his own space in his past life, and now he is completely enthusiastic. Diogu said his friend looks like a real scientist now. Lee began to wonder if there is any alchemist on the continent who started with the privileges he has. It doesn't seem like he is being sidelined by the guild, and under these conditions, he can do anything, so he promised himself to do his best. It would be embarrassing if he couldn't achieve any kind of accomplishment with all these materials. To celebrate, Diogu invited him for a drink. Lee said he would join them later because he wants to test some things in that place. He finally has the chance to explore his alchemy, so I don't want to ignore this opportunity because there are many things he wants to test. Looking at Sang-hee and Kim, our young protagonist wants to show them how useful he can be. Sang-hee wanted to hold a meeting with everyone that day, but seeing the protagonist's enthusiasm, she realized it would have to be postponed. As everyone was leaving the lab, he wished them well. Daegu decided he would train a bit and then organize his own things, but he ended up asking what Haeun would do next. She said she had things to study as well, leaving only Kim to say what he would do. He stated he would visit the slums in that area. This information immediately worried our protagonist. He thought he needed to stop him right away, but Kim insisted he had some matters to resolve there. To the protagonist, it seemed like Kim was trying to be some kind of savior to those people, and if he had free time for that, he should focus more on his own team. Daegu mentioned that Kim's excessive kindness could be problematic, but the regressor was already determined. While trying to be polite, our protagonist didn't know what else to do, and someone commented that there were many people in the square that day. Many seemed to be looking for a team to join. That's why Kim wanted to seize the opportunity to find people he could work with. This news left his companions a bit impressed. Daegu got excited once again, saying he was looking forward to it. The protagonist quickly saw this as a great opportunity, so he wished his companions good luck while staying in the lab, working. He believes he finally understands what is motivating the regressor, who has now said goodbye to everyone to head to the outskirts of the city. Things have become clear to Lee. He knows exactly what the regressor is seeking in the slum. On the rooftops, a girl is running, carrying some bags. As she jumps from one roof to another, she lets one of them fall. In fact, she throws that bag to the people below. Among them is a woman with a crucifix hanging around her neck. She seems very different from the people in that place. This woman is definitely a priestess and will be the next member of the team. After conducting some experiments, our protagonist discovered a new recipe capable of amplifying emotions. He realized he needs to be delicate in his experiments. Many tests are necessary, but he must be cautious with the ingredients he uses as they are scarce, and a lot of money is spent on each attempt. In the process, he ends up losing many things, destroying rare items. For a normal alchemist, the losses would be constant. But this is not the case for our protagonist, who is now going to use an extremely expensive material, pouring it into his experiment as if it were abundant. He is using 1,000 gold coins at once. Thanks to the benefits of his profession, he doesn't care about the losses because he has a very satisfactory success rate, discovering yet another recipe capable of amplifying emotions. All he needs to do is focus on the results, skipping the theoretical part and reaching the conclusion. He added a drop of lilac liquid to the potion he had produced, successfully synthesizing a new potion while also gaining an intelligence point. This potion can amplify the emotions of the person who consumes it, but it can also cause dependency. He did it purely for fun, but believes it might be useful one day. He also created a health potion, another for vitality, and produced a new catalyst. With little practice, he is already capable of producing anything sold in stores. Without counting the intelligence and magical power points he's receiving, he's basically exchanging money for attributes. He was interrupted by his companions, who brought packages that arrived for him. Haeun confirmed they used the disinfection artifact to enter the lab. Lee wants to know why they're bringing the packages when there's someone designated for that task. Daegu said it's the only way he can meet his friend, even though they live in the same house. It's been very difficult to get in touch with him. Approaching our young friend, Haeun asked if he had eaten, and he said no, realizing he lost track of time since he started working. Considering this, Haeun prepared a meal for him, and it looks quite delicious. Both our protagonist and Daegu were impressed, while the girl hoped the taste would be satisfactory. As she cooked, she couldn't stop thinking about the protagonist, who found the gesture very sweet. Despite often acting crazy, she is still a good person, and our protagonist decided to show his gratitude by eating the meatballs. The gathering was so intense that Daegu simply fell to the ground. Our protagonist and Haeun watched silently, unable to understand what had happened. It seems he's rooting so much for the two to get closer that he's visibly affected by everything that happens. Only then did our protagonist realize his friend had also eaten the meatballs, which started to worry him deeply. Filled with a dark energy, Heian asked why he hadn't tried her meatballs yet, and that's when he noticed the smell was quite different. Driven by madness, Heian tried to make him taste them, while he wondered what might be in them. Lee found himself in trouble, unsure of what to do in this situation. Our young friend lost consciousness and began to wake up slowly. Heian was the first person he saw, and she asked if he had really woken up. She admitted she was a bit worried since he fainted without any apparent cause. She thought he might be very tired, and looking at where the meatballs were, our protagonist chose not to mention anything further. Unfortunately, Dogu hadn't woken up yet, and it's quite possible he might not be renewed for the next season, as those meatballs are deadly. However, Lee has various potions she crafted, which could be useful in a scenario like this. Finally, the great Dagu decided to open his eyes, still trying to understand what happened. Even though the meatball was lethal, he said they were amazing because he felt a great power surging through his body. He soon discovered this was the effect of the protagonist's potion, which is so strong it can heal someone on the brink of death. Lee mentioned it only serves to heal minor injuries and restore energy. Daoku realized it's only a matter of time before the protagonist becomes incredibly wealthy, and indeed, he's now focusing on making money. Soon, our young friend asked about Kim. According to Daoku, they train together, and when they finish, he takes a lot of food to the slum. He's been repeating this behavior every day, showing concern for the people living there. Our protagonist suspects the recruitment isn't going well and that there might be some problem. He decided to visit the slum too, which surprised his companions a bit. But he wants to check the situation with his own eyes and also discover who caught Kim's interest. Heian took the opportunity to say that she will accompany our protagonist as well, which isn't a bad thing for him since she is very efficient at protecting him, even though she almost killed him with the meatballs. Daegu realized he wouldn't be needed on this journey, but asked his companions to be cautious. Finally, our protagonist moves on to his next objective. He wants to help the protagonist no matter what happens. Before leaving his laboratory, he noticed a small vial and decided to take it just in case. It's the one that amplifies emotions. Outside, he's already heading to the slums by carriage. Observing the city more closely, he felt like it was a sightseeing tour. Initially, the architecture of the place fascinated him, but he started to get used to it all. While he was thinking, the coachman asked why they were going to the slums. Our young man said he's new in town and just wants to get to know the place. Imagining they might have received good offers from the guild, the coachman mentioned he avoids that route because the city's outskirts can be a bit dangerous, and the environment is very harsh. The atmosphere has changed a lot. Our young man doesn't know if those people have already given up begging. It almost seems like those bodies have no life in them. Seeing their attributes, he realized there's no reason to worry. Perhaps there's no good reason to approach those people. However, among them, he saw something impressive, someone with a very high divine power attribute. It didn't take long for Lee to become very interested in this woman. Using the mind's eye on her confirmed his expectation. The priestess of the sun, saint of the abandoned, Sun Hyung. The system told him not to approach this woman. She is too pure to be corrupted by him and was born to be a priestess. Moreover, she can bless herself and others. Desperate to talk to her, he asked the coachman to stop the journey immediately. As soon as he got off the carriage, Lee started running towards this woman. To him, she is another treasure, basically a Heian in the form of a priestess. She is the kind of person they need on their team. Knowing that the regressor wants this woman on his team, our protagonist will do his best to help him. But before he could approach her, he was very surprised by something. She was already being approached by another man, who assured her that his guild could do much more than just donate food to those people. Sun thanked the offer, but said she has no intention of leaving this place. She wants to continue taking care of these people personally. The man offered to create a charity organization for her to manage, but she declined. Lee realized that the competition to recruit her is very fierce. Things wouldn't be that simple. It's already difficult to find a priest, and someone with her attributes is even harder to find. Heian said this place is very chaotic. Now our young man doesn't know how he could approach this woman. The representative from the Black Swan Guild seems to have been well received since she will help the priestess distribute food. Once again distant from the priestess, she felt disgusted by what she was doing. Observing all this closely, our protagonist is sure he can do much better than them. Analyzing the behavior tendencies of those people with his mind's eye, he realized many are just hypocrites, doing it out of pure self-interest. Even the poor are exploiting that woman, asking her to do things that are too basic for them. Somehow, it resembles what the survivor camp could have become, and that woman reminds him a lot of a friend. She continues to attend to the poor with great attention, promising to return every day to help them. Our boy just watches as she continues to be exploited. It's a situation he's very familiar with. They did the same thing to Kim during the tutorial. To him, that woman is being used by lazy people, and he initially thought about trying to recruit her, but then changed his mind. Besides, they could end up harming themselves if they did the same as those other people. So, he started to think strategically. Walking casually, he asked if that place was the slum. He was soon noticed by the priestess, who realized they must be visitors. But before speaking to her, he remarked that everyone there looks like pigs, choosing an aggressive strategy. These words left the priestess quite shocked, and he asked if she hadn't heard him, because everyone there really does look like pigs. The woman was left speechless, and he asked how many times he would have to repeat himself. Those people there don't even seem human, and he finally understood why she hadn't been recruited, yet there's a real problem in that place. The people trying to recruit her ordered him to apologize because he made a very rude comment. He was soon recognized as someone from the Blue Guild, which is in collapse, and he realized these extras are crazy. The priestess began to speak, quoting words said by God. Food should be shared with those who are hungry, and clothes with those who are naked. Those people have been forgotten by society but are still good people. And since she has the responsibility to bring salvation, she cannot accept dehumanizing words like the ones he said. She wouldn't stay silent if she heard such things again, asking him to apologize to those people and then leave. Now he knows her priority is to bring salvation to the forgotten, obsessed with performing charity. In his silence, Sun asked once more for him to apologize, but he wants to know what will happen if he refuses. He said not all those people deserve help. Some are trash, doing nothing and reaping the consequences of their actions. Some just pretend to be weak in front of her, and weakness is not synonymous with goodness. They just use her kindness conveniently. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask for her help with things even a child could do. The priestess insists he knows nothing, that no one chooses to live that way. She believes he can't understand the poor because this country benefits strength and talent, and those who aren't like that are treated like trash. He must have been born into a good family and is talented, which is why he has an easy life. This prevents him from understanding their situation, and she doesn't believe she's wrong. If he came there just to cause trouble, it's because he must have nothing good to do in his free time. Maybe he's the real trash of this society, a truly miserable person, and after this dressing down, even the beggars had to hold back their laughter. The truth is, this comment deeply affected him, because only he knows that from the beginning, his talent is trash, and he would most likely have to settle for failure. Imagining he has nothing more to say, she turned her back, but he said she is an animal caretaker. Once again, the priestess was offended by this comment. Lee said he finally understood how things are because he found the person who made the poor behave that way, pointing directly at the priestess. If those people are animals, she is their handler, and she's doing a great job training them. While she was offended, our young protagonist remarked that they are all the same. She tried to defend herself with words, even though she knew he was right. Sun was very upset, claiming that the poor only exist because of elitists like him, and that the Blue Guild must be a complete mess. Our protagonist mentioned that charity makes her feel good about herself and offered to show the real reason why this city is decaying. Introducing himself to the poor, he said he was willing to hire all of them to work for him. Sun was immediately confused by this move, and an extra decided to speak nonsense, but he didn't deserve any attention. Lee assured them that he could offer jobs to everyone, as long as they were willing to work, and he was prepared to pay 30% more than the standard wage, as well as provide housing, as long as they dedicated themselves to their new profession. The priestess wanted to understand what he was trying to do, while our protagonist wanted to know if these people would continue living this way or if they wanted to try something new. With this opportunity, they could become productive members of society, have a home, and a comfortable bed to sleep in. The decision now rested with them, as they could change their lives with this opportunity. Mysteriously, none of the homeless people decided to speak up, and a great silence filled the alley. After witnessing everything Lee had done, Hyan was even more impressed with him. Outraged, Sun was sure that our protagonist was just a deceiver and that no one would fall for his words, but a homeless person asked if he was serious. Soon after, others began to ask questions, like whether there would be meat in the meals or if he was telling the truth about the salary. Things were finally happening as expected, and it was time for the priestess to prepare, as she would awaken from the illusion she had accepted as reality. Paying a lot of attention to the homeless, our protagonist assured them he would keep his promise, as they did not shy away from hard work. If they didn't believe it, they could turn the priestess into an advisor for the Blue Guild, but she didn't like hearing that, as he was making decisions on his own. A representative from the Black Swan said that our protagonist couldn't do something like that because the priestess would go with them. Even amidst that discussion, some homeless people began to accept the job. Several of them decided to give it a chance. This left the priestess confused, and it was then that the protagonist suggested she accompany them too, so she could supervise him. Sun said she had no intention of joining the Blue Guild, but he realized that this victory was already won. Noticing that she didn't like him, he mentioned that he had a personal appreciation for altruistic people like her. After speaking with all the homeless, Lee told them to show up at the designated place the next day, informing them that they were all dismissed for now. Having to acknowledge what had happened, she had something to say. She thanked the protagonist for getting jobs for those people, and he said it was nothing, as if nothing would really change. Sun was immediately confused by these words, and the young man asked how long she had been volunteering there. She said she had been doing it for 3 years, but didn't understand the question. Lee wanted to know how many people from that place had managed to return to society. Furious, she remained silent, and our protagonist had expected such a response, and she must be thinking the same way he was now, that all those people were actually quite pathetic and perhaps not worthy of her effort. Now, our envoy from hell managed to plant doubt in the heart of the purest priestess, who was questioning her own principles. She acknowledges that she has doubted before, but she cannot ignore the suffering of abandoned people, regardless of their attitude towards their own lives. Lee Lee is convinced that she is naive and wasting her time in a place like that, but Sun said that if he tries to hinder her, he won't succeed. Our protagonist knows she has great potential as a healer, which is why he is becoming increasingly interested. However, doubt had already been planted, and Sun is contemplating the possibility that she has been wrong all along. By making her doubt herself, the protagonist achieved what he wanted, as he aims to reveal the world as it truly is. This is all part of his perfect plan to please and make life easier for Kim, which is his ultimate dream. He also has the chance to test his potion at this very opportunity, as he had claimed that these people only pretend to be good in front of her. Hearing these words, the priestess grew increasingly worried. She doesn't want to believe that our protagonist might be right in any way. That could completely destroy everything she has accomplished so far. Her greatest wish is for this city to become beautiful again, a place worthy of everyone. But our protagonist went to that slum with a specific goal in mind. He wants to recruit a new member for his team. This woman, a legendary priestess. He became so focused on her that he didn't notice she was surrounded by deceitful people, so he plans to show her the truth by testing his potion that intensifies emotions. 3 days later, our young man woke up in his bed, and he was not alone. He is certain that his body may be weak, but his intelligence is formidable. After getting up and getting ready, our protagonist realized he hadn't recovered from his exhaustion, as Hyen continues to sneak into his room every night. In the past 4 days, he hasn't had much to do and is getting bored. Some of the newly hired workers are truly impressive and are exceeding expectations. Testing the potion was a success, but he believes that soon those workers will start neglecting everything, as people don't change easily, and the young man wants to expose these people. Lee went directly to a place being built in the slum. On the ground lies a photo of our young man, which seems to have been vandalized. The wind blew this flyer into his face. It's an advertisement he made to recruit workers. Seeing what had happened, he ended up feeling upset, but at least things are going according to his plan. The people in that place are more predictable than he imagined. The more he walks around, the more convinced he is that he will show the truth to the priestess. Some beggars are talking, and among them, some have stopped working because the life of a beggar is much more comfortable. As usual, the priestess continues to work hard, but our protagonist noticed that doubt has been planted in her heart. Those drunks don't know it yet, but they are now working in favor of the protagonist. One of the beggars was surprised by the presence of our protagonist. He said that Ottavio himself had appeared in that place. They gathered to make fun of him, saying that our protagonist must certainly be impotent or not as virile as a real man. The truth is, they aren't entirely wrong. But anyway, these comments are greatly irritating our young man, and he is waiting for the priestess to do something. But she continues to work calmly to help the poor. Determined to show her something, Lee went to the working priestess, asking her to accompany him. She wants to know what it's about, but he said she will find out soon. Pointing to the drunks, he asked her to watch closely what is happening. They left their jobs and are now bothering women. After 3 days, they abandoned their work. That's their true nature. They're just alcoholics and harassers, and it's people like them who bring ruin to that city. Ashamed, some start asking the priestess for forgiveness, but one of them decided to keep drinking because he felt he was living the life he asked God for, as there's someone to take care of him. Waiting for a reaction, Sun said it's post-traumatic stress. Our boy was excited at first, but he soon realized this wasn't the answer he was expecting. In fact, it completely changes his plans. The priestess acknowledges that their choice is painful, and they turn to alcohol to ease the pain they're feeling. Now, our protagonist is wondering if the priestess also likes alcoholic drinks because she said something only a drunk person would say. Once again, she mentioned that people with power are used to humiliating others because they don't know what true suffering is. Our protagonist wants to know if she'll continue like this even after knowing the truth. Those people are troublemakers, disguising themselves as victims in society. But our boy realized he overlooked something very sensitive. The priestess said she's just facing ordinary men who had to behave in front of someone with authority. They're not innocent, but our protagonist isn't in a position to judge them. After all, he's quite privileged. Finally, Lee realized he had acted with little caution, but now he wants to know why the priestess has such a rigid moral line. If you're poor, you're good. If you have privileges, you're trash. Our boy said they brought people from that place who share the same status, and the priestess is justifying what shouldn't be justified. Annoyed by this conversation, she said our boy is just humiliating those people. She knows them all very well. They may seem like a problem to everyone, but trust them all, which is why she asked our boy to stop slandering them. Our protagonist said she chooses to see reality that way and would like to know if she'd like to put it all to the test, but she said there's no reason for that, though the boy with a lot of free time can do it, because what he wants to happen won't happen at all. Lee still can't believe she's being stubborn. It's time to take more drastic measures. After doing all that, Lee was expecting things to happen a bit more easily. While he was distracted by his thoughts, someone hit him on the head with a bottle. A homeless person decided to complain to our boy because now he found the reason why the priestess is looking at them differently. Our boy is now in danger. He's surrounded by the homeless who want to end his life that day. He decided to apologize without any sincerity, kneeling before those people. But the homeless person doesn't want to forgive the one who ruined his life and started beating our boy. They believe it's just self-defense, validated by the priestess. Our protagonist was completely ignored by her, who believes she's just witnessing a bit of social justice. The homeless are now going to take advantage of the opportunity, saying she would never believe a representative of a great guild, and now he's going to get beaten a lot. During his suffering, our boy wished to be near Kim, who could save him. It takes someone kind to bring out the true intentions of those people. The protagonist realized there's only one choice to be made now. And among those depraved homeless people who insist on saying he's not manly, one of them decided to examine him personally. It could be a woman dressed as a man, and they want to sell him as a slave. Words that deeply offended the protagonist. In fact, the protagonist had done this in a past life, but only because it was necessary to see if there was a competition in college, and he was harassed at that time. He made sure to ruin the lives of those people to teach them a lesson. Our guy doesn't like to play social justice, but the presence of useless people like those beggars only makes his life easier. They soon became irritated when they noticed the protagonist started smiling. Maybe he needs to be beaten even more. However, they didn't change their minds. It would be much better to sell him as a slave to make some money. While they were discussing this, our protagonist completely disappeared. Lee knew he could rely on his agility. After managing to escape from those men, he went to ask for help from Haein, who was resting peacefully. As soon as she woke up, she asked if everything was okay with our protagonist. She became completely desperate upon seeing what had happened to his face. Deeply concerned, she wanted to know what happened, but our guy said it was nothing serious. Now he wants to know she could use another day of transformation on his body. Haein said there is a time limit for this type of spell, but she is sure she can do it. She just wants to know the reason. Without giving much explanation, Lee asked to be transformed into a woman with the most fragile and vulnerable appearance possible. Visibly confused, Haein promised to do as requested, but she had never done anything like this in her life, and the protagonist realized she had gone too far. Then he said it wasn't for that kind of purpose, but he needed her to do it quickly, and that the clothes should also be similar to those of the people in that city. While our guy waited, Haein began to cast the spell. Finally, she directed the spell at him. This caused a profound transformation in the protagonist's body, which began to be enveloped by a very intense glow. Everything about him had changed, and now he was a beautiful woman, or rather, a beautiful trap. In the name of justice, she will not forgive anyone. Haein was impressed with that appearance, saying our guy had become very beautiful. But looking at the appearance in the mirror, he wasn't happy at all. He had asked to be transformed into a beautiful woman, but Haein assured him she was simply perfect. The protagonist hopes this body looks fragile and asked Haein to join him on this journey. It's time to see the priestess teach the beggars a lesson, and full of enthusiasm, Haein decided to accompany him. Our guy is now very confident. He also asked to be called Kion while in this body, something Haein is very excited to do. While the beggars continue drinking, our protagonist hopes his last strategy will get Sun's attention and reveal the true nature of those beggars. In his female alter ego, she will fight for justice in this world. Thanks to everything that happened, the priestess is already in crisis because she validated violence between people of different statuses, and it's left to see what she will do now. She believes the beggars were only furious for a brief moment, not realizing she's being used by them for their own benefit. But a woman's scream on that street left the priestess very worried. Everything started happening 10 minutes ago. Those beggars want to know if the protagonist will take revenge on them. If that's the case, they need to act first and finish him off. And the most important thing is that the priestess suspects nothing. That's what a strange person told them, which left the beggars very confused. They want to know who that woman is, who's actually our protagonist. She went there because she heard the beggars saying they were exploiting the priestess. After 10 minutes, Sun heard a woman scream in that alley. Haein rushed to her, saying it was urgent. A woman living in the slum was being harassed by the men there. The priestess was completely incredulous when she heard this. She wants to believe it's all a misunderstanding. At least, that's what she was hoping. She can't believe those people are dangerous to each other because she believes they are like a big family, people who help one another. At least that's what she forces herself to believe, and she's praying to God that it's a lie. But soon, the woman's face was stained with blood. She needed to witness it with her own eyes and remember the protagonist saying that sometimes people pretend to be good in front of her. The beggar kept hitting the woman, saying she wasn't in a position to say what's right or wrong. Finally, the priestess took 2 sips of the harsh reality of that place. What she saw was utter madness, and she couldn't understand how it all started. Pretending to be in danger, our protagonist began to feel very pleased because his plans had worked once again. Those beggars were now dedicated to beating him, and our protagonist was hoping they would start speaking even louder. They became even more aggressive, saying they would end that life. Haein watched everything closely until the priestess decided to intervene, asking them to stop. She didn't understand what they were doing in such a situation, but all she managed was to be pushed by one of those men. The cherry on top for our protagonist came immediately. He asked that woman not to get involved. Even though the situation was bad, that was the reality. Quite surprised by her presence, the beggars immediately became worried because one of them had pushed her by pure accident, perfecting his own performance even more. The protagonist began to writhe in pain, and now the priestess was sure she had acted foolishly. She had avoided looking at the truth and ignored the suffering of the people there. She always wanted to build a fair city for everyone, but this continent is too rotten for something like that. Power is the only thing that moves things in that place, and there's no other way to protect the innocents who continue to suffer. That's when the priestess realized her greatest desire is to keep protecting these people. Desperate, she said she would heal that girl, and our protagonist already had impactful phrases ready to use. He said he couldn't hold back after hearing those men speak ill of her. It was completely intolerable. Very worried about the girl, Sun asked her to stop talking because she was going to heal her, but our protagonist told her to leave quickly, thinking that, in fact, it was time to hear her true response. After witnessing all that, Sun had something to say. Looking at those beggars, she said she was very disappointed in all of them. She acted with compassion and care towards them, but none of it helped, and she asked them to leave. Finally, our protagonist realized that recruiting that woman had been successfully completed, and it was time to celebrate. Trying to justify themselves, those men said there was a misunderstanding, but Sun no longer wanted to hear any excuses. She told those men to leave the slum because they didn't belong there. While being healed, our protagonist celebrated even more, but he realized this could change all his plans. His identity might be revealed. It was up to Heian to act now so their plan wouldn't be exposed to everyone. A collision between the power of the Great Mage and the power of the Great Priestess had just occurred. Fortunately, Heian seems to be winning, and Sun is unable to heal that woman. She became even more worried, imagining that the woman's wounds are so severe that the sacred power can no longer do anything. This all happened because she chose to ignore the truth. Now she realizes that the person was telling the truth as she chose to ignore what her eyes were seeing. Our protagonist prepared a special event for this occasion, and while asking for help, she coughed up even more blood. This caused the tense atmosphere to become desperate, as kind people are often weak in moments like this. Heian became emotional with everything happening, while the onlookers were left speechless. Some things still need to unfold, but Sun remains very desperate, as she doesn't want that woman to die before her eyes. Our protagonist mentioned that they haven't been there for long, but have learned a lot. They said that the woman is very noble and cares for everyone, distributing food to those in need, regardless of the circumstances. She is the only one who truly cared for them, and for this reason, Sun is their true savior, so she shouldn't blame herself for what happened there. She is someone worthy of true respect, but the priestess is already in tears, believing she is not worthy of serving people. She began to scream desperately, asking for someone to help. But in that abandoned place, there is no one capable of hearing her plea. She can't understand how this is happening. Even though she tried hard to change that place, nothing happened. As she becomes increasingly sad, the onlookers remain there, watching, until one of them decided to reveal their true intentions, saying she is a pathetic woman and a hypocrite. Finally, what our protagonist had longed for began to happen. The priestess didn't like hearing those words. One of them decided to pick up the protagonist's body that was lying on the ground, while saying that the priestess is no longer useful to them. They took the opportunity to say they never liked her, that she acted only out of pity, almost like someone desperate for attention. If she wanted that, she should have become a prostitute. The comment hit exactly where it was intended to. Indeed, sometimes people who enjoy charity are just looking to massage their own ego, to feel morally superior to others. Observing everything closely, our protagonist is wondering if the priestess will truly accept reality. It seems she's going through an intense crisis. If things are this way, she needs to change her behavior. Tears are falling from her eyes, but they are black. Our protagonist is becoming increasingly happy. It's time to bring that woman into the shadows. The priestess tries to prevent them from taking the protagonist in her female form, all while Heian watches closely. The onlookers said the woman didn't realize what was happening there. If there are no survivors, there will be no witnesses. And now our protagonist began to worry. After a knife was placed against his face, he started to act even more desperately. But he soon felt Heian's evil energy, which is about to explode like a pressure cooker. Finally, the priestess decided to do something. After witnessing everything, she knelt to pray, and our protagonist swore it could only be a joke. None of the onlookers are ready to use their knife. This caused our protagonist to enter a state of despair. But before anything worse could happen, something hit the onlooker's head. His head was turned into a soccer ball, and our protagonist wasn't expecting something like that to happen. Visibly surprised, he tries to see who was responsible for this action. Just then, a powerful energy emanated from the priestess, whose hands were stained with blood. The beggars were thrown into a panic, as they never imagined something like this would happen. Heian was also very impressed, realizing that this woman was far from useless. The woman's class began to change. She became a dark priestess and agreed with something the beggars had said. If there are no survivors, there are no witnesses. This dark transformation left our protagonist a bit surprised. One thing was clear to him. What stood before him was truly terrifying. Fear began to spread through the streets of the slum. The destitute and exploiters were being cut down by a deadly hand. Our protagonist never intended to corrupt her to this extent, and now all he could see was a large amount of blood flooding the street. Not that he cared about the lives of those worthless people, but the cleanup of the bodies could become a major issue. What he couldn't understand was the expression of happiness on the woman's face, as if this had been her goal all along. Even Heian was very enthusiastic about it all. The two seemed more alike than the protagonist had expected, but Heian's enthusiasm quickly turned to fear. The transformation magic on the protagonist's body began to fade. Meanwhile, the priestess moved toward her next victim. She would show no mercy to anyone, and the protagonist knew that if discovered, things could become very troubling. He was certain he would be annihilated in the blink of an eye. Not knowing what to do, he fell into complete despair. His body was reverting from the transformation. He wanted help, but Heian was overwhelmed by depraved feelings. A foot was firmly pressing down on one of those people's heads. It was the priestess, who promised they would all meet in hell. After returning to normal, our protagonist tried to leave the place, hiding beneath his clothes. Finishing the slaughter, Sun went directly to the girl, noticing she was still alive. But she was very confused to see our protagonist there. She wanted to know what he was doing there, what happened to the girl, and if he had deceived her all this time. Lee said he wouldn't hide anything. All he wanted was for the woman to see the brutal reality abundant in this world. But he hoped nothing bad would happen. He tried to use a puppy dog face to move her heart, but all that was in her deep gaze was pure, murderous coldness. It was then that the protagonist realized his life would likely end violently. At the last moment, someone stepped in front of the priestess. Heian said she couldn't do it, because if the protagonist's life ended there, she would lose everything she had. Quite worried, she helped him up, asking if he was okay. But the priestess had already made up her mind. She raised her hand, ready to attack again. Our protagonist begged Heian to use some protection magic, as he was terrified of the woman. Unable to do anything, in her desperation, Heian decided to embrace the boy. To their surprise, nothing happened. In fact, Sun told them not to worry, as she wouldn't harm them now. She said they could even laugh at her all they wanted, as she was no longer a saint or a priestess, just someone who had been corrupted and succumbed to slaughter. The system gave our boy a consolation event. He needed to console her now to increase his favorability with her. Looking at her own hands stained with blood, Sun realized she felt a great sense of relief after what had happened. It's strange to punish evil with one's own hands, and now she believes that not even God would forgive her. But our protagonist stepped in, saying she shouldn't feel so guilty because nothing she did was wrong. The real culprits are no longer alive, and if it weren't for her, our young man would be dead. Considering the possibilities, he decided to use this approach. Like a dating simulator, our protagonist began giving the right answer after the right answer. He said that if she ever needs to take more lives to protect the innocent, he would be there to help her through it. After hearing these comforting words, Sun started seeing the protagonist in a different light. Now, our young man asked if she would like to join him in building a decent future for this city. Sun began to believe that our young man is a divine envoy, and if it weren't for him, she would still be mistaken. So she decided to follow this person, promising they would cleanse the world of evil to protect the innocent, calling our young man her savior. Seizing the opportunity, Lee immediately used the mind's eye. She is still a great idealist and received the title of the Saint of the Abandoned, but the system criticized our young man for corrupting that sacred priestess. Inside, he is laughing in a Machiavellian way, because everything went according to plan. Finally, after these intense events, our young man began to leave the slum. He noticed that his new companions are already very well integrated. Having achieved another strategic victory, our young man felt unstoppable, getting closer and closer to a prosperous and peaceful life. Besides gaining a great addition to his team, even with unexpected events along the way, he is sure Kim will be very grateful for this, as our protagonist continues to be useful to him. Our young man is thinking about this, and, while talking to the priestess, Heian thanked her for being able to save Lee, and for doing so, she was completely moved. Sun is happy that others can understand her, and what happened was a blessing sent by God himself, with our protagonist at the center of it all. The two are now united in this purpose, to continue protecting our protagonist's life, no matter what happens. It was at this moment that Lee realized these two are even more compatible than he expected. Now that they are in the city center, they finally met Kim. Our young man was relieved to find him, as he missed him during the moment of despair. Kim is surprised to find the protagonist on the street and not in the lab. He asked if he had gone out for a walk with Heian, and our young man is about to tell him everything that happened. He is ready to introduce the priestess, but doesn't want to do it too enthusiastically, nor does he want Kim to become overly delighted. It was then that he noticed something. The regressor was already accompanied by someone. Seeing this, the protagonist was completely shocked. Not knowing who the regressor is, Sun introduced herself to him, saying she does volunteer work. Poor Kim has no idea who she is. Realizing she wasn't a companion of the regressor in the past life, our protagonist began to look at the little girl. He doesn't know who she is, but immediately used the mind's eye. She is just a thief. All her attributes are small, yet they are of legendary or heroic class. She is truly a prodigy and will become stronger and stronger. And even though she has suffered a lot, she is still an innocent child. It was because of this child that Kim had been frequenting the slums all this time. Our protagonist ended up interpreting things the wrong way and almost died trying to please the regressor. Now, their team is about to gain two very interesting additions. On one side, there's the corrupted priestess, who possesses great power and can end lives with ease. Her new purpose is to eliminate impure people with her own hands. In the protagonist's imaginary scenario, he's rooting for her because her direct competitor is that other girl. The The Princess of Darkness has the upper hand in this competition, claiming that only darkness and chaos can save souls. It's time for Kim to reveal the fifth member of his team, the announcement everyone has been waiting for. Will it be the legendary priestess, or will the spot go to the prodigy who just appeared, Kim Yeri? Our protagonist is eagerly awaiting this announcement, but the chosen one turned out to be the young Yeri, leaving the competition speechless. Kim is waiting to congratulate the girl he saved from the slums, much to the dismay of our protagonist, who risked his life for this great task. Trying to make sense of the situation, Lee can't believe the team leader hadn't met the priestess in his past life. Perhaps she fell victim to the slum dwellers and died prematurely, preventing them from meeting, or maybe they received 2 winning tickets. It's time to approach that young child. Kim said he found her in the slums, saw great talent in her, but acknowledges that she's very withdrawn. Our protagonist tries to introduce himself to her politely, but gets no reaction. He quickly realizes this won't be an easy task as the girl hides behind Kim. Observing the protagonist's failed attempt, the women around him found it quite amusing. It seems the child only has eyes for one person, the great regressor. In the end, everything worked out, and they just need to take advantage of this, as the protagonist is in a very secure position. A few days had passed since then. Diogu and Yeri are eating as if it were their last meal, with dishes piling up on the table. This time, Yeri won the competition of eating faster, and our protagonist noticed they are becoming good friends. Taking advantage of everyone's gathering, Kim said it's time to explore a dungeon, the one he mentioned earlier, the Garden of Horror. They were allowed to explore it first, but there's a small problem. Other guilds will be present for this task, which is why he needs everyone's opinion. Our protagonist didn't expect unexpected guests and wants to know which guilds will be there. The first is the mercenaries, as well as the Black Swan. Lee remembered Hera's promise to protect him at all costs, which isn't bad at all. Even if they have to share all the rewards, it could be beneficial for everyone's survival and an opportunity to become even more influential. The rewards will be divided according to individual contribution, and while they talk, someone is watching everything. Kim said the main goal of this adventure isn't riches but gaining field experience. Everyone realized it's time to level up again. The protagonist wants his beloved regressor to keep leading the way, guiding them like an excellent driver. They just don't know they're being sabotaged by that foolish old man. He thanked his secretary for following his orders, regretting that other guilds have to participate too. But according to the secretary, there was nothing they could do. Everyone is talking about the new addition to the Black Swan. The old man said he wants to get closer to the 7th squad, which the girl found strange. She asked if he had any hidden motives, but the old man assured her he didn't, suggesting that his secretary had been watching too many dramas. He just wants people to get good items and knows that this girl has feelings for someone in the 7th squad. She was immediately embarrassed by this, but from the old man's reaction, it was already too obvious. The truth is, it's been a while since a team attracted so much attention. They are very popular. Not to mention our protagonist, who is being protected by the mercenary queen, creating a big problem for the old man. But that's not enough to stop the plans of this cursed old man, who wants to make money through the protagonist. The next day, they all prepared to start the expedition. A woman from the Black Swan is calling for the reporters when something happened. Kim had just arrived with his team, and he caught the attention of all the women. The reporters were hired by the Black Swan and are certainly very biased, already sketching drawings of all the participants since they don't have cameras. An extra welcomed everyone, saying it's been a long time since they last saw each other. His name is Choi, and he's from the Red Mercenaries. He's heard a lot about our protagonist and revealed he's eager to join his brother-in-law on this mission. Hearing these words, malicious intentions arose behind our boy. It's Hyen's jealousy, which can be deadly. Analyzing all those people, our protagonist realized he is surrounded by talent when a girl asked if he really plans to go in there. From others' perspectives, Lee doesn't seem like a fighter. His hair is well groomed, his skin is soft, his clothes are always clean, and he doesn't carry weapons. Approaching him, the woman said he's only going there to take advantage of the experience points. Surprised that she discovered the truth, our boy used the mind's eye. He realized she is a great strategist who loves giving orders to others and must be provoking him on purpose. Faced with his silence, she asked if she had upset him and soon realized he must be completely pathetic. Our boy didn't like this woman named Petra, who keeps trying to irritate him. Finally, they entered the rare dungeon, a group of 24 people, and the monsters are already attacking. The leader of the Black Swan on this adventure is that arrogant blonde, trying to undermine our protagonist's team, which is the least experienced. He decided he would retaliate, as he didn't expect any kind of benefit from these people. Daegu just got hit by one of those dangerous plants, but he was soon defended by the representative of the Red Mercenaries, who was committed to protecting them. He was even very polite, helping Daegu to his feet. Our protagonist is grateful for Choi's help, and right after that happened, Petra asked if the representatives of the Blue Guild are really qualified. They are worse than hired mercenaries and could even be assassins, ready to sabotage others. But given how skilled they are, they don't pose a risk to anyone, and our protagonist is getting increasingly irritated with her. After Daegu was hit in combat, Choi suggested they rest a bit and set up camp in that area. Our protagonist still has to listen to Petra's comments, but he's ready to wipe the smile off her face. The great Kim is also paying attention to all this, Some people are being congratulated by our boy, receiving potions from his hands. Lee tells everyone that he crafted them personally and that they are much better than the items bought in stores, and he's doing this as a form of gratitude. The basics of politics involve making allies before making enemies, and once Lee wins those people over, he will attack Petra with all his might. Choi was very grateful to receive that potion, realizing that the protagonist is a kind person, just as the mercenary queen had told them all. She mentioned that when they were on Earth, he was the one who helped her out of a deep pit, and now they have met again in this world. A beautiful love story. Hearing this rumor left our protagonist very concerned. Now that he noticed how easily Choi gets emotional, the protagonist was sure his task had become even easier. Sitting around a campfire, Lee is eager to talk more with this young man. He mentioned he was a bit hesitant to share it, but he has something to say about Petra. However, he decided it was better not to reveal anything. But this silly suspense captured all of Choi's attention, who wants to know what happened. He is responsible for protecting our protagonist, so he wants to know everything, which was exactly what the protagonist was hoping for. He said that earlier, while making jokes about him, Petra mentioned that the mercenary queen couldn't protect him in that place. Choi was very surprised by these words, and with tears in his eyes, Lee said that he and his team were accused of being hired assassins, meant to eliminate everyone on that mission. He hopes not to be misunderstood with this outburst, believing that Petra spoke without thinking. But the protagonist's strategy just worked perfectly, as Choi didn't like knowing that his master was ridiculed in such a way. The loyalty of this man impressed even the protagonist, who is gradually making his political moves and will continue to make allies. After acting like a nerd, he managed to win over the Mages Guild. Petra soon realized he was being overly friendly, and our guy pretended not to know what it was about, but Petra said he was ruining the group's harmony, holding them all back. Our protagonist said she should just admit she wants their reward, and Petra was offended by this accusation. But our guy kept provoking her, saying he didn't understand why she continued to be like that. But after being accused in such a way, Petra completely lost her composure, and Lee said she was just a greedy person trying to rob the newcomers. Annoyed by this accusation, she asked who our protagonist had to protect him in that place, and these words were overheard by Choi, especially the part where Petra claims that the mercenary queen can't do anything in that place. No one would know the truth. Our protagonist asked if she was really trying to threaten him. Now he knows why she was sent to that place by her guild. They want Petra never to return from that dungeon. She is a big failure, already demoted from her position, and Lee feels sorry for where she is now. Our guy can now offend her with ease, suggesting that the assassins she brought were ordered to betray her in that place. Lee is just waiting to be attacked. Completely losing her composure, Petra tried to hit him, and our guy told her that the mercenary queen is not the only person protecting him. At that moment, someone firmly grabbed her hand. Kim arrived to save the day, saying that our guy doesn't need to apologize for anything. The situation for this poor woman just became very concerning. Choi is also approaching this place, wanting to know if our protagonist is safe. Kim is visibly worried about our protagonist's safety. He wouldn't allow anything bad to happen. That's why Lee always behaves properly in front of them, and emotionally, he thanked Kim for his help. Wanting to know what happened, Kim listened to our protagonist say that he was threatened by Petra, who had told him to stop being friendly with everyone. The reporters are taking the opportunity to document everything. Petra believes they will help her because she sees herself as the true victim in this situation. Our protagonist noticed from the start that those reporters are overly sympathetic towards Kim, and it's time to test all that sympathy. As our protagonist approached the regressor once more, she apologized for causing trouble, showing everyone that the Blue Guild is very supportive. The reporter's notes seem to be steering towards the truth. Petra is not pleased with this, and Kim told her that her ally did nothing wrong, and even if he did, it's not her place to intervene. She is overstepping her authority, and if she wants to resolve issues, she should speak with the leader of the blue team. Choi agreed, stating that Petra is hindering everyone, and the representative of the mages said the same. After being defeated in the argument, Petra revealed her frustration, saying she wouldn't have behaved this way if the Blue Guild hadn't been obstructing her path. The protagonist realized she is adopting the strategy of being a jerk for the greater good, but Choi said she is being dishonest, as she wasn't even interested in these battles. Hyam was very helpful with her magic. Kim is extremely ruthless with his sword, not to mention the priestess healing everyone. After hearing so many compliments, the protagonist felt relieved, and Kim said that if problems continue, Petra should resolve them with him. After being humiliated, she apologized, and our protagonist achieved victory over that fool, recognizing that she should give up on politics, as every time she opened her mouth, she became more disliked. It would be much better if she weren't there, so as not to hinder them along the way. After that issue, Kim apologized to his companions. He didn't like seeing his companions disrespected, and as the person responsible for this team, he felt accountable for what happened. After this brief venting, he gripped his sword firmly. Kim stated that things are going to be very different from now on. His companions felt the overwhelming determination coming from him. It's time for the hero of this story to show the extent of his power. Everything is part of our protagonist's plan, who managed to tame the truth of that place. It's time for Petra to face the consequences for having irritated him. Everyone on this team is preparing to attack the second boss, and they need to be in position. But one person among them stood out significantly, as Kim managed to cut through all those plants with ease, leaving behind not only the bodies of his enemies but also his allies quite impressed. Petra couldn't believe what had happened, but she soon saw the roots growing back and began hoping Kim would continue making mistakes. However, not everyone there is just causing trouble. A girl armed with her bow managed to defeat another creature. The competition between guilds is becoming very intense. Everyone wants to prove themselves, and even our protagonist, Kim, asked Haein to use the spell when he requested it. Our boy and his beloved are going to use a combined spell, fire with the aid of wind. Haein found it very sweet that they coordinated their abilities, and while they were distracted, Diogu noticed something inside that place. Other monsters are approaching quickly, and they seem determined to eliminate these human invaders. Filled with determination, Kim knows exactly what to do and asked his companion Daegu to join him on this journey. He needs someone to distract the smaller creatures so he can attack the boss. Our protagonist is amazed by the display of leadership from the regressor, feeling very proud to witness it all. It's great to be carried by him. It's like watching a movie in a comfortable cinema. Petra, however, doesn't like it because that newcomer seems to have experience that even the professionals lack, almost as if he's lived more than one life, and she's not wrong. Even though she's with newcomers, Petra's group is falling behind in terms of performance. If she wanted to take advantage of this situation, that plan can no longer be put into practice. There are also very helpful and attentive people there, the reporters. One of them noticed that our protagonist is very clever, having managed to defeat the political battle initiated by Petra. Things have become much more dangerous, and someone asked the reporters to be careful. The monsters are approaching that position, which is why they need to start fleeing immediately. On the front line, Kim is precisely indicating where each of the monsters is so his team can advance smoothly through the period. Diogu ended up encountering a very large creature capable of stopping his darkness. This allowed him to get closer to the leader of that place, and everything is happening according to plan. But from that large plant, something viscous began to ooze, causing concern as it might be poisonous. However, Kim assured that he would eliminate this enemy before they could notice, giving the signal to our protagonist and Haein. The two are ready to cast the fire spell, strengthened by the wind. The flames grew significantly, and the creature was engulfed in fire brutally. For our protagonist, the situation is wonderful. He's being carried by the regressor and doesn't need to get too involved in the battle. Kim is now ready to finish the job using his sword, getting closer and closer to the creature's mouth. With a simple cut, he managed to slice the monster in two. That ended up dirtying his face a bit, which could ruin his perfect image. However, there is someone on the team who can take care of that using Purification Magic Sun, who is already doing so. This made Kim's victory completely flawless, with not even his clothes getting dirty. His sword still shines intensely. Now reunited with his companions, everything is concluded. Those following the Blue Guild were very impressed with this display of strength. Each member is truly important, full of potential. Kim began to act modestly with Choi, saying they had merely replicated the mercenaries' strategy. Some are saying that this squad could be the future of the Blue Guild, and our protagonist ended up stepping on a notebook belonging to one of the reporters who dropped it while fleeing. Our guy picked it up to take a look, distracted by the words, and someone started to complain. Petra finds time to be inconvenient, saying that our protagonist's team broke the formation and collaborated a bit with them. But the more she complains, the more the others there get annoyed, as she seems to want to find faults where there are none. Even so, Kim acted very humbly, apologizing for not sharing the plan with her, but saying that from Petra's position, things weren't concerning. She even raised the possibility of making a formal complaint, which worried our protagonist's companions a bit. That's when Lee saw the opportunity to get involved, wanting to know if Petra had more complaints to make. They thought very carefully before starting that expedition. The main motivation for doing it was to gain experience, and disrupting others' work was also a concern. Lee claims that he did his utmost to be helpful to everyone, but it seems his best wasn't enough. After reflecting on the matter, he finally realized where the problem lay. Petra, puzzled by his stance, can't believe what he's about to say. Our protagonist decided to take the blame for everything that happened. He stated that his team was responsible for all the issues during the expedition, but they weren't there to harm others. That's why he's offering a sincere apology to everyone, and his words deeply affected Kim. As a member of that team, Kim doesn't want his friends to go through such situations, so he suggested that the Blue Guild abandon the expedition. However, someone among them wasn't going to allow that. Choi immediately spoke up, asserting that they shouldn't leave. He had been holding back because they are allies, and turning his attention to Petra, he suggested she should leave because he couldn't stand her actions any longer. She couldn't believe such a request had been made and accused Choi of conspiring with Lee to sabotage her, thinking he might want some advantage from the mercenary queen for helping her husband. Our protagonist sees the opportunity to play the victim, saying Petra didn't need to go that far, when in reality, he hoped she would go even further. Completely outraged with our protagonist, she told him to shut up, which only made others furious. Choi punched the wall behind her, creating huge cracks. He wanted to know if Petra had really insulted our protagonist in his presence. Losing patience, he said he wouldn't repeat himself. It was time for Petra to leave the expedition. Now, the others present agreed with this request, and the representative of the mages said Petra had been inconvenient throughout the expedition, being the root of the real problems. Now that everyone was against her, Petra was harboring immense fury against the protagonist, vowing never to forget what happened that day. Turning her attention to the reporters, she tried to claim she was the target of an ambush and asked for everything that happened to be properly recorded. After her team was expelled, they managed to finish the dungeon peacefully. Upon completion, Lee asked Choi if they could credit the Black Swan for their success, which surprised the young man, as he would rather Petra wasn't even breathing. The truth is, he didn't want to give her any credit and did all this to maintain the appearance of a good guy. Moreover, among those reporters, it seems someone was searching for something. Our protagonist knew exactly what he was after and decided it was time to bring that person to his side as well. The reporter soon noticed his notebook in the protagonist's hands. Lee assured him he wouldn't make any negative comments about what he saw there, acknowledging how difficult it must be for the reporter to work in a place that values power above all else. The real reason reporters are oppressed isn't because they lack strength. Approaching the reporter, our protagonist said he could provide what he was looking for, suggesting he work with him instead of the Black Swan. He was already working with the wrong people, and the protagonist wanted to know if he liked the proposal of creating news to shake the continent, not to mention he would receive authority for it. A few days later, the newspaper reported the event of authority abuse by the Black Swan Guild, which only made Petra even more furious. Now that she had caused problems for others, she was sure they would hold her accountable. Someone with authority within the guild was already prepared to discipline Petra for her mistakes. The poor woman was completely terrified as she was summoned for a meeting in the Human Resources Department. The general public is consuming this news and is becoming increasingly sympathetic towards the Blue Guild. After reading the article about himself, being described as a point of resistance among the major guilds, our young man felt happier and loved everything about that piece. While he's distracted by this, Sun went to his room to inform him that officials from the Black Swan Guild had come to visit. This was also part of his plan, as he had anticipated something like this would happen. A representative from the Black Swan greeted him, all while he awaited the developments from the newspaper article. Finally, the person in authority was introduced to him. As soon as he saw the woman, he was speechless. He couldn't believe he was facing her once again. She mentioned it had been a while since they last met. This is the same woman from the camp during the tutorial, who managed to secure a position of authority in the Black Swan. Realizing he was in front of Jihei, he was simply shocked, as she had already become the vice leader of the guild. Now that they were reunited, it was time to start the meeting. Using his mind's eye, he noticed she had the commander class, which was truly impressive. Now that their positions had changed positively, Jihei remarked that this was very timely and appreciated how she had been treated by him. Lee acknowledged that he hadn't expected Jihei to become the vice leader of the Black Swan, which was surprising. But that wasn't the reason she came to talk on that occasion, making it clear that he could be very honest, as the woman accompanying the meeting wouldn't do anything, but he was sure they had already resolved their internal issues. Jihei pretended not to understand, claiming she didn't know what he was talking about, but he was certain that everything that happened inside the dungeon was orchestrated by her. She had deliberately incited Petra to rise within the Black Swan, knowing he would handle the situation. Petra was a necessary scapegoat for her to gain power. What truly impressed him was the flawless planning, but he couldn't see why he was used in this way. Since she was discovered, Jihei went there to apologize, but thanks to his mind's eye, he knew she had very selfish ambitions, so she wasn't there to apologize. She was there to gain an advantage. Lee said she needed to prove her true intentions. Only then would he decide whether to trust her or not. Jihei then told Petra to explain to him what they could offer. But poor Petra was already completely out of control, and that was the last straw for her. Believing none of them would escape this, she decided to attack him. But before she could try anything, Jihei stopped her, slapping the woman across the face. She apologized to him, saying they hadn't taught that woman properly. Through his mind's eye, he understood why Petra began begging for her life. She had suffered greatly because of that mistake, and her career as an adventurer was over. After disciplining Petra once more, Jihei made her say what they could offer, including the Blue Guild and the Alliance of Major Guilds. The contribution she received in the dungeon would be passed on to him, which aligned with Lee's plans. But Jihei would tell the public that all of this was just compensation, also ensuring they could make other donations to Kim's team. She wanted to know if this was an adequate apology. He agreed that it was indeed an excellent proposal, but but he still couldn't see the woman's true intentions, and this was bothering him quite a bit. Telling her that this proposal is too good to be true, he's becoming completely suspicious, hoping this attitude will make Jihye finally tell the truth. Lee asked why she's going so far. She could rely on other allies and wouldn't need to turn to him. For someone like her who hates gambling, all of this was very risky, and being a rational person, there must be a reason for it. Our guy doesn't want to believe she plans to betray him one day, so he wants to know her real motivation to determine if she's an ally or an enemy. Jihye asked our protagonist what would happen if her motivation was personal. Our guy was confused, and as she got closer, Jihye asked if he remembered the first time they kissed. At that moment, she confessed to him that she likes very ambitious people. Now, our protagonist is confused. He doesn't know if this is part of her strategy. However, Jihye keeps pressing, getting closer and insisting she's not joking. She said that when she arrived at the Black Swan, everything was a mess. The former leader worked with Petra, acting tyrannically. As a result, a coup began to form, and Jihye wanted to ask the protagonist for help but changed her mind, thinking he would ignore her. She also heard about all the girlfriends he's gathering, believing that to him, she was just another night of fun and not interesting enough, which left her very frustrated. Besides having Haeun's attention, our guy also became the lover of the mercenary queen, and during all the time they've been there, he never pursued Jihye, making her feel even more abandoned. Now our protagonist is really nervous. He can't believe this woman is telling the truth, as she seems practically jealous. Given her great ambitions, it was natural for her to aspire to a position of authority while preparing to get closer to the protagonist. Lee realized that among the problems, this could be the worst of them all. Jihye was quite frank with him. She doesn't care if he sleeps with other women, and if accepting that is necessary for her to be considered, it's an easy choice to make. Because she believes that at the end of the game, she will be the queen chosen by the protagonist. He needs to choose someone like her, who is also ambitious, to do whatever is necessary. Concluding her speech, Jihye began to kiss our protagonist as if it were the last thing she would do in life. Lee noticed she acted with great confidence, as if she knew he would cooperate too. She definitely knows what she's doing. Now our protagonist understands why Kim chose that woman to oversee the camp. She is indeed very useful and full of skills. And finally, a kiss between them ended. Jihye wants to know if our protagonist understands what kind of relationship they have now, and our guy said yes, and that he would be under her care. She asked that next time, Lee be the one to initiate contact, and she would like the reason for it to be something personal. But our protagonist has one last question to ask. He wants to know why she chose him, as she could certainly find more interesting people. Even she doesn't know the answer to that, but she made it clear that she's interested in him. But as soon as she finished saying those words, a dark energy began to enter the room, and someone else heard it too. Haeun is already letting all her accumulated anger show, wanting to know what our protagonist is doing in the company of that woman. While our guy is thinking of an excuse, Jihye managed to make the situation worse by asking if she had been replaced by that woman. However, things took another turn. As Jihye said, she understands why she was replaced, because the woman before her eyes is very beautiful and friendly. Thanks to her quick thinking, Haeun returned to her usual self, feeling slightly unsure and believing she saw something that wasn't there. To make things even more comfortable, our protagonist hugged Haeun, telling her she is the only woman he cares about. Jihye remarked that such displays of affection shouldn't happen in public, suggesting he is truly in love and should hold back a bit more. Jihye's words made Haeun very happy, imagining herself as the only woman for our young hero. Little does she know, those two clever individuals were acting in agreement. They are definitely going to stay together until the end, as they are soulmates. In the future, that will unfold in that land. A great war will engulf the entire continent. Before ending her own life, the great mage left an incomprehensible message. The shaman who led the region of Cilia also met her end, and no one knows what happened to the mercenary queen. Countless heroes of humanity lost their lives, and the regressor also lost many friends and those he considered family, all caused by his own actions. A mysterious masked figure is observing the scene. Kim seems defeated, standing before this dark mage, who is also human but chose to betray them. He claimed to have allied with the faction most likely to win, which he considered a reasonable choice. These people know he caused many deaths, but the Dark Mage said it was the work of his superiors, and he prefers his choices over those who play at being heroes. After betraying them, Kim asked if he felt any remorse. The Dark Mage admitted he did, as he is still human, especially after losing the Great Mage who loved him dearly. They met by chance, and she was always very naive. He wished he had used her more. Her end was tragic, and perhaps she wouldn't have liked being used as a weapon in that war. He was also saddened when the Empress, who loved her people so much, had to kill them with her own hands, all because she believed she was betrayed. The blame lies with Kim, who didn't handle things properly. Completely outraged, the regressor wants to know who is behind the mask. The Dark Mage said they don't need to know, but he is surprised. He didn't expect Kim to act so emotionally, as the death of those precious to him affected him greatly. But in the end, he is just an imposter, a false hero, titles that suit him well. Some of Kim's followers are worried because they know his life is slipping away. The Dark Mage said the whole situation is very tiresome. Even so, he won't finish off his enemy now, just because he believes himself to be the embodiment of justice. Still, he will give those people a chance to hold on to their dignity. He ordered Kim to end the life of the person behind him. If he doesn't, the woman to his right will be killed, as the Dark Mage knows they are lovers. Gripping his sword firmly, Kim prepared to attack the enemy once more, charging at him furiously. But nothing he does can put the Dark Mage in danger. He managed to block the attack, creating a powerful magical barrier. Its strength was so intense that it injured the hero even more. Kim fell to the ground after being repelled by that energy. Right after that, the Dark Mage's magic reached the people there. Holding the woman with his power, the Dark Mage told Kim to finish her off, but this only made the hero angrier. Growing more desperate, Kim asked to trade places with her. It was then that the bystander decided to step forward, willing to sacrifice herself for that woman. Kim tried to stop it from happening, as he didn't want more loved ones to lose their lives, but the bystander said it was an honor to live by his side. The Dark Sorcerer said that someone else needs to take the life of the supporting character. Otherwise, he will end that woman's life immediately. The hero realized the situation was getting much worse, but the supporting character beside him remained calm, insisting that the hero must keep surviving and go all the way. After holding Kim's hands, he made him attack with the sword, which was about to finish piercing his neck. Finally, a large amount of blood flew through the air, much to the Dark Sorcerer's delight. The woman being held hostage did not like that at all. There was nothing they could do in such a situation. It was finally revealed that the supporting character was actually Sangi, who had sacrificed herself at that moment. The Dark Sorcerer acknowledged that it was a very emotional moment. He hadn't imagined the hero was capable of such a thing. Thanks to his actions, they managed to eliminate the vice leader of the Blue Guild, as the hero is a significant piece of trash. Now that the woman is dead, the Dark Sorcerer began to use another spell. He bowed as if saying goodbye, as his power started to take over everything. But he left a message behind, saying they would meet again. The hero's eyes were filled with deep fear. It had all been a nightmare. Kim woke up quite agitated and nervous, gradually realizing he had woken up in his own room. Even though the nightmare felt real, he was relieved to find it was just a dream. However, he was soon gripped by fear again, as this is already his second life, something still hard to accept. Instead of being surrounded by the dark energy of that enemy, things are very different. He went to the window to open the curtains, letting the sun illuminate his face with a clear and pure light. It had been a long time since he last had that nightmare, and the most recent one, in particular, was very vivid, a complete experience of terror. Still looking at his own hands, Kim could remember the worst moments of that memory, and one thing he was sure of, that masked man is hateful, a real bastard. Kim is determined to find him in this life to prevent something worse from happening. His stress was so great that he began to feel unwell. Outside the room, Daegu came to call him. It was time for breakfast. Still, with very shaky hands, Kim said he would be out soon to join everyone. The hero hopes things will turn out differently in this life. He avoided a major accident during the tutorial and has been correcting many mistakes he made. He also managed to get rid of some criminals early on, preventing worse things from happening. He was also able to join Hyun and Yuri much earlier in his journey than he expected. Analyzing these facts, he realized things are going better than expected. Moreover, there is a central person in all these changes, and it is our protagonist, the one who brought a bowl of rice to the hero on this beautiful morning. Joining his companions, Kim said he overslept that morning, but our protagonist assured him that it was normal. Thanks to Lee's presence, they managed to have good relations with other guilds, not to mention the interesting additions to the team made by him, causing a butterfly effect in the regressor's life. Daegu took the opportunity to eat as if it were his last meal, which was really quite impressive. Thinking about many things, Kim wondered why he hadn't met our protagonist in his past life. Perhaps he had died during the war. However, Lee soon noticed that the hero seemed strange, too introspective that morning. Sang-hee had just joined them all. It was time to start the morning meetings, but she asked them to feel comfortable in her presence and to continue eating. Because of the way things unfolded, everyone ended up being surprised, thinking the matter was urgent. Kim's nightmare is still fresh in his mind. He remembers the sacrifice of his friend and has vowed to do things differently this time so she won't be sacrificed. After interrupting everyone's meal, Sang-hee apologized, appearing very agitated. She revealed that an emergency related to their leader had occurred and, thinking of an immediate strategy, it was necessary to gather all the officers. That's why she came to call the protagonist and the hero. Now that the two are following her, Lee asked if it was really urgent. Sang-hee revealed that the leader of the Blue Guild is trapped in a cursed dungeon, and she will share the details once they enter the meeting. Distracted by this issue, our protagonist was startled when the hero called him. Kim remained very serious and asked his friend not to worry, assuring him that everything would turn out fine. Reflecting on these words, Lee felt a bit more at ease, knowing that with the regressor by his side, everything would work out. As they were about to enter the meeting, the hero felt prepared, as this was the most important point at the beginning when he would become the master of that guild. From now on, he needs to make excellent decisions to protect the lives of those who will be important. From the greatest danger that exists, the masked figure, who, if you haven't realized by now, is our protagonist. To change the future, Kim is willing to do anything, as he wants to redeem himself for past mistakes. This is the only reason he was given another chance to live the same story. A long time ago, before the time of the gods, there was a saint who worshipped the god of blessings and a saintess who worshipped the god of curses. One fine day, the two fell in love, but that love could not be fulfilled, and their union angered the gods. To protect themselves from condemnation, they hid in a temple, but the gods placed a wall between them, cursing them completely so they would always be tormented. The place where this happened is this cursed dungeon. At this very moment, the master of this guild is imprisoned there. Our protagonist was upset about this and wanted to know why someone would go to such a dangerous place, so he decided to ask. He found out that the leader was exploring alone when he discovered a dungeon, but upon entering it, he ended up being cursed. After hearing this, the protagonist was certain of one thing. This leader is very irresponsible. When they learned of the news, they sent a rescue team, but so far, there has been no word from them. That's why she wants to organize an expedition to that place. Our protagonist quickly realized that the elder is involved in this. It's too obvious to miss. Just look at the expression on his face. Sangi said she would be part of this rescue expedition, which upset the elder because someone needs to stay behind to protect everything. In her absence, the hero's squad will be in charge of organizing everything. Upon hearing this news, our young man was very enthusiastic because a great opportunity had just fallen into his lap to achieve an even higher position. Sangi wanted to leave this position to two people. Our protagonist and the hero agreed with this, but it wasn't in the plans of that envious elder. Sangi hopes they can do a good administrative job in her absence, but as it was taking too long, the elder said he disagreed with this. Those two are too young, and since they need people for the expedition, they should be taken along as well. But because they are novices, Sangi doesn't want to take them. That place is very dangerous and has a completely different level of danger than what they know. Even so, the elderly person insists, saying they invested a lot of money in those young people. Our protagonist realized that this person is cunning. The elderly individual claims that this investment needs to be repaid in times of need. The 7th squad is already very popular and can be very useful in the field. Not to mention that, in their view, the protagonist is being useless to everyone. It's time for him to prove his worth. While the elderly person continues to say absurd things, the worst that could happen to him did happen. He became a target for the protagonist. In his imaginative mind, he visualized the elderly person's head being hit by a bullet fired by himself to put an end to that useless existence. It was time to send him on a one-way trip to hell. That's what the protagonist would have liked to do. However, he needs to calm down. He cannot lose his position within this guild. That belongs to the hero, and what belongs to the hero belongs to the protagonist too. Trying to resolve the conflict, Kim agreed to participate in the rescue expedition, something the protagonist was already expecting. The hero is such an altruistic person that he cannot ignore people in need of help. Not to mention that he is very powerful and possesses great charisma, which makes it much easier to gain approval. Even so, in moments like this, his productivity bothers the protagonist because they are always being dragged into danger. Kim looked at the protagonist and said he forgot to inform him that he wants to go on another exploration, thinking about the development of his team. Our protagonist just didn't want this to happen in such a dangerous place and began to think that the hero must be after a very valuable item. This is the only plausible explanation for this situation, so the protagonist will cooperate. In light of all this, the envious elderly person became even happier. He enjoyed seeing the enthusiasm of the newcomers, recognizing that it was worth investing money in all of them, but Sangi furiously slammed her hand on the table, ordering everyone to be quiet. She is very upset with the way the elderly behaved in that meeting. They should be ashamed of those words. Certainly, their leader would also be ashamed if he returned to the guild only to see it in this state. Leaving the elderly person in charge of the guild, she asked not to be disappointed, as she was placing her trust in him. Little does she know that soon the elderly person will cease to live. A mysterious telegram has just been found. A woman is reading those words very carefully, finding a secret code asking her to get rid of a certain person. The woman entered a workshop, its interior stained with blood. She goes straight to a small vial with red contents, relieved that there is still some left. This woman is Jihei, I presume, and what she holds in her hands is poison. It's time to start helping the protagonist. Using a large megaphone, someone is trying to organize everyone within the guild. It's our protagonist doing this. He has already packed Yuri's bags to save time and is now trying to speed up his own companions. While he is busy with this, a messenger approached him, bringing news from the doctor. It is a diagnosis, prescribing the appropriate medication for the treatment he had requested. Reading the contents of that letter, Lee was certain that this woman is truly his soulmate, but now he needs to know what wonderful solution she managed to find for this problem. Our young man is very eager to put this into practice, but immediately he felt a dark and malevolent energy approaching from behind. Looking back, he saw that Heian was already alerting him with a malice hidden in her heart. Once again, a great misunderstanding had occurred between them, and she is about to consummate something wicked. Before anything worse could happen, the protagonist stated that the letter is just a medical diagnosis, which seemed to ease her mood. Lee mentioned that he's been experiencing flu-like symptoms lately and was a bit worried. Hyen is already prepared to use the healing ring on him. However, being quite cunning, he quickly changed the subject, asking if she had packed her things for the trip, thinking to himself that something very bad almost happened. In any case, he managed to delay his predicament thanks to Jihye. That same night, the full moon illuminated the forest. The caravan heading for the expedition was already on its way to the destination. Leading them, Sangi apologized once again. She didn't want to put everyone in danger again, but our protagonist was only bothered by walking in such a filthy place. Kim said it wasn't a problem. He felt proud to be able to help the guild, and the protagonist agreed with him. Since they had received a lot of help from these people, it was time to return the favor. However, our protagonist remained very worried, hoping there was a very good reason from the regressor for them to make this journey. In the middle of the forest, a cursed creature appeared. It was an undead, and Sanghi was immediately terrified, as the monsters in this place were all of the dark element. The priestess should be careful, but looking at her with Hayan, our protagonist was surprised that they could remain calm in such a moment. After composing herself, Sanghi began to lament, as she didn't feel like a complete leader and didn't want to put the newcomers in this situation, but she assured that those helping to save the leader would be well rewarded. However, upon looking at their team, she immediately noticed that Deogu wasn't there. Our protagonist became instantly worried, trying to figure out where the mountain of muscle and his shield of flesh had hidden. A woman with glasses said he would be a bit late because he needed to grab a few things. Our protagonist had no idea who she was, and the woman with glasses apologized for not introducing herself earlier. Her name was Huang, a magic student and Dogu's girlfriend. Our protagonist and his friends were surprised, taken by a deep, genuine silence. The hero and the protagonist were having trouble processing this information, while Hayan seemed very happy for him. While still in shock, Dagu finally arrived, also apologizing for not introducing her sooner. Now the protagonist had no idea what was happening in this place. Now that they were together, Huang said she couldn't attend the meeting with everyone, but she was also an officer of the Blue Guild and was very pleased to have met everyone. Shortly after this introduction, she seemed startled by something and immediately hugged Dogu. However, she felt embarrassed and apologized, but Dogu was very understanding and said she should stay close. While the two were being affectionate, the hero mentioned that she was responsible for making their expedition to the Garden of Horrors possible. While our protagonist had envious thoughts about this relationship, Hyen tried to say something about what they should have too, but she was ignored. What really mattered to our protagonist were the attributes of this new woman, which were truly impressive. While the couples were gathered, a creature of darkness watched everything closely, full of envy, now wanting to end the lives of these couples and curse them as well. A dark energy began to approach them all, and someone advised everyone to be very cautious. It was time to enter the dungeon. Everyone needed to be prepared for battle, and our protagonist felt the bad energy of that place with every breath. The mage among them decided to open his spellbook, but someone still wanted to place a curse on all of them. As soon as the energy became even more intense, everyone on that expedition was taken by surprise. Our protagonist found himself in a completely empty place, devoid of any color. A mysterious voice called him a wicked creature. It explained that this was why he had been abandoned by his parents and why he always exhibited such a twisted behavior. He hadn't expected to revisit these memories. He quickly realized he was caught in a curse and asked what had happened to the others, noticing something appearing before his eyes. It was that first person he encountered during the tutorial, the one left to die. He remarked that this could really drive him insane, but in the end, he had no other choice. He needed to survive. The truth is, he doesn't seem to be affected, but he acknowledges that staying there too long could be dangerous. Provoking the entity, he declared he wouldn't be swayed by lies. At that moment, a woman appeared behind him, claiming she lost her life because of him, having been left behind. She was the citizen from the tutorial who wanted to sabotage his team. He mocked that concern, not regretting having rationalized all his choices, as it's necessary for survival, and he's not that altruistic. All his decisions are based on survival. Then another person appeared behind him, asserting that he only protects himself. It was that other jerk from the tutorial, who said he doesn't care about anyone else, that they are the same kind of person. He was offended by this comparison, stating that the man is just a murderer and they are different. He reminded himself to stay calm, but the entity in that place kept provoking him. Amidst the illusions, he began to boast, as he was still alive while the others were left behind, and he would always survive. He told these extras, whose names he no longer remembered, to remain in the past. Ignoring the illusions, he started searching for his allies, as the situation was becoming very uncomfortable. His hands finally touched the ground, and the place changed completely. After going through that illusion, he was sweating profusely. With his heart racing, he realized it had been truly dangerous. The experience was much more perilous than he had anticipated, and a hand was about to touch him. As soon as it touched his shoulder, Lee was startled. Looking back in shock, he told the person not to come near him, but a familiar voice asked if he was okay. It was the hero. Kim apologized for scaring him, but was there to restore his mana. Lee felt much more at ease with the regressor's presence. The others seemed to be trapped in those illusions, still struggling with past memories, which could be very confusing. Hyen was also caught in this situation, but she stood still, doing nothing, quite unlike the others. After recovering, Lee asked the hero how they could wake the others. He knew exactly what to do and suggested that Lee should wake Hyen, as a bit of mana was needed for recovery. Within her own illusion, the girl remained seated on the ground. She began to recall when he kissed the mercenary queen and his suspicious closeness to that other woman. As he approached her, Hyen concluded that she needed to eliminate some lives. This filled Lee with great dread. Hyen continued to be consumed by these thoughts, feeling the need to eliminate her rivals, and she intended to do so cruelly, ensuring she would never be bothered again. Clearly worried about the situation, our protagonist used his mind's eye and saw a troubling trend. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of something even worse. It seems Hyen had completely given in to her darker impulses. The more he observes her, the more nervous he becomes. He felt a malevolent intent approaching from behind, something he couldn't defend against. After being attacked by Hyen, she apologized for using such a violent method, but assured him she would regenerate soon. Now, they would be happy forever in that place, where there would be no distractions. I don't know why there are two of her. I don't know what's happening, but I know Hyen is now chopping some carrots inside a house, seemingly still in the illusion. She asked the protagonist if he slept well, saying she loves him very much, which is why she made that soup for breakfast. A bit embarrassed, she mentioned she read somewhere that fiancés wear clothes like those, which is why she feels a bit uncomfortable. Faced with the protagonist's silence, she asked if something was wrong, and it seems the poor guy is chained up. Hyen told him not to worry about anything anymore. She eliminated all distractions that tried to separate them. The only one still alive is Daeogu, as she didn't want to sadden our protagonist by eliminating his only friend, yet he seems very sad. She then asked if his sadness was because he lost his legs. If that really makes him uncomfortable, she regrets it, but it's all his fault. Indeed, what happened is within the illusion, and our protagonist still observes Hyen's attributes. No one could have imagined this would happen. Her tendency now is to be a fallen support, and she might become the boss of that cursed temple. Considering this possibility, our guy is definitely disappointed. He wouldn't want Hyen to be corrupted to this level. Kim believes the boss of this place is Juliana, and they need to prepare very well to defeat her, as she is not an opponent who can be beaten with basic techniques. But they went to that place with a purpose. Despite the danger, they need to rescue the survivors with the guild leader. Sangi said that if they can't break the curse, they will have to abandon this expedition. They can't put other lives in danger. But the hero knows they can't turn back now, as there is something to be gained there, Juliana's sword, a legendary level item. He also needs his team to grow stronger, and despite the sword, he is sure Lee agrees with this. But our protagonist's focus has completely shifted. Hyen is becoming more and more enchanted by him and wants to stay by his side forever, wishing the world were inhabited only by the two of them. That's why she is asking God for a power capable of wiping out all of humanity. Lee handed a recipe to Huang to reduce the difficulties of that place. She is very competent at this, and now our protagonist can focus on the real problem. He needs to make Hyen believe he will never abandon her. So after approaching her, he asks if everything is okay, but the girl seems completely lost, saying Huang is his new girlfriend. Our protagonist asked what she was talking about, as this girl was introduced as Daeogu's girlfriend. This whole situation leaves our guy confused, and Hyen is becoming increasingly nervous, believing that all the women on the planet deserve to die, as well as everyone else, because she is the only one who can be by the protagonist's side, and using her spells, she tied his hands. To Lee's surprise, Hyen used a very powerful enchantment, that is the glass prison, and increasingly worried, our protagonist asked to be freed. But Hyen told him they would be together forever, just the two of them in that place. This is the happy ending they've always wished for. Our boy realized that Hyen isn't hearing anything. With a knife materializing in her hands, Hyen asked if he doesn't want the same thing she does. Quite worried, Lee asked to be freed, reminding Hyen that she had promised not to use magic on his body. Only then did he remember that this promise was never kept. She always uses magic to keep spying on our boy. After taking one of his teeth, she managed to place many spells in his room. Our boy didn't do anything about it because he felt they were for protection, a tolerable risk to stay close to someone as talented as her. But the situation has now changed significantly. Hyen said she would only release our protagonist when they are the only people left in the world. Now she needs to end the lives of everyone else. Completely desperate, Lee realized he needs to prevent something like this from happening, so he began calling out to his companions frantically. But he's trapped inside that powerful spell, completely unable to communicate. The protagonist is now the only person who can save his companions, and he also needs to keep surviving. While inside that prison, Hyen overheard a conversation outside. People assumed the two are together. As soon as he heard Daeogu's voice, our boy tried to shout but ended up being gagged. Standing up, Heian is ready to go outside but asks the protagonist to stay quiet. Lee knows no one can see him in this situation. Things are becoming very desperate. However, Huang, who was outside, managed to see him and asked what was happening. The hero decided to look for the guild leader in the company of Sang-hee, but as soon as he went to speak with our protagonist, he realized he was absent, and he also couldn't say where he might have gone, which made him immediately uncomfortable. Observing the rest of his companions, he noticed something even worse. Heian had also disappeared, and where they are isn't just any place, it's a dungeon, always dangerous. Knowing this, he began searching for them. Kim's voice sounds like a father looking for his children. Our protagonist hopes he can find him because they need to resolve this situation quickly. Moreover, he doesn't know how Huang can see through it. She brought the antidote he had requested but realized the young man had fallen into a trap. This wouldn't happen to her because she's using magical glasses capable of seeing through barriers and curses. The problem is that Heian is already outside and she can be very dangerous. Our boy tries to communicate with Huang to inform her of the danger she's in. Even using the techniques she knows, Huang wasn't able to free the protagonist, but now he can speak and asked her to bring Dogu too. But as soon as he mentioned his name, the poor guy appeared alone. He came to call his girlfriend so they could have a meal together. It was then that Huang said our protagonist was trapped in a trap. As soon as he heard these words, Dogu became immediately worried. The protagonist believes that now, with his friend's strength, he will be freed. But Dogu is still very concerned and started pounding on the barrier, trying to hear anything the protagonist might say. Using another of Huang's magical tools, they manage to communicate. The first thing the protagonist asks is how long those two have been dating. A bit emotional with this question, he said it's been 100 days, and our protagonist said that now they need to save the world, in this case, the life of our protagonist. However, if they want to have a life together in the future, they need to remember what our protagonist is saying now. Dyaku is already very motivated. He wants to save the world with his friend because he doesn't want to live without him. He just asked him to keep waiting because he was going to get him out of that prison. Daku used one of his fist techniques, and even though he used all his strength, nothing happened to that barrier. This left the poor guy very worried because he wants to ensure a future where our protagonist has descendants. To motivate him even more, Lee said he wants to visit his future friend's home, all to make him more useful in saving him. But our boy's words only made that couple more emotional, and they promised they would save him at any cost. Using all his acting skills, our protagonist began to cry discreetly, saying he really wanted to attend their wedding, but maybe he wouldn't make it that far. After hearing that, Dyoku told him not to say such foolish things. Channeling all his power, Dyoku said that our protagonist would live so long that he'd go gray, and that's what he's going to ensure now. He also said that Lee would live even longer than him because he needs our boy's guidance every day. Finally, motivated by those words, he managed to break the magical barrier with his fists, rescuing our protagonist, who seems like a defenseless princess. Those words might sound extremely cliche, but they work very well on people like Dyogu. After receiving the medicine he had asked for, Lee said he would prepare a very special date for that couple, the best on the continent. At that moment, Heian sensed that her prisoner had been freed. Completely furious and full of rage, she is heading towards him to prevent anyone from taking him away. She is telling our boy not to get close to any woman, but he is already taking the medicine he had requested. Heian continues approaching furiously, believing they want to steal her beloved. But as soon as she got close to our boy, he ended up kissing her, and in that way, the pill was passed to her. Through that kiss, our protagonist managed to save everyone's lives, thank God. While Dyogu and his girlfriend watch, very moved, the hero finally found them. Seeing that everything is okay, he felt deeply relieved and wanted to know what had happened. Our protagonist signaled for him to be a bit quiet because Heian is very emotional and regretful, saying she will be a good girl from now on. But those words left the hero very confused. He even thought she might be a regressor too. After this dangerous event, our protagonist's medicine was used to heal everyone, making the advance through the dungeon a bit easier. Because of everything that happened, Sang-hee said she is not qualified to lead that expedition, passing the authority to the hero. This way, he became the leader of that team. Finally, they all managed to approach the boss's room, where Juliana is. The hero broke the lock of this room using his sword. They found Saint Juliana of the Cursed Temple, and now they need to defeat her. She has a dark appearance and said she has been waiting for a long time. She is waiting for Gendrick, but looking back, she saw that someone else had entered that place. This made her very furious, promising to lead them all to their deaths. Just the scream of this entity is already quite lethal to health, making our protagonist cough up a lot of blood. Sang-hee created a magical barrier to protect everyone, saying that this is a high-level demon, and the best strategy is to be cautious. Outside the barrier, the hero advances to attack with Dugu, who is carrying the shield. But the entity said they are very foolish. As the dark energy began to cling to their feet, Diogu felt it was becoming increasingly difficult to walk in that place. Having been captured by the shadows, the hero still presses forward with his sword. Our protagonist watches everything with great apprehension, knowing that everything hinges on the hero's skill. After dodging the evil shadow, the hero is ready to strike the enemy. Juliana looks back, prepared to defend herself. She unleashes her shadows against the hero, and this energy manages to wound him. After being injured, the hero needs to gain distance again. His initial attack strategy was not effective. This leaves our protagonist quite perplexed. He didn't expect things to be so difficult. Overwhelmed by confusion, he doesn't understand what the regressor is doing in such a challenging battle. Lee didn't anticipate the hero would struggle so much against that monster, despite the level difference. He also notices that Juliana's attack pattern is irregular, making it very difficult to approach her due to the magical barrier she created. It would be better if Sun focused his divine protection magic on the hero, but that would leave them all unprotected. Not everyone can withstand those attacks more than once, and our protagonist finds himself in a cruel dilemma. Juliana has finally found her target, declaring that this person will be crushed by darkness, launching an attack on the protective barrier where they all are. Another event leaves our protagonist speechless. He doesn't understand why he has become the target of that creature. Faced with such a dangerous attack, he doubts whether the barrier can withstand it. All of the protagonist's companions start to worry. While our young man is trying to think of what he should do, after falling to his knees, he resorts to the most obvious solution and calls out to his beloved Juliana. Upon hearing this combination of words, the monster becomes deeply confused, so much so that it decides to stop its attack, which was about to destroy our protagonist. A profound silence envelops the place. No one can explain what happened. The protagonist's companions are equally surprised. Using all his concentration, Lee is certain that if he falters now, he will lose his life. This causes Juliana's barrier to dissolve, and she asks if she is facing Gedrick. Imagining himself in a play, Lee tells Juliana that he is the person she has been waiting for, affirming once again that she is his love and that they are married. After approaching Juliana, our young man says he missed his love, his eternal love. She seems very confused and asks if he really is Gendrick. Our young man maintains the act, confirming his identity as the love she has always sought. But within seconds, Juliana begins to grow furious as she still remembers some things. She says her beloved is a very handsome blonde man, and everything changes now as she stands before an imposter. Using the art of improvisation, our protagonist claims he has reincarnated, realizing he should have suspected this would be risky. Using his mind's eye, he sees an interesting detail. Gendrick loved Juliana's smile very much. Promising to cut him to pieces for being deceived, she nearly strikes our young man, but he manages to hold her hand, saying he misses that expression. He tells her that his greatest wish in life was for her to be happy, saying he truly loves Juliana's smile, and it's even better when that smile is directed at him. This is a phrase she only heard from her beloved, leaving Juliana quite confused. This time, she withdraws her hands from the protagonist. Our protagonist starts to worry and tells her she should flee because someone is trying to oppress him. If she wants to save the love of her life, she should listen to the protagonist, who is already being aided by Daogu. Quite upset by the scene, Juliana asked if those people were Knights Templar. Another person who was very upset by it was Heian, who, while attacking, declared that Gendrick belonged only to her. Juliana asked her beloved to wait just a little longer because she was on her way to save him. At that moment, she summoned the curse's sword, promising not to forgive any of those people and to send them all to eternal death. As the battle's dynamics shifted, Lee instructed the priestess to focus her spells on the hero. Our protagonist is hoping the regressor can do something now. The priestess's intercession, her legendary trait, has just been activated, boosting all the hero's stats, enabling him to fight against this powerful enemy. Everything is unfolding according to our protagonist's plan. Indeed, the hero is truly legendary. All his movements are magnificent, and there's nothing he can't do. While pressuring that enemy, our protagonist is hoping this battle ends soon. Everyone is still watching anxiously, except for our protagonist, who continues to cheer enthusiastically. Juliana ended up being pressured by that sword strike. Even more upset, she gathered her power once again, declaring that the hero would be finished now. That increase in her strength was unexpected, which left our protagonist very worried. He doesn't want the hero to be defeated in this scenario, as he is the greatest guarantee of survival for our protagonist. At that exact moment, Kim is completely still, just waiting to be hit by the strike. Desperate about this, our protagonist decided to shout, asking his dear one to move away from that person. Juliana became very distracted by this call and was unable to notice what had happened. The hero's sword finally managed to strike her fatally. Immediately, her strength vanished while she still called out her beloved's name. Juliana is in her final moments. She fell to the ground, severely wounded, dropping the sword she carried. Her existence finally came to an end. Our protagonist said he would always remember that moment and would never forget Juliana. Daogu became very emotional about all this. With her appearance restored, Juliana affirmed she would always be by our protagonist's side. The dungeon was successfully completed, and 4 random attribute points will be distributed. Reflecting on everything he had done, our protagonist is in doubt, thinking he might have crossed some lines this time. Sanghi began to approach the hero with great enthusiasm, thanking him for his help in that place. But her eyes immediately caught a very intense glow. The cursed sword had changed appearance, This is the ritual where the legendary equipment changes ownership. The items do this, and it will most likely choose the hero, as he was responsible for defeating that enemy. Our protagonist felt relieved because now he knows the reason that brought the hero to that dangerous place. This must be the sword he used in his past life. Our protagonist praised his friend's achievement, who thanked him for the words, making Lee realize he is acting very humbly. Now that the sword is there, the hero tries to approach it to claim ownership. In his past life, the one who carried this sword was that degenerate from the tutorial who committed various atrocities with it. Very relieved, Kim is glad that this time someone else will obtain that item. He wants to take this sword for a path of justice. He is about to place his hand on the item's hilt, but as soon as he approached it, he was immediately repelled by a very intense energy. Diogu and his girlfriend had to protect themselves from that energy. Our protagonist also doesn't know what happened. It seems the sword is getting out of control. Sangi realized that's exactly what's happening and asked the hero to try holding the sword once more. Before he could do that, the sword spoke to everyone, asking for her beloved Gendrick to hold her. After that, the protagonist noticed his hand moving on its own. At the same time, the hero tried to hold the sword. Finally, the item was reached by someone. But to everyone's surprise, it wasn't the hero who held the sword, a completely unexpected outcome.